Hey buddy, how are you doing today? Hopefully your Wednesday is going good so far. Hello Pistol, how are you doing? Let's see. Let me go ahead and get the game open. So I think we might be able to finish this chapter today. I'm not 100% sure. Because the only frame of reference I have is the spoiler-free guide of like, oh, there's only like a few more choices, so. Not doing great, feeling sick. Oh no! Hopefully it goes by very fast. Although I know with me, it's like, I usually am the last to get sick. And then I forgot to open things. Thank you for reminding me, Dragon Bolt. How are you doing? Let me go ahead and get the throwing system ready. Because yeah, I know I'm usually the last to get sick if there's like a sickness going around, and then I'm like sick for like twice as long. I don't know why. It's usually not like that bad. I think it's usually a case of like my nose gets stuffed up with snot, and then that makes me have a cough. And so it just makes it feel like it lasts twice as long. Got an ube roll in the oven for a much more needed morale boost. And it's like, I still need to try ube. Let me see. Okay, we got the throwing system open. Let me open the Kirby's because I forgot that too. Makes lots of cursed food. I don't know if it's cursed because I know of ube rolls through like Steven Universe. I just haven't tried ube, so I mean I would imagine I would like it, but so remember the Hellfire brownies and crustless cheeseless pizza. Eh? But yeah, I know I need to go to the Asian market again at one point, because I know they had something ube flavored. So I need to just grab something from there. Ube is great, the flavor is unique, I don't know anything that's comparable, it's sweet and earthy. Interesting. Okay. Because I know it's like, it's similar to a sweet potato, right? Purple yam? Yeah, so similar, I think. I don't know. I would imagine it would definitely taste different than a sweet potato. But I think it's like that big singular giant chocolate cookie thing. My goodness. Okay, let us go on over here. Hello, my elf. How are you doing? We just started. Although you probably had an idea since you were messaging me just before. Like just a mound of purple yam coated in chocolate with one slice of it sending you into a food coma. That sounds good though. It's not really like any other sweet potatoes that I've had. It's less sweet than the common orange sweet potatoes. Okay. A bit of sugar brings out more of ube's flavor. Okay. Figured since I'm on lunch. My goodness, you're having lunch so early.
Hold it!
Something adjusted in my room. So you say, but how can you be quite so certain? There is no need to hurt your hands on the desk, monsieur. Surely the reason is obvious, no? Because I have never before seen lips like this. Nevertheless, there's a clear red mark around Mr. Gossip's neck. And it looks very much like that left behind on the neck of your colleague by your prized collar. Mon Dieu, with your words, it is like you try to wring my neck. It does look very much like my neck, though, eh? No, this is a birthmark, lad. Biggest lips in London and a neck to die for. Aye, they break the mold when they made me. For the first time in my life, I feel lucky to have been born with red hair. And I thought being Japanese made you stand out in London. So you maintained that you've never seen this man before? Oui, c'est ça. I swear to it by the flames on my hair. Of my hair. So fierce pride has outgrown the frustration with your hair now, has it? Okay. Well, yes, I don't imagine I'll forget those lips in a hurry either. Oh yeah, that was Granite Splitter, German for chocolate mountain, is supposed to be a mountain of cake on a regular sized cookie. Glazed with chocolate, but I made one super sized one instead of like a dozen normal ones, so I ate slices of it like a cake. It had so much sugar and butter that, yeah, that that sounds like it would take a while to get through with all the sugar.
This is what I am saying. For some reason it makes me want to eat, how did Fabian call it? An eclair? You know, I've never seen the hair as black as yours before either.
Likewise, I've never seen red hair like yours until I came to Britain.
See, maybe it's a national trait, huh? Maybe all the people from this man's country have the grand lips.
No, lad, I was born right here in Fresno Street, and I've never left.
Oof, that is a problem, see.
So you definitely didn't go to the park on Lime Street that day, Mr. Gossip. Now, how many times do you want me to say it, eh? Once your Discord is open, I can share these food pics.
Oh, it is technically open, yeah.
If you do !Discord, it has the link. It should still be working.
Hold it!
I know since I didn't set it up as a community thing, I can't have it open, or I can't have the link work for more than a month, I think, but it should still be in effect. So, you've heard of the Red-Headed League, had you? You don't get a name like Gossip for nothing, eh? It's my business to know what's going off in town. I sold that tasty tidbit to a fair few redheads that came past me. Just between us, I even got Sandwich to cough up for it.
Well, he does have a very red nose, if that counts.
Who knows? But as you can see, my own hair's not got a hint of red in it. In any case, Fresno Street's my patch. You won't catch me sliding off to some other part of town. No, sir, no likely. Nope.
Excuse me.
Mr. de Racia.
Oui? Can I help you?
Did Mr. Gossip's word just now lead you to remember something relevant, perhaps?
It was the other day, when I was looking for a place near the park. A small house or something.
To be the headquarters of your Red-Headed League, yes.
I visited an housing agent on Lime Street, and there I saw him. This man was paying monies to the agent.
What? Mr. Gossip with a housing agent?
Oui. He had some kind of contract in his hand, and they were clearly discussing terms.
But no, you're mistaken, chum. I've never left Fresno Street, me. Like I said before, you've mistaken me for someone else. It's someone with the same face.
No, the capo is right. I remember it too. He was a paying man with the banknotes.
With notes? Like I said, that wasn't me.
I was curious as to why this man with the dirty clothes had so much money. So I looked at the name on the papers.
And what name was written? Mr. Gossip?
No. This man, he lies. He tells you that he has no name. But in fact, his name is Hugh Boone, huh? It's better than Mr. Gossip, I think, see?
No! Okay, cool, we got that. What is making noise over here? Okay. A peddler of tidbits of information, like I said, on Fresno Street, and that's it. That's that. I don't much like folk talking about my personal life. Indeed. And it is not the intention of the court to invade the privacy of the witnesses. Very well. I shall respect your wishes, sir. The aforementioned name shall be redacted from all court records at this trial. Assuming no objections. Absolutely objections. I'm sorry, my lord, but the defense does object. Because the name just mentioned has a very deep significance to this case. Good gracious, do you similarly object, Prosecutor Asogi? As it happens, my lord, that particular name has already been mentioned during today's proceedings. Well, I never! In what capacity?
Hugh Boone. The name of the leaseholder of that room.
Let me put this very simply. The victim's body was discovered in your rented room. I suggest, sir, that you start talking. Well, all right. I suppose that might be the case, So your real name is Hugh Boone? What if it's just like, no, actually, I've changed my mind. I'm keeping that a secret.
Well, just between us, I don't like to blow me own trumpet, but there's no finer peddler of tidbits in town. So I happen to be able to afford a grubby little room in a fallen down backstreet townhouse.
You do?
And once every 6 months, I go and pay the rent to the agent on Lime Street. I remember now. There were 2 vulgar redheads in there last time. If either of us is vulgar, it's not the me. Think again, Peppino.
Why didn't you bring this up before? It's like I told you already. I don't like talking about my personal life. I'm a tidbit peddler as far as everyone else is concerned. No fuss. Posted the granite splitter on the in the Discord so you can look at it later. Yeah, I'll probably look at it during the break. You will update your testimony to include this most surprising revelation, Mr. Boone. If I must. So the leaseholder Scotland Yard has been looking for since the body was discovered has been here under our noses all along. I'm at the room when where that fella was found. It's true. For what difference it makes. So you live in that room presumably, do you? No, I don't live there. What do you think? There's no bed, is there? Just a desk. Then why would you want to rent it? Well, I don't think I should have to say, really. Then how about the notice board in there? Which was covered from top to bottom in confidential documents only the police should have access to. No, that board's not mine. The inspector must have brought it along. It's only the other bits and bobs that belong to me, the desk and the chair and that. People don't generally carry enormous notice boards around with them. The real question is, why was Inspector Gregson killed there, in your room? Well, obviously, I've not the faintest idea. I mean, it's causing me no end of bother, to be honest. It seems to be that Mr. Boone, would rather as little is known about his room as possible for some reason. Yes, it does come across that way, and more importantly, knowing that the scene of the crime is actually his room completely changes things. In particular, there's one part of his testimony that's really bothering me now. That's how I'm finally going to undo this man. I'm all alone in the world, me have no kinfolk and nothing. Why would I be involved in something like that? I'm gonna save, because I'm pretty sure this is where we actually show off the lady.
Objection.
Yes. Oh, that's what the noise is. It's like I plugged back in the controller, so it's like just buzzing anytime I'm like, hold it. Okay, there we go. If you have no kinfolk, as you put it, then explain why it is that among the sparse furnishings we found this photograph in the room.
Rocket, how dare you! Also, thank you for the lurk.
Hopefully your day is going well. I presume as you've been renting the room that this photograph belongs to you, does it not? Well... Mr. Boone, drop the pretense and tell the court exactly who you really are. Thank you for the hydrate. I don't know what you mean. I'm a peddler. I keep telling you so. Oh gosh. Had to take a little smaller one because that almost went down the wrong hole. You really don't need to bother with me. Please, just leave it alone. As the man says, leave it alone. Whatever the truth is about this man's life, it has no bearing on this case. Because it's simply not possible that he impersonated Inspector Gregson. How can you be so sure? Just look at the man. No amount of disguise could ever hide those unmissable features. But what if, we were to look at this the other way around? What if we moved the chessboard around and spin it? What do you mean? Yes, Counsel, what do you mean? Well, there's no denying that Mr. Boone's lip is very prominent indeed. But consider the possibility that his prominent lip is itself part of an elaborate disguise. And then hiding that prominent feature, in other words, revealing his true face, would make an utterly impenetrable disguise. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Hugh Boone? Good witness! Are you still hiding the truth from this court?
If that's a disguise, then underneath it, his true identity must be...
Yes, that's right. There's really only one person he really could be. My lord, the defense believes it can reveal Mr. Boone's true identity to the court. No. Please. No. Very well then, counsel. What is the true identity of this peddler who goes simply by the name of Gossip on the street? Do we have him in this section? This one, there he is.
Take that!
Your real name is actually Mr. Vigil, isn't it? Mr. Dally Vigil. Wait, I know the true identity. It's Jugema Jugo no Koko no Sukere Kaiju no Suge no Sugoi Matsu. Let me start that over. I keep going Sugoi Matsu, and that's not it. Jugama Jugo no Koko no Sukere Kaiju no Suge no Sugyo Matsu Urai Matsu Furai Matsu Kunaru Tokoro no Isumu Tokoro Yabaru Koji no Piper Koji Piper no Shuringan no Guraindai no Ponkurupi no Pompirikan no Chokyo no Chosuke. I still messed up, but... Because I've noticed the last few times I keep going Sugoi Matsu. Yeah, I tried. I got a little star sticker. Yeah! I don't recall that name, Counsel. Who is this Mr. Vigil? It's a name I encountered yesterday, my lord. It has to do with a certain client of Mr. Hurlock Sholmes. A young gentlewoman came to the detective asking him to locate her missing husband. You also tend to say Pai Poro Koji instead of Burakoji. Oh, maybe. Yeah. It's like I get into the P's a little bit too early, apparently. The woman in this photograph is, in fact, this is Mrs. Vigil. What? From what I understand, you haven't returned home since the night before the inspector was found dead. But, of course, on that night, you were being held captive by the two red-headed League men. And last night, you were put up by the prosecution service in preparation for testifying in this trial, because we'd been led to believe that you, Miss Venus, and Mr. Sandwich were all homeless. Being important witnesses in this case, we needed to know where we could find you, of course. And that explains why you've not only been unable to return home, but also unable to contact your wife, who's been beside herself with worry, waiting for you at the Vigil residence. Now you just hold on a minute. I don't have the first idea what I'm talking about. Really? It's a simple enough matter to confirm my suspicions. All we have to do is pull off that disguise. No! Please! Bailiff, bring soap, a sponge, and a wash bowl at once! Mr. de Rosau and Mr. de Rossi, you will restrain the witness.
Oui, my lord. Si, my lord.
Oh my gosh! Why? No! Stop! Get off, please! Don't! Oh no. Oh. Wow. Even the lips were fake. I thought he just like messed up his lips. Man, that would have to be so uncomfortable. Having like fake rubbery lips. Like, where would you even get something like that in the 1800s? Or like late 1800s. I keep forgetting what exact year it is, but well, we are now seeing your true features, I presume. We've also changed your clothes. Lift your head, sir, so the court can see your face. It would appear that the defense counsel's assertion was entirely correct. This has been all a very elaborate deception. So witnesses, tell the court, have you seen this man before?
I don't believe it, but... See, there is no question. This is the inspector we saw in the park.
Extraordinary! On the day of the Red-Headed League enrollment, the man claiming to be Inspector Gregson who appeared before Mr. de Rossiau and Mr. de Rossi in the park was you disguised as the inspector. Or rather, was you posing as the inspector in no disguise at all? Mr. Vigil was formerly employed as the chief warder at Barclay Prison. The chief warder? Then your career had promise. Why, you would quite possibly have been the future governor of that prison. What on earth have you been doing peddling tittle-tattle on Fresno Street? Well, it's been 10 years since Mr. Vigil worked at the prison. 10 years? Or Rousseau. Oh, that makes sense. I don't know why, but like, for French is really hard for me to wrap my mind around like how I'm supposed to pronounce it. Rousseau. Okay, but that does make sense. I'm really dreadfully sorry about all this. Yes, it's true. I'm Dahlia Vigil. And you were the chief warder at Barclay Prison 10 years ago? French is legitimately really difficult. It's not just you. Thankfully, that's the case. So where did Mr. Hugh Boone come from? Boone is the other me. It's a name I invented. Well, evidently there is a great deal under the surface here. I'll explain everything. I'll tell you just how wretched my life has become. Probably wretched. I don't think wretched is a word. As you say, it was 10 years ago now that my employment as Barclay's chief warder came to an end. Having left the prison service, I searched for some new occupation by which to earn a wage. But times were hard in London, and I found no suitable engagements at all. In desperation one day, I turned my hand at selling wares on Fresno Street. But your wife appears to know nothing of this. She still maintains that you were the chief warder at Barclay Prison. I was utterly determined that my wife should not know of my failings, which is why I've never told her. I opened an account at the bank under the name of Hugh Boone, and I rented the cheapest room that I can find on Fresno Street. The scene of the very crime we're investigating. Yes, that's right. A place from which I could emerge every morning at 8 as a squalid peddler, and transform myself back every evening at 5 into a well-dressed man about town before returning home. That quickly became my daily routine. I was puzzled by the lack of furniture in the room, but that explains it. But why on earth didn't you just tell us this in the first place? I have a wife, sir, and 2 sons, and without wishing to sound so self-conceited, they regard me with some pride. I couldn't bring myself to disappoint them. So instead you decided to conceal your occupation from them? Yes. I've made such a terrible mess of everything. Still, one thing doesn't add up. No matter how many tidbits of information you could sell to passing gentlemen, even at 6 pence apiece, you couldn't hope to match the salary you must have commanded as chief warder at the prison. Very true. To have kept your family in comfort despite 10 years of somewhat misbegotten employment. That was all thanks to Inspector Gregson. What? Inspector Gregson? What on earth? It was some years after I had invented Boone and began my other life as a street seller. The inspector, that is, recognized me one day. Do you mean to say the victim was an acquaintance of yours? How many fingers have you pointed at people so far? Oh gosh, I've lost count.
How are you doing, Lisa? Hopefully you're doing well.
I knew him from my time working at the prison. When he saw what I'd become, he was deeply troubled for me and my family, and from that day forward, he visited me on Fresno Street with increasing regularity. Did he kind of act as like a informant almost? Then one day he asked me if I could carry out a secret assignment for him. A secret? What was it? I was to impersonate the inspector. What? Impersonate him? And Well just got back from laser hair removal appointment. Nice! I know my elf is interested in that, I just don't know. How would you recommend it? Skin burn, oh no! We always met in that little room so the inspector could brief me. Visit Orxie's tomorrow and take a statement from the proprietress. Wanted to do that, but I'm too broke. Yeah. I want it just because I want to stop having to shave. Right. With me, it's just like, I've only ever for cosplays. I have a beard now, I just like this. No! If you hate shaving, it's worth, but very expensive. Yeah, I can imagine. It was also something along those lines. Surveillance work, interviewing people. As my task manager, like, shut down body hair EXE, right? Just close that. Have it not start up on, or not open on startup. Hair is also really thick, so shaving is just hard. Oh no, yeah. On those occasions, he would lend me his identification so people would believe who I was. And my instructions were to make an impression, to let people know that Inspector Gregson had been at work. And for those services, he compensated me financially. Need to buy like a barber's knife because I feel like that's the only thing that get rid of it properly, probably. The Scotland Yard inspector willingly relinquished his identification into your care with intent to deceive? That, as I'm sure I need not to point out, is a very serious criminal offense. But why? What was the point of you impersonating him? I truthfully do not know. All I can say is that the inspector warned me on numerous occasions. Need to get laser hair removal, I keep forgetting to shave, oh no. Now remember, Vigil, I need your solemn word. You don't blab about this to anyone, alright? Ever. Takes 6 to 9 appointments or so it'll be a long process, but the results I've gotten from just one appointment, and then this one being my second is phenomenal. That is good to hear. So definitely an investment, but a worthy one. Even if I end up a croaker. In time, he started to bring papers with him to the room as well. It became something of a second office for him. So, in fact, the person who declared himself to be Inspector Gregson at the park on Lime Street was really... Yes, it was me, acting on the inspector's orders. As usual, I removed my Boone disguise, and then went as instructed to the park, armed with the inspector's identification book. It never occurred to me that the bruise on my neck might give me away. Okay, that still doesn't determine who the killer is, though. Because it'd be weird to have him kill him. Soon my dysphoria will not be scared to look in the mirror. Yay! Hopefully.
Wish you the best on that progress.
Well, it would seem this confession completely destroys the defense's case. Explain yourself, Prosecutor Asogi. My learned friend's assertion was as follows. The victim was killed at another location on the day before his corpse was discovered, at the hands of those two red-headed League men when they imprisoned the inspector. But no, that can't be. Stop doing that, it hurts your hands. After all, it wasn't the inspector who went to the park that day, it was me.
Oh goodness. Finally, we have clarity. We had nothing to do with the murder of the inspector. And merci, Monsieur de la Défense, for proving it. I do not know who played the WoW. Ah! It was kept a secret from me.
Order, order, order! I want to try getting on estrogen, but I'm kind of a gym rat, so I don't know how my body will react to estrogen in my near daily exercise. That's true. I don't know too much information on that, so I don't know if I'll be able to say, but I'm sure they're... I recently saw a video of someone who does like wrestling and like sports things, and they were like learning to do a move while also taking estrogen, so I think it should, in theory, be possible. I'm completely kept up with the game, so I don't know why Kazuma is channeling Vanzik's spirit. It's not just his mannerisms, it seems... Right? Well, he was an apprentice for a little bit while he had amnesia, so I don't know why he's calling us his learned friend. But this trial is, we're defending Von Zeeks right now. Indeed, it would appear that we have reached the de facto conclusion of sorts. These witnesses had no involvement in the murder of the victim. As proven, somewhat ironically, by the defense. I hereby call an end to the cross-examination. Should be fine, you'll just have to do both body changes during the process, so it might make it a little hard to keep up with, but I'm sure you can do it. Yeah! If you do, like, near daily, like, you should be able to handle it. But yeah, definitely something that takes some research, because I do not know. Pardon me, my lord, but with your permission, I would like to pose one further question to the witness. Kazuma? What question, counsel? It concerns the events of 10 years ago. I believe you would have been present at a very significant execution that was carried out at the time. 10 years ago? Yeah, talk with a doctor and they'll be able to recommend, like, the perfect thing. Hopefully, anyway. Hopefully. As long as you have a good doctor. The execution of the Professor Genshin Asogi. I want to know exactly what your involvement was. Oh! Answer me, man. One moment, counsel. Is this related to the current case? Naturally. It was the prosecution's belief that this case and the events of 10 years ago are inextricably linked. Does the defense concur, counsel? Preferably a doctor that works with HRT often, speaking from experience, that's the most choice. Yeah. Speaking with a doctor that knows what they're talking about. Kazuma, you're not yourself. You're not as calm and collected as usual.
Poor Kazuma-sama. No wonder he's acting this way. Mr. Vigil's memories of what happened 10 years ago would tell the tale of Genshin Asogi's last moments. His own father.
I know. I do understand that. But even so... Prosecutor Asogi. Do you genuinely believe that this question requires an answer in order to learn the truth behind Inspector Gregson's death? I need you to trust me. Please. Very well. Then the defense has no objection.
Hello, Lionfire. How you doing?
I see. In that case, you will answer the question, witness. Also, I can answer barefaced questions if needed on the subject.
Yeah.
The truth is, I remember very little of that time.
I have not gotten my vampire nibbles, no, because I wanna progress a little bit more on stream, because I'm at a point where I think if I progress any more in my dark urge, I'm gonna spoil stuff for myself on stream, and I want my stream stuff to be like my first like exposure to stuff, and because every time I go to sleep, because I've taken like 2.5 technically, because I interrupted one of them, but like I keep going to bed for my dark urge and it keeps going into just a cutscene so that way I can't talk to anybody. And it's just like, I don't know what triggered the scene for Will. I've barely talked to Will. I have not had dark urges, no. I think I threatened Auntie Ethel, and she was just like, oh, you can't scare me. I remember very little of that time. You've forgotten? I'm sorry to say, yes. As I said, I resigned from my role at the prison 10 years ago. Feel bad for a lot of dark urge options like Gale's. Oh no. I think I've heard vaguely for Gale. But yeah, like, honestly, like nothing dark urgy has happened other than like intrusive thoughts. But for some peculiar reason, my memory of the events leading up to that moment is extremely hazy. Does that not strike you as strange, Mr. Naruhodo? Sorry? Especially after you use the dark action. Oh, like when he's in the rock? Because I know there was an option of like resist the urge to bite the hand or like slap the hand away. I think actually maybe slapping the hand wasn't a dark urge option, but there was definitely a dark urge option when we met him. From what I've seen, it mostly manifests as additional dialogue options and dark urge exclusive cutscenes in camp. Yeah. Well, 10 years ago is a long time, but to have forgotten the reason why he left such an important job. The option essentially is think about doing things to the hand. Yeah. Yes, you're right. And not only that, Mr. Vigil's claim contradicts what we already know. The human spirit is a fragile thing. It's broken all too easily, which is why. But it does lead you to not getting Gale, yeah. We have a tendency to wrap it up for protection. What? Sorry? The human spirit? I'm afraid I don't understand what you mean. I mean, you get a bit of Gale, maybe. Also, I tried to see about Volo doing the thing, and I like couldn't deal with it after a point, and he got upset at me for backing out and ran away. When we experience pain and suffering that we feel unable to fear, we block it out, obliterate it from our memories, seal it away. It is super worth it. I don't. Like, I had to take my headphones off. I didn't want to experience it. It was making me really uncomfy. We block it out, obliterate it from our memories, seal it away. But it never truly leaves us. It's spooky, but it gives you a cool new eye. But my eyes are already cool. I have a gift. Oh wait, does he give me a sending stone eye? If the seal is broken, the memories resurface. And when they do, that fragile spirit may finally be crushed. I don't want a needle in my eye. But I really don't. Kazuma-sama. Also, I went into Auntie Ethel's house without her being like immediately angry at me, and she was just like, oh, I can cure you by plucking your eye out and then giving it a kiss and then sticking it back in. And it's just like, I don't... Uncountedly adapt with a needle. But if it must be crushed, then so be it, because the truth will not stay buried. It's coming out one way or another. Right. Now I understand. It's clear what his intentions are. He means to expose the truth at any cost.
Perhaps if I pointed out the contradiction in what Mr. Vigil claimed earlier, it might cause some crucial memories to return to him. But should I? Should I present the evidence or not? I don't know what I'm presenting. I have no idea how this is going to go, but this is a court of law, and I have a duty to pursue the truth. Mr. Vigil, I'd like you to look at this. Evidence that clearly contradicts your version of events. The wig? I don't know. I got distracted. I forgot what we're doing. The wig is the only thing that makes sense, but it also doesn't make sense. Yeah, it's very specifically an ice pick. That's not a needle. Like, I mean, I guess knitting needles can be pretty like thick, so maybe it's like a intense one. We got something from the prison, right? The prison? I don't know if I did that on my Dark Urge yet. It's the when we're locked up by the priestess lady, or oh, and this my brain is not here. No one said Volo was intelligent. Absolutely. Let me look at the history really quick. Fragile spirit, maybe crush. He's a bard. Why would he have intelligence? Obviously that's his dump stat, right? Okay, I don't think this is the answer. No, this isn't it. What am I doing? There's no point deliberately trying to deceive myself. I've got to look at this truth squarely in the eye. What do you mean to do? The way you're looking at me. He claims that he resigned from his job at prison all those years ago. But we have decisive evidence that says differently. Oh, that's right. Okay. I'm sorry, I made a mistake. Allow me to present the evidence again. Okay. So it was... Let's see. Yeah, the harsh reprimand. Just a few moments ago, you made the following statement. I resigned from my role at the prison 10 years ago. Well, yes. In other words, you claim to have left the post of chief warder of your own volition. Well, yes, of course. Why? Tell me, do you remember seeing this document before? No, I don't. Nope. This is a dismissal notice ordering the immediate termination of a prison staff member's employment. A dismissal notice? And the name on the notice is yours, Mr. Vigil. What? Huh? Wait? It's mine? So you didn't resign from the prison service at all. For some reason, you were dismissed as chief warder from Barclay. No, there's been some mistake. I'm sure I tendered my resignation. This dismissal notice is nonsense. Isn't it? If you were forcibly dismissed, there must have been good reason. Clearly, you did something. Mr. Vigil, it's time to break the seal and have you remember. According to the few remaining records, the final execution that you supervised was on the 17th of June 10 years ago. And on that day, something very serious took place at Barclay Prison. The 17th of June? Was that the professor's execution? Professor. As you are the chief warder at the time, it stands to reason that you would have been present throughout the proceedings. It does sound familiar. And yet, that execution never took place. The convict ostensibly executed earlier that day later re-emerged from his grave. The convict came back to life? I also have now my 8th solo playthrough character from me just trying characters. Yeah, hopefully at one point I get to do some co-op. I know Psych wants to on stream. I'm just not 100% sure. In the cemetery in the middle of the night, there was a witness.
However, the witness claims that a moment after he saw the convict clambering out of his grave, a gunshot rang out from over his shoulder.
Co-op is so fun. I want to try it at some point. Did see Baldur's Gate 3 tends to attract the spoiling crowd? Yeah. Yeah, it does make sense though, because like there's so much to do, so it's really hard to really gauge like when someone will find something, I think. Because I think anybody here who has played it is still in just Act 1, but like there's so many like things that you could do in Act 1 that you can do differently in Act 1. Me and Lisa and one of my friends have been co-oping noise. I'm looking away. Oh no! If you want to see a unique character interaction, have the tick bite both Karlach and Gal. Oh, okay, yeah. I'm gonna have to either do that on stream or like wait for my Dark Urge to be able to have that, because he's being mean and just told me that he's a vampire, not actually biting me. I feel like anything past getting to the Goblin Camp should be considered a spoiler. Yeah, well even then, because like I feel like anything outside of just the Grove maybe could be a spoiler. I don't know, because like you can get to the village. You get to the village before you get to the Goblin Camp, or at least you pass by it at the very least. And the bullet pierced the professor's chest, killing him instantly. I'd say inside of and past the Goblin Camp is spoiler warning territory, yeah. Or entering the Underdark, yeah. I haven't even entered the Underdark. I found out how to open the Underdark in my Dark Urge, but I wanted to go into the Underdark on stream, so I haven't done that yet. Those may have been the professor's actual last words. Yes. Yes! Seeing as you were in charge of overseeing executions at the time, you must know the truth about what really happened. It's in your head, somewhere deep down. Well, Chief Warder Dally Vigil, I know there are memories in your head that can explain what happened on the 17th of June 10 years ago. And now it's time for you to drag them up. Relive your trauma! Mr. Vigil? Also, it's magic. It's magic how BG3 made all of the class good and ballooned while actually D&D still struggles with it. Oh no. I'm also looking for people to play BG3 with me. Yeah. Yes, the whole prison. It was complete chaos. The prisoner escaped. He was killed in the cemetery. The shocking news ripped through Barclay like a hurricane. What? The only class I'd say is pretty bad is Ranger. Oh no. Order! 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 Do you mean to say, Mr. Vigil, that your memories of the time have returned? Can't type today, it seems. Oh no. It's all good. My head, it's like some floodgates have been opened. The images. The screams. Oh my goodness. Ranger is Druid Light. Oh no. Yeah, I'm trying to think of like Because I know I've had like 2 characters in D&D sessions that are ranger, but like, I don't know if there's anything like specific. Fun fact, even BG3's wiki talks about how rangers should only be at maximum level 5 since it falls off past that. Oh no. So that is the multi-class class, I guess. Even though they made good improvements to ranger. The papers. There were reports, articles about a man who'd seen a ghost. Yes, Enoch Drebber. But surely those reports were exaggerated. There were traces at the scene.
Traces of what?
In Lowgate Cemetery, at plot number 139. Blood. Lots of blood. That's where the man was buried, of course. Obviously, something terrible had happened there. The depths of conspiracy and depravity from which this tale is emerging is quite staggering. I've reviewed the police records from that time extensively. A thorough investigation was conducted by Scotland Yard to ascertain how the convict managed to escape in the first place. And the conclusion reached by the investigation team was that a member of the prison staff must have been involved. Are you suggesting that a prison warder abetted the man's bid for freedom? Yes, and I was suspected of doing it, of using that mass murderer's execution as a way to help him escape. You did what? I remember now. The horror of it all is coming back to me. One evening, a few days after the execution, some detectives came to the prison. I was called to the governor's office at the top of the watchtower. He's making me dizzy spinning like that. I'm sorry, Dally. This is a serious business. I cannot help you now. As Chief Warder, you are responsible for overseeing the execution of 4, eh? Well, seems the fellows at Scotland Yard want to have a few wee words with you about it. You better pack your things, laddie. You're to attend in person. Way too much blood. He'll bleed like a Shonen Jump character. Oh no! As soon as he told me that, my mind just went completely blank, and the next thing I knew, The professor, the most hated killer in our country's history. Stick your pinky in the clock. And I let him escape. I'm finished. My life. Oh, is over. Ah! Huh. Okay. Order! Bailiff, fetch a doctor at once. Court is adjourned for today with immediate effect.
So, with Mr. Vigil's collapse, proceedings came to an abrupt end for the day. Once again overshadowed by the legacy of that notorious killer, appearing like a cursed ghost ship on a foggy ocean.
Oh, the pinky thing was me making a joke, my elf.
Lord Van Zeeks, Mr. Vigil, Kazuma, and Gregson. All of them bound by invisible chains anchored to the same wreckage in the murky depths of the past. But the miraculous light that had been trying to cut through the gloom and shine on those tragic events.
Hello, Sans. Long time no see. How are you doing?
Honestly, goof around with my builds, like me just throwing goblins around. I still need to throw people.
Was playing on the edges of the truth at last.
I know, it's very sad. I wasn't looking for the man to die in court again. No, he passed out because he remembered about his traumatic event after like a month. Yeah, it's been so long. Okay. We have one more little section left, and then we'll be done with this chapter, and then we can hop over to Baldur's Gate because I have the Baldur's Gate brain rot. But we need to at least finish the Twisted Karma and his last bow. We need to at least finish the episode. We have one more thing left. And we don't have a jury, so we don't have to do a summonation examination. Yes, I have the dark urge. It's like,
Play Baldur's Gate. Stop playing Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. Play Baldur's Gate right now.
God, I was focusing on some school stuff, so I had to dip for a bit. Oh no, yeah. I remember you talking about that, having to like go back. Or I guess it is regularly school time now. Given how the glass cracking after lunging out the window thing was implying Max has strength become the Goblin Eater. Maybe one day, like for an alt thing, I'll make a barbarian specifically just to yeet. I still can't quite believe what had just happened. I know. I inquired with the bailiff after the court session was adjourned, but it seems Mr. Vigil was taken to hospital to recover. Right. 10 years ago now, Mr. Vigil attempted to commit suicide by jumping out of the window of the prison governor's office. But ever since then, he's completely blocked the memory of those events from his mind. Tavern Brawler feat gives bonuses to unarmed and improvised weapons. Ooh! Oh, true. That'd be something to keep in mind for that. I'm glad Chat as a collective kept bringing up PG3 as a game you should play. Right. But yes, we're gonna finish this chapter and we're gonna be done with the episode. We'll do the next episode next week, but then we're gonna go to Baldur's Gate. Improvise weapons, improve beating people with other people. Ooh. Nobody knew his secret, not his family, not even the man himself, but I forced it out into the open. My Mr. Wizard, you have a unique way to cast spells. What college did you attend? I went to the College of Fitness. The School of Gains. Was it wrong of me to do that? Did I overstep the mark, I wonder?
Bruno!
Oh, Iris.
You were miles away. Anyway, I've brewed a fresh pot of soothing tea for you.
Oh, thank you.
You and Susie have had an exhausting day so far, haven't you? Oh.
Thank you, Iris. How thoughtful of you. Did you happen to know where Mr. Sholmes is? When we went out of the courtroom back into the defendant's antechamber, he disappeared.
Oh, no, I don't know. He just suddenly sprang to his feet and left. All he said was, I must leave.
I wonder if he's pursuing the mystery of Inspector Gregson's death.
Well, you know what Hurley always saying, don't you? There are mysteries in this world that should perhaps never be solved. For the construction of a solution comes only at the expense of the destruction of something else.
What does that mean?
He knows very well that when you open someone else's old wounds, you often open your own too. But he just can't take his own advice and leave well alone. Solving mysteries is too important to him.
That's so true. What ho, muscle wizard? Perhaps you cast us a spell? Ho ho! So I cast fist! Need to write 2 more classes into my TTRPG, the labor and strong-armed mage. That does sound fun.
I'm being threatened? What am I being threatened with? But that's what I like about Hurley after all.
I suppose that's the lot of a great detective in some ways.
Also, how you doing, Dr. Blobs? So then, let's have tea, and then I'll give you a hand.
Oh, do you have time, Iris?
Yes, I finished this month's manuscript at last, with barely a day to spare before the deadline.
I honestly think my least favorite class in BG3's gameplay is Sorcerer. Oh no, the one that I'm going with in my stream. Yeah, it's difficult. Just find it less fun than Wizard. Yeah. I don't know. I think it's because I usually don't play as a sorcerer, but also like I made my Dark Urge be a warlock, and like I don't know. I'm doing fine with the warlock. I don't know.
Oh, I'm still looking forward to a brand new story to read in the adventures of Herlock Sholmes. You know, I always had Hurley's violin in the days before I have a deadline.
You do? Poor Mr. Sholmes. I was having way too much fun as sorcerer when I was doing. Oh no. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure if I would say I'm struggling with it, but I don't know.
I'm sure that's very wise, Iris. How sensible of you. Now then, my dear fellows. Let's make a plan of attack before we continue our investigation.
Okay, what's the plan of attack?
This morning's trial. So, how did it go in court this morning?
Well, we still don't know the truth about what really happened, but one thing's increasingly clear. Lord Van Zieks definitely didn't do it.
Oh, goody! Yes, that's right. We managed to uncover several new facts as well. Oh, really?
And there was another development too. Kazuma.
Yes, it's quite clear now that Kazuma-sama is not himself. The way he's acting, it's almost as if he's possessed.
I know. I mean, at the end of the proceedings earlier, he was like a bloodhound the way he was chasing down Mr. Vigil's forgotten past. He's not normally so mercilessly persistent. What's going on in his head, I wonder? I really need to sit down with Kazuma and try to understand what he's going through. Eldritch Womp, yeah. That's how I defeated Anti-Ethel. I just Eldritch blasted her into a hole, and then heckin', what is her name? Merida? It's not Merida. I know it's something with an M, though. She was just like, what the did you do that for? Now I'm not gonna get the thing! She was so mad at me. Take the Baja Blast, yeah. I remember one of my players had a barbarian half-orc that thought he was a wizard because he would cast Iron Pan, but little did I know this character just was because their mother used to say he's a wizard in the kitchen. Oh, that's cute. That's cute. If Gregson was really murdered the day before his body was discovered, then Lord Van Zieks has to be innocent, you see.
What? The day before? Well, that should be easy enough to work out, just by examining the corpse, surely. Yes, you would expect so, but curiously, no time of death was included in the autopsy report. That is curious.
There are still unanswered questions about Lord Van Zieks, though, aren't there? Do you mean? I mean, what was he doing there on Fresno Street that day in the first place?
Well, according to the man's testimony, he said he was investigating Inspector Gregson, didn't he?
And it turns out that little room was actually the inspector's secret office.
Ooh, that sounds like all the makings of a wonderfully devilish plot.
But then, why was that notice board in there covered with all those particular papers? Papers about cases with a link to the Reaper. I'm starting to get a bad feeling about all this.
Oh dear, that sounds more like something horribly devilish. We must start by looking into Inspector Gregson's movements of late.
Okay. Do you know about his movements, Iris? I never imagined I might have to be investigating an inspector's movements.
Well, according to the entry in his diary...
Why do you have his diary?
He was carrying out an incognito investigation of the Red-Headed League the day before his death. Oh, you mean he was doing the same as Hurley?
Well, Mr. Sholmes was trying to apply, whereas the inspector was supposed to be investigating.
I do wish it had been the other way around.
Are you saying that you wish that Sholmes was the one who was murdered? Anyway, as it turns out, the inspector who went to investigate the Red-Headed League that day wasn't actually Gregson at all. It was Mr. Vigil in possession of Gregson's identification.
You know what that sounds like to me? Establishing an alibi. Oh my, yes, you're absolutely right, Iris.
But why would Gregson need an alibi?
It would appear that the inspector had something to do that he wished to keep secret. I don't believe it. I always thought that he was just a harmless lover of fish and chips.
but perhaps they were seasoned with something a little more potent, like salt and vinegar.
I think perhaps we should try to move away from food analogies.
Well, anyway, if Lord Van Zieks felt the need to investigate Gregson...
Yes, I agree. We must try to find out what he knows.
Okay. And then Mr. Vigil's condition.
Vigil, you say? Isn't that the name of the lady who came to visit Hurley yesterday? That's right. To ask Mr. Sholmes if he would help her to find her missing husband.
Only Mr. Sholmes completely passed the buck to us. Actually, didn't you say that Mr. Vigil had been taken to the hospital? Do you know which one?
Ah, it's St. Sinners. It's the only hospital that exists in this town.
I'm starting to wonder if all the other hospitals in London are closed down.
But that's amazing, Runa. You found the lady's husband already.
Well, I suppose I have. By accident.
And 10 years ago, while Mr. Vigil was the chief warder at the prison, he was responsible for overseeing the professor's incarceration. No!
So when the convict escaped, he was held responsible and immediately dismissed.
Sometimes I really don't want to grow up.
There's more. For 10 years after that, while he was ostensibly working as a peddler, he also had another secret job. He was paid by Gregson to be a stand-in, to impersonate the inspector.
To impersonate Gregsy? But why?
I have absolutely no idea.
Ginny was right. I'm starting to think all adults are up to no good now. Including you, Runa.
I haven't paid anyone to impersonate me.
That means he has ties to the professor and to the Inspector Gregson, though. So I do think we ought to pay a visit to Mr. Vigil, don't you?
Back to St. Sinners, then.
Okay.
And yes, I will look at the TikTok that you sent me during the break. The parallels of Sherlock Holmes and Jack the Ripper are quite apparent here, right? Iris feels like a Jessica Fletcher reference, a genius author that helps solve murders. Maybe.
Well, I think it's clear what we need to do, isn't it? Let us investigate, my dear fellows. Oh, Iris! You're even more enthusiastic than usual today. If anyone has anything to hide, my special Wilson shooting iron will soon set them straight.
That water pistol?
It's so full of piping hot, extra special blend of mine that I'm quite sure it will be very effective.
I'd better be careful not to hide anything. Well, it feels like a little strange that Mr. Sholmes is nowhere to be seen, but still, let's go and see what we can find out. Yeah, literally a hot tea gun. Yes. Jessica Fletcher is the main character of Murder, She Wrote. Ah, I see. Okay. There we go. Wow, they really cleaned up in here. I guess it was Mrs. Olive's stuff in here, so it would make no sense for it to not be here. Nobody is here. Hello? Okay. Apparently I just got here way too fast. Considering it didn't even give me the location. Maybe we can go to Lord Chief Justice's office? Yeah! Interrupted your conversations! Still can't believe Olive killed someone, right? I mean... she poisoned someone. So she could have killed someone, but she didn't, but she still got in trouble, I think. No arguments, Prosecutor Asogi. You will continue with the trial exactly as I instructed. Is that clear? Perfectly.
It's Kazuma-sama!
Defying Lord Strongheart by the sound of it. He never did know when to back down. On your way now, Asogi. My lord. Yeah, attempted murder is still a crime. She didn't actually murder, but it was attempted, so she still got in trouble. Kazuma. He left without saying a word. Yes? What are you doing here? Oh, well, I was just hoping to ask you a few questions, if you wouldn't mind. I wanted Van Zeek's trial conducted today. But Prosecutor Asogi's unwelcome inquiries are going to make it take longer than necessary. Unwelcome inquiries? As a result, I'm losing even more precious time. Currently 2 hours, 55 minutes, and 41 seconds. 42, 43...
Then we must resolve everything before 3 hours have passed, Mr. Naruhodo.
In a miraculous not even 5 minutes? Anyway, I can't let the man's obvious bad mood put me off. I need information. He kind of... I mean, vaguely. If you squint. Does Prosecutor Asogi believe that Lord Van Zeeks is the killer? I wouldn't know. This man also just really bad at time management anyway, despite being all about time, right? It was 10 years ago in that fateful closed trial that Lord Van Zeeks made a name for himself among the judiciary. But the next trial he fought, he lost. It meant the ringleader of a criminal organization was acquitted, thanks to all the jurors being under duress. But that's awful! The man's freedom was short-lived. He lasted just about 3 days.
Yes, let me see. He died in a rock slide at his place of work, I believe.
Correct. That was the inauguration of the Reaper of the Bailey. And people believed Lord Van Zeeks was responsible? He was brought to trial himself, but it was shown to have been an accident. So he must have had a solid alibi then. Nevertheless, the mysterious deaths continued. In total, 16 persons perished in unusual circumstances, ostensibly at the hand of the Reaper. That's a long run of coincidences.
Well, the Reaper's true identity may well be revealed by this trial.
And the impact that revolution would have on the British public cannot be understated. Is that why it's a closed trial? Precisely. Interesting. This country hasn't seen a closed trial for 10 years, so the last one was the professor's, the trial of Genshin Asogi. Correct. Actually, we heard that originally you were going to prosecute that trial yourself, Lord Strongheart. Van Zeeks entreated me to relinquish the prosecution to him, that he might avenge his brother's death, and here we are, 10 years later. With the son of the man Van Zeeks had condemned now looking to avenge his father's death in the same way. They do say that what goes around comes around. However, it would seem that the new young prosecutor is harboring some ulterior motive as well. Kazuma is? I like my organization to run smoothly in the exact manner that I prescribe. As with the giant clock in here, I won't tolerate a single cog being out of step with the others. Ah, so that's what all those gears are about in here. The young man refuses to mesh with the other parts of my great machine. I will be forced to take steps. What? What do you mean? Wouldn't you like to know? Not something with which you need to concern yourself. In any case, all your questions will be answered tomorrow. Now, I shall have to ask you to excuse me. As of this moment, I've been delayed from attending my next meeting by precisely 3 hours.
Oh my, that is a long time.
And I hold you entirely responsible. Even though we miraculously managed to fit everything in not even 5 minutes? I wonder if you might agree to us, talking with Prosecutor Asogi? Discussions between the defense and prosecution outside of the courtroom are generally frowned upon. However, I will make an exception in this case. Now go. You can find him in his office.
Oh, thank you.
Strongheart, your clock loses 3 seconds daily, right? Technically.
Let's go see him at once, Mr. Naruhodo.
Kazuma's my best friend in the world, but I'm really not at all sure I know how to talk to him at the moment. think the funniest part about throwing creatures in Baldur's Gate is that no enemies have animations for being airborne. They just fly through the air in the prone position. That's fantastic. Okay, so... prosecutor's office. Oh! The toys. Well, I guess that's not too different. So this is the office of Prosecutor Asogi now, is it?
Kazuma-sama is doing so well for himself.
Even though he's always forced to kneel on the floor Japanese style in that dark corner.
It's his habit to sit Seiza style whenever he's working.
So he's not, like, forced to. Well, it looks like our journey here was wasted. The prosecutor appears to be out.
Perhaps we should discuss things with another prosecutor we know first?
Maybe. It probably won't even let us really look around without him here, huh? Dun, 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 dun. IRL, the lawyers talk to make sure they're both up to date. They're not introducing new evidence to throw people off guard. Right? In real life. But in this universe, they can keep all the secrets they want. They have to go through a detective or somebody else as a middleman. And then it's just like... the prosecutor finds out that he shared information. It's just like, how the heck do you have this information? I specifically kept it for myself. What the heck, Gumshoe? Why are you sharing my secrets? Let's see, what have we here?
Mr. Naruhodo, it would be very underhand to glean information from Kazuma-sama's office while he's absent. Hmm? We should wait until he's here before we start nosing around.
Oh, of course, yes. She doesn't take any nonsense when it comes to Kazuma, does she? Yeah, that makes sense. I was kind of expecting that. I guess we go to jail then. IRL bringing out surprise evidence can cause an objection, which can cause the evidence to not be allowed to be used, right? Or worse, if it is considered to poison the jury pool, it can make the trial end via mistrial. Yeah. But that's not a thing in this universe. It's just like, oh yes, I have this piece of evidence that I kept in my back pocket for safekeeping for just to make you shush.
Lord Van Zeeks is reading, look. He doesn't seem like he wants visitors, does he?
But he must have noticed that we're here, surely. Maybe if we talk loud enough. That reminds me, I need to read more of my book. I need to have time to read more of my book. What do you Nipponese want? There's no way to greet the lawyer who's trying his hardest to prove your innocence, is it? Van Zeek's the local racist hot boy, right? Perhaps not. Hmm? Wait, why he in jail? Because they are accusing him of moida. Do you remember the guy that ate a bunch of fish and chips? They think he killed him. What book are you reading? It is... oh gosh. It has vampires in it. Silver Under Moonlight, I think it was what it was called. I'm still in the middle of it. I apologize. So what can I do for you, Mr. Naruhodo?
Lord Van Zeeks, speaking earnestly. Oh, the fog will lift over London for the first time in months tomorrow.
Well, the thing is, I had this book before we even started playing Baldur's Gate. This does feel very, very strange. I must say I was impressed. Oh, well, thank you. Not by you, by your fellow Nipponese, your prosecutor friend. Oh, I see. Yes. It's sardonic, don't you think? For a man such as me, so loathing of the Nipponese, to be entirely at the mercy of the two of you. Yeah, he's the defendant right now. Got tick fever, don't worry. I mean, like, I also had a werewolf book, but like, that one was actually really neat. I kind of wish it ended differently, but Bengoshu desu. I forget what Bengoshu. Oh, that was lawyer, right? Let's see. Yes. I suppose it's retribution for having played the part of the Reaper all these years. Played the part? Yes, give me your backstory that we don't know yet. I am behaving. There's nobody to do that with in this game. We have to wait until we're done with this chapter, and then I can be, I don't know. I can be roasted about it. You once told me that you gladly allowed people to believe you were the Reaper because it helped reduce the amount of serious crime that took place in London. If keeping quiet and playing the part benefits the cause, a cause I myself am committed to pursuing, then why would I choose to say anything? But the henchman of a criminal killed by the Reaper attacked you only the other day, and that was just the most recent of many attempts on your life, wasn't it? Most people I see that play this game simp are either Shelms or Van Zeeks until he first says, yeah. I mean, Shelms is pretty nice, but I don't know.
He's just a funny little guy.
Someone is clearly profiting from your silence about all this. Someone is using you. Believe me, ever since the Reaper first appeared, I've been doing my utmost to expose him. Or, rather, expose the organization. Ah, it's a whole organization? Yeah, Shelms is absolutely a himbo. It's inconceivable that all those accidents were orchestrated by one man. No, the Reaper always appears to have very accurate information about the accused in each case. Which can only mean that somebody at Scotland Yard is involved.
Someone at... You can't mean...
Oh my gosh, Lisa! Hey, my elf, do you want Lisa to behave on the simping, or just me? It's taken me many years, but I've finally identified the central figure in this Reaper organization. I'm pretty sure my elf already stepped away. Tobias Gregson. No. Gregson, the Reaper? Man, what was Gregson doing? It's okay, Lisa. It's just like, it was out of the blue, and so it's just like, whoa! So, the reason you were investigating Inspector Gregson is because you intended to expose him as the Reaper? As I said, the Reaper of the Bailey is no single person. It's a highly secret organization with close ties to Scotland Yard. But there's no doubt that Gregson was a key member of that organization.
I don't believe it. Are you saying that Gregsy, that he was behind all those awful criminals meeting their...
Gregson didn't do the dirty work himself.
Oh.
He was the tactician. His job was to covertly investigate the marks and plot their assassinations. In order to do that without arousing suspicion, he regularly needed a firm alibi.
Which is where Mr. Vigil came in, posing as the inspector.
Vigil knows nothing of the Reaper, but the room he rents on Fresno Street was almost certainly the headquarters of the operation.
Majima!
Gregson would have met the assassin there for briefings. But we don't actually know who carried out the killings then. Actually, I do have a name. You what? Well, if you can name the man, you have the true identity of the Reaper already then. Or if I can name the woman.
Oh.
She's a young woman by the name of Asashin. Asashin, wait, what?
Shin.
I'm sorry, what? But she's already dead. Miss Asa Shin, the true name of a terrifying killer I know only too well. That doesn't make sense. She came to Japan posing as a visiting student and murdered Dr. John H. Wilson. Then, just when it seemed that diplomatic protection would help her escape Japan in conviction, maybe there's multiple. The mysterious woman was herself murdered in a small summer beach hut. And that woman was actually the Reaper of the Bailey? Mr. Naruhodo, this perhaps isn't the place to discuss. No, of course not. We can't mention it here. The fact that she killed Dr. H. Wilson. Because Iris doesn't know, and it's very likely that the man was her father. Wait, why are you not 100% sure? Like, yes, there are multiple Dr. John H. Wilsons out there in the universe. Having two men use the name of Gregson, this means he is in one play murdering folks but have an alibi. Ah, yes, her and her brother. Murderer. Assassin. I should let father know at once. Assassin was an assassin. Yes, I agree. Can you imagine Can you imagine that she actually has a brother called Murderer? Kazuma, isn't it? Kazuma Asogi. You say he's a friend of yours. My best friend. He's the whole reason I got to come to Britain. It was all on his merits. I have nothing but respect for him. Yes, I understand that only the very best students are selected for such opportunities. And I had a fine demonstration on how sharp he is in the proceedings earlier today. He missed nothing. In fact, his flawless performance very much reminded me of his father. Genshin Asogi, the professor. It's true that the aristocracy at the time was the root of numerous grave societal problems. They were abusing their power, playing with the common man as pawns in politics, in economics, in war. In many ways, Asogi was carving out a canker from society that we British couldn't deal with ourselves. It's okay, Psych, we're not spoiling Genshin. How are you doing? I see. But that's precisely why it makes no sense. Clint Van Zieks was a noble and upstanding man. He wasn't corrupt. And so the Genshin was impacted. The end. Why did that damned Nipponese have to go and take my brother's life? The butler did it in the kitchen with a toothbrush. Oh no. Hello, Snowy. How are you doing? In spite of having once saved mine. He saved your life? How did that happen?
How did he save your life?
It was 10 years ago, on a foggy night. What was to be the professor's final strike had sent a wave of panic through the capital. Went to bed at 10 a.m. and Psych, oh my gosh! What were you doing staying up that late? The sun, you waited until the sun was like almost fully up. My goodness. Were you distracted by something, or were you just like not palliate? That makes sense. So Clint Van Zieks had already been killed at this point then. Genshin and I walking down some back streets at late hour, or we were rather. Of course, at that point I had no idea of the true nature of the man at my side. All of a sudden... Don't make a peep! You're coming with us! We were surrounded. All of our assailants were armed with pistols, their faces obscured by scarves. Clint was not only from noble heritage, he was a brilliant prosecutor as well. The scum of London hated the sight of him, and they had no sympathy for his younger brother either. I'd been targeted several times before already. Yeah, it's Van Zieks all right. We've got him. I could hear them murmuring amongst themselves. I knew they were after me, but just when I thought my time had come. If I let them kill you, Clint would never forgive me. It was Asogi's voice, just a whisper in my ear. Bang! Take his beans! Literally no reason to have a sleep schedule right now. I am chaos. Oh no! After that, I don't remember exactly what happened. The next thing I knew, there was silence all around. Genshin lay on the cobbled street. Blood was seeping from his left hand. Hello, Majima. If Majima was here, that would have never happened. He'd shielded me. The line of your mother is a hamster and your father smells of elderberries actually isn't... Oh yeah, absolutely. It's basically, your mother is a... and your dad is an alcoholic. me and boys 3 a.m. looking for beans! 2 days later, they arrested him. On suspicion of being London's most notorious mass murderer ever, the Professor.
How awful for you.
All at once, I lost the brother I revered and the foreign friend I held in such high regard. I'm so sorry, Lord Van Zieks. That's the end of my miserable tale. I never thought I'd recount it to anyone. Well, thank you for confiding in me.
The Professor, the Reaper, and Inspector Gregson. I wonder just how intimately related they all are.
I still can't quite believe that Gregson was essentially the Reaper, giving assassination orders to Jeziel Brett.
Mr. Naruhodo, let's go and inform my father. I'm sure our government will want to hear about this new information. Oh, that means I get to meet your daddy, Susie! Hooray! Yippee!
Yes, all right. Let's head back to the Great Waterloo Hotel then. London's most notorious mass murderer ever, Philip.
Philip.
Okay, let's go to the hotel. Let me see if he's not here. This is gonna be the 3rd time that it's just like, okay, now that this is done, go here, and then it's not ready yet.
I thought it yesterday, and I think it again today. This place is so princely.
It's a wild guess, but I have a feeling you'll think the same tomorrow, too.
My tea has a finer fragrance than whatever they're serving in the tea room here, though, wouldn't you say?
Ah, look who we have here. This is an unexpected pleasure. Philip J. Fry, I knew it. Oh no! He traveled back to the past. Majima, you have some Xephoria in your eyes. Wait, what? Where is he? J. Jonah Jameson. I knew it. America's most infamous supervillain.
Majima, hello. Father. Oh, is this your daddy, Susie? How lovely.
What a charming young lady. And you are?
Oh, here's the ear wiggle.
Oh, thank you for the hydrate. Wow, oh gosh! Can't believe Greg from accounting was the killer all along, right? My goodness, they sure do know how to write a twist. Oh, really? So you're the author of The Adventures of Herlock Sholmes, are you?
That's me, Iris Wilson, at your service, sir.
I hope that he doesn't have it split that her dad's dead.
Susie's been such a wonderful friend to me over the last year, you know.
Well, Miss Wilson, I must say I read your work regularly and with much interest.
Iris actually lives with Mr. Sholmes, you know, Father.
Guess you could say we didn't account for that. Yeah! Is that so? Well, perhaps that goes some way to explaining that bright look in your eyes. You wouldn't be smiling so airily if you knew just how bright she is, believe me. Which main character in this game is most likely to key smash speak? I don't know. What would be? I guess it would be a Dionosuke. The bellboy in the background. Now then, young Naruhodo, it was a pleasure seeing you in action earlier. As an invitee of the symposium, I was allowed to observe from the gallery after I twisted some arms. And pardon me, I must say it was a truly exemplary performance. Oh, well, thank you very much. Although I'm fairly sure you omitted by Kazuma on the end there. Hi Iris, you're on the list of visual novel Irises whose fathers are dead or just deadbeats. New Zephy emotes,
Yes, there are. Hello. Hello, Ma. Hopefully you're doing good today.
Up in here in the lobby with all that cake and no lines, right? Just not even a physical model, just a background piece. No, please don't misunderstand. It was you who impressed me. Really? Let's go, munches. You don't miss a step against Asogi, and we all know how capable he is. Really, to have matured into such a fine defense lawyer in less than a year is quite extraordinary. It's very kind of you to say so, and really nice to hear. Also, I'm doing good, was able to actually sleep last night. Nice! What I saw in court today confirmed what I've been hoping for. He turned himself into a pickle. No joke. Most impressive thing I've ever seen. The favor the favor I mentioned yesterday, Naruhodo. I trust you haven't forgotten. Oh, no, you did mention something, didn't you?
But first, we have something to report, Father.
Of course. Shall we take tea while we discuss matters further? I wonder where Judge Jigoku has got to. Oh, he's dead. About the Reaper.
Father, do you know about the so-called Reaper of the Bailey?
I've heard rumors. Some members of the judiciary explained it all to me yesterday. Of course, when I was a visiting student here in London, the Reaper was yet to emerge.
Right. He didn't appear until after that case when the visiting students had already returned home.
Lord Van Zeeks, who was on the dock today, that was Beric, the younger brother of Clint Van Zeeks, I believe. I took his life. Don't worry, totally non-poisoned tea, of course. No arsenic whatsoever. No soparil beta or anything. Come on. Okay. Come on, Iris. Quick adventure. 30 minutes in and out.
That's right. And he's known throughout London as the Reaper, as you've heard, but the truth is, it wasn't him behind all those mysterious deaths. It was somebody else.
I see. And what you're saying is there's been a professional killer at work here.
Exactly. Someone by the name of Assassin, in fact.
I beg your pardon. There's someone who literally exists in this world that's named Assassin. What? I feel bad for their parents. Did you say Assassin? You mean that Jeziel Brett woman who was responsible for killing my great friend?
Oh no, a friend of yours was killed?
Please don't. Professor Mikotoba, I think perhaps we shouldn't discuss that right now. Because the friend the professor is talking about is Dr. John H. Wilson. And that's not something we want Iris to find out about. Not like this, anyway. Anyway, about his death. Let's ask about the judge first. We're the people living in this building. The bellboy to the right, he's waxed. The other stabbed both of them. The truth is, I don't fear the Reaper. Whips out guitar and stuff. Oh my gosh. I haven't seen Judge Jigoku for a while, have you? Guilty! But that guilty is still ringing in my ears. No, now that you mentioned it, I haven't seen him since this morning either. I suppose since the symposium's opening was postponed, he'll have gone to explore at the Great Exhibition. Right. His beard is wild.
That reminds me of something you mentioned yesterday. About Judge Jigoku having once been in the dock himself?
I don't want Iris to find out. Anyway, about Wilson's death. Ever since Zeph became a full-time streamer, these chats have gotten a lot livelier. Yeah.
I'm glad.
Like, we're all having just a funny, silly time. Like, wearing several flintlock pistols on his face. Oh, no!
They're all primed and ready.
Ah, yes. It was all tied up with the accursed trial. The closed trial of Kazuma's father. Seishiro was trying to mitigate Genshin's guilt, so he took to the stand to testify, but he got a little carried away and, actually managed to break the witness stand.
Oh my!
He also said some contemptuous words about the British Empire, for which he was charged. Oh dear, although it's worryingly easy to imagine him doing that. Yeah, there's someone dead whose name is Genshin. Funny, silly time. It sure would be a shame if someone brought up a socially awkward topic. Oh no! Well, it was all right in the end. He was acquitted and we returned home to Japan together.
But yeah, I stream full time now.
And also do art, but I need to figure out my schedule so that way I can actually have a good balance.
Thank goodness.
Ah, yes. Talking about Seishiro. I have a copy of the photograph we all took together here yesterday, please. Is there gonna be something weird here? Not seeing anything weird.
Oh, what a lovely picture.
It certainly seems to shout, "We've arrived in Britain!" Yep, this is gonna have something to do with something. There's a ghost, right? Did you see it? None of us have any idea what was coming when we took that, did we? Look at the suitcase at the bottom left, right?
Yee! No, it's so true.
I will look and see. Oh wait, this way. Top 5 voice. Did you see it? Did you see it? Did you see it? Did you see it? Oh. See, yeah, I'm not seeing anything quite suspicious, but since it's in the court records, did you see it? Okay, anyway. Why does Mr. Judge look so sullen, right? He's just like, oh, I really wish not to be in Britain again. Up in the upper right corner, you'll see something truly terrifying. So, you mentioned a favor that you'd like to ask me. Well, this fateful trial that you're fighting, one way or another, it will be over before long. And when it is, I'd like you to accompany me back to Japan. Before it's Majima, right? You want me to do
What? Father, Majima! What's the meaning of this?
Now, Susato, you should understand. You've seen how our courts work firsthand. He's storing Majima in the suitcase. Oh no! Majima's your father, no! Oh gosh. Especially when it comes to defense.
Oh, you mean...
Wouldn't you? I mean, I don't know. Not for long. I don't know. I feel like he would be able to fit in a suitcase. The Supreme Court of Judicature is in a desperate need of a good defense lawyer. No. I was gonna say something that would have been a spoiler for something that happens in Zero, and I stopped myself for you sake. As soon as possible, really quite urgently, in fact. But I've not even been in London a year yet. I've read all of Susato's reports. I'm well aware of your extraordinary talents, and having seen you in action with my own eyes earlier today, there's no question. You, Naruhodo, are precisely the man our country needs.
So, you'd be leaving then, Runo? But then, what am I supposed to do, Father?
You came here to serve as Asoki's judicial assistant.
Oh, yes. She's supposed to be Kazuma's assistant.
Our government is still in the process of deciding how best to deal with his situation, though. Welcome to the British military, #drafted, oh no! You've always chosen your own path, Susato, and I trust your judgment in this matter also.
Father!
Please, the pair of you, don't look so downcast. It's merely a suggestion, you understand. A hope, if I'm honest. But I won't force you. All I ask is that you consider it, and come to a decision by the time this trial concludes. Yes. All right.
You won't leave, will you, Luna?
Look what you did. Look what you did, Mikotoba. Now Iris is crying. The thought hadn't even crossed my mind. Up until now, I've just been trying to do what I believe to be Kazuma's will. But it turns out that he's still alive, so where does that leave me? Okay, now to talk about his death. Iris doesn't have many friends, right? She's just hanging out with Shomes, and that's it. I guess she has Ginny, but now she's a policeman, essentially.
I've just remembered something. Biscuits! This hotel has the most delicious looking biscuits.
That was rather out of the blue. She's doing this deliberately.
I think I'll go and see if I can purchase some. I wonder, would you like to come too, Iris? Oh, yes! You just try to leave me behind.
So that young girl is called Iris Wilson, is she? Yes, that's right. And she's the author of all those adventure stories starring the great detective Sholmes. But the man of the credited author, or the name of the credited author isn't Iris, is it? It's Dr. John H. Wilson. Yes, I know. That's the name of her father, you see. Her father? Dr. John H. Wilson. I was deeply indebted to the man for all the kindness he showed me during my time in London. That's why I was keen to reciprocate and invite him to the Imperial Yume University 4 years ago. So you're saying I should have invited this 10-year-old? But he was murdered last year by Jeziel Brett. Why? Why would the Hand of the Reaper stretch all the way to Japan? Iris knows nothing about the case, but it seems very likely that the victim, Dr. Wilson, was her father. Well, I can't say that we ever spoke about his family, so I don't know if he had a daughter or not. But I think I can say with some certainty that he was never the great detective's partner. So, it could have been another Dr. Wilson, you think?
But instead I invited John Cena.
Well, John and Wilson are both common names, after all. Still, it's probably best not to mention this to the young lady until we can be sure. That's what we thought, yes.
We're back with cinnamon biscuits. That sounds yummy.
Ooh, they smell delicious, Iris.
I think cinnamon will go very well with the tea they serve here. Don't you, Susie? Yes, I'm sure you're right, Iris.
No one saw him enter. It was like an invisible force. Oh no. Mint, chocolate chip, or Neapolitan. Ooh, those are both good. I'll have to vote mint chocolate chip.
Chocominto ice.
Well, if you'll excuse me now, I need to telegram government ministers and the Japanese police with this information about assassin.
Of course, Father. Thank you.
I look forward to the next month's installment, Miss Wilson.
Oh, good. And please do come to Baker Street sometime, won't you? We'd love to entertain you.
I would be delighted. Best of luck for tomorrow, Naruhodo. And give my suggestion your full consideration, won't you? Yes, I will. Going back home? Although, to be fair, I haven't had Neapolitan ice cream in a while, so ZZ Top passed the vibe check. Eh? What was the vibe check that ZZ Top was supposed to do? You know, Kazuma-sama has always meant a great deal to my father. I'm sure he'd love the chance to meet with him and talk to him about all this. Yes, no doubt. Assassin. Of course! It's so obvious! It means assassin! How could I have neglected to consider the possibility before now? Why do people have stupid names? Mr. Sholmes!
Hurley, where have you been?
Why, I joined you all for tea, of course. What an extraordinary question.
I didn't notice you at all.
No matter, no matter. Anyway, to more pressing concerns, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, yes? I must dispatch a telegram to your country at once. It is a matter of great urgency. To Japan, you mean? Tell me, to whom can I entrust the task? Quickly now, who?
My father has just now left to send a telegram to the Imperial Police Bureau of Japan himself.
If Gremlin is a Woo voice and 1.0 is Valley Girl, what voice is your Yakuza OC?
It's I would imagine it would be something like this. They're very timid, so it'd be around here.
Generally, I think.
I see.
Well, he looked reliable enough for a bearded fellow.
I don't think what father sports could be considered a beard, Mr. Sholmes.
There's not a moment to lose. Kindly ask your trusty unshaven father to see to this is sent. Did Z forget? That sounds annoying to keep up for a long time.
I mean, I don't know. It's possible. I don't know. I haven't really done it for that long, so I don't know how long it could work for. I will, but what is it? Well, Tails is like up here, so I don't know how I would describe it in comparison to Gremlin, but I don't know. Cause it's high, but it's also in the back of the throat. But it's also like, I don't know how to describe it, but it's not quite in the same in the same space as the Tails voice, I would say. I don't know.
No questions at this time, if you please, Miss Susato. All we can do is pray that, for once, my deduction is awry.
Doesn't that imply that your deductions are normally correct, Mr. Shelves?
Which isn't exactly. Now then! You may be surprised to learn that I am a very busy man. I certainly have no time to hide between settees and eavesdrop on other people's conversations.
So that's what joining us for tea meant.
I leave the sending of this in your hands then, my dear fellows.
Wait a minute, Mr. Sholmes. He just sort of ran off, didn't he? Quite a pace.
And left the unpaid bill for his tea behind, too. So what you're saying is the Yakuza OC voice is your regular voice off stream? No? I don't know. I don't know what I would say my off-stream voice would be. I guess it would... I don't know. It'd be this, I guess. I don't know. I don't really know. Because now I'm thinking about it, so I can't really quite do it. Usually I talk with my elf, so I'm just like, hello, can you give me this for me, please? But like, that's just, I don't know. Off-stream voices is just Tails. My goodness. Can you imagine if this was my voice off-stream? It's like trying to turn off your customer service voice while talking to a customer, right? My goodness.
I must catch up with Father at the telegram office at once. And I'll run and call us a cab. Straight away.
And there was me thinking everyone would be clamoring to pay Mr. Sholmes' bill. Time to book it as well. Where do we go now? Maybe Mr. Vigil is back? That redeemable voice, customer service. I don't know.
This is the ward where Mr. Virgil was brought, apparently.
To be frank, I'm a little worried about seeing him again. The lawyer. Hello again.
Are you feeling better now, Mr. Vigil?
Yes, thank you. Somewhat better. I'm so sorry to have caused you to... I mean, it was because of me. If I hadn't exposed your secret and forced you to remember things you'd obviously tried to forget. Understandable, Vigil. The prosecutor was here until a few moments ago, too. You just missed him. Oh, Kazuma beat us to it. He said much the same as you. He was very apologetic, but the truth is, I brought all this upon myself. Please, don't think like that. Keeping it from Evie, my wife, all these years, or maybe it's Evie, I don't know. I've carried such a sense of guilt, but that's not the worst of it. Over time, I obviously came to deceive myself as well.
You mean about your dismissal?
Looking back now, I'm beginning to think that perhaps Inspector Gregson didn't stumble across me by accident at all. I mean, he compensated me so generously for acting as a stand-in. He was clearly concerned for my well-being and doing what he could to help. So perhaps Gregson knew exactly what had become of Mr. Vigil all along then. I'm sure this is just desserts for 10 years of lies and deception, but... It wasn't me that helped the professor escape 10 years ago! It wasn't me! Vigil, did you know? And I swear it! I swear it's true!
Oh, Mr. Vigil.
I'm sure you'd rather not dredge up even more of your past at this time, but if possible, could you tell us exactly what really happened? I want to. I need to get this all off of my chest. I want someone to tell me what I should have done. Well, you should have, well, what did you do? And then we can help you maybe decide that. Inspector Gregson was obviously engaged in a special operation of some sort. He was investigating something that even Scotland Yard couldn't talk about. Yeah, genuine trauma victim. Details of the Reaper's marks, yes. It was when he had to carry out those investigations that I would take his identification and impersonate him. He'd pretend to be the inspector and carry out investigations on his behalf. It happened multiple times. Oh, no, never. A common street peddler couldn't possibly carry out a proper police investigation. All I would do is go to the specified location and make a little hoo-ha. Just something to leave an impression, so everyone there would think a detective called Gregson was here.
So, that's what you were doing on the day prior to the incident?
Yes. He asked me to make an appearance on the park on Lime Street for the Red-Headed League event. So, as usual, I flashed the inspector's identification around and was very vocal about my presence.
But then you were taken prisoner by those red-headed fraudsters.
So he really was just an alibi generator. Still waiting on Baldur to show up as an accused murderer, so we have to prove his innocence in a closed room mystery. My goodness. So, you would always make a point of showing Gregson's identification and generally being loud? That's what the inspector asked me to do, yes.
Well, that's one way of becoming a legendary detective, I suppose. Not a good one, though.
And as you know, I suffered this bruising around my neck at their hands, but the following day they kept their word and released me. Lock the door, Erica's trying to get in. Oh gosh, she's climbing on the outside wall. Oh gosh, she's got tape. She has tape. Get her! Without returning the inspector's identification to you, however, we had arranged to meet in the Fresno street room at 5 that day when I could report back to the inspector, but at the agreed time, that's when I heard the gunshot, and also a witch laugh. It was really weird. It was at midnight on the 17th of June 10 years ago. That was the time scheduled for the execution, but the professor's execution never actually took place, did it?
Or rather, the execution itself must have been used to effect the plan of escape. I hardly dare to imagine what a chilling plan it was.
Barclay was renowned for being the highest security prison in the country. Everything that went in or out of the place was searched multiple times, but there was one notable exception. Or rather, one notable loophole. Something that was never questioned. I have a feeling I know what that loophole was now. The coffins into which the bodies of the executed convicts were placed, correct? Yes. Found a lump of genetic material in her stomach. Ooh. Once the coroner had confirmed the death of a condemned convict, the body was taken in its coffin for immediate burial in Lowgate I almost said university. Lowgate Cemetery, just behind the prison. The chief warder first had to sign the necessary papers. And after that, no member of staff was permitted to touch the coffin containing the body again. When executions took place, only the executioner and the coroner were permitted inside the chamber. I would wait in the adjacent room for word that the condemned convict was dead. Logan University Wolverine was the headmaster, oh gosh. In that occasion, once I had the confirmation, I went into the mortuary to find a lone coffin as usual. The procedure was that I would sign the paperwork having checked the coffin, then nail it shut. But for some reason that day, the coffin was already nailed shut.
No!
I didn't think anything of it at the time. I assumed that my deputy must have checked the coffin and nailed it shut before I arrived. So, you mean the coffin contained... Yes, I can only imagine that Osogi, having escaped his execution somehow, was alive inside the coffin.
Thank you for the hydrating stretch. Also, I'm trying to think of, like,
what voice actor I would imagine for my Yakuza OC, and I'm thinking the Japanese voice actor for, like, Komaeda from Danganronpa and Hanako. That Japanese voice actor might fit, but I'm not 100% sure. The coffin that was taken out through the main gate and deposited in Lowgate Cemetery. Shion. I don't know how Shion sounds in Japanese. I only really know what she sounds like in English.
presumably there wouldn't have been enough air inside to breathe for long.
So in the early hours following the burial, somebody dug up the coffin again to get Genshin free. Genshin's already for free, as long as you don't pay for pulls.
But in the end, he was fatally shot in the graveyard anyway. What on earth really happened in Lowgate Cemetery that night, I wonder?
I'm afraid I really don't know. All I can say with certainty are two things. Asuki couldn't possibly have escaped that way without help from somebody working in the prison. And that somebody was not me. Obviously you knew the man then? The professor, I mean. Genshin Asogi. Yes, I remember him well, in fact. Would you mind telling us what you know? Well, having been condemned to death as he was, any contact I had with the man was short, obviously. After the trial, which was carried out behind closed doors, attended only by elite members of the judiciary, they called for his execution to be carried out at the earliest possible opportunity. The outcome of the trial was set from the beginning, wasn't it? That's extremely suspicious. By the time we thought he was dead, Genshin was already free.
It was a time of delicate diplomacy, when Britain and Japan were in the process of signing an important treaty. That meant that this potentially destabilizing case had to be dealt with swiftly and discreetly.
The man had less than a week in total. As I was the chief warder, I oversaw his short stay in the cells until his final hour. I remember being struck deeply by his noble character and incredible resilience. What do you mean exactly? He was a killer of many men, but he was always quiet and polite. He was a gentleman and a man of intellect. In fact, I couldn't bring myself to believe what he'd done, so I asked him one day. Those 5 members of the aristocracy whose lives were taken, were you really responsible? I'm guilty for the unforgivable crime of ending another human's life, yes. Oh gosh. When I haven't even worked out the voice that much. Genshin Impact is an open-world action-packed RPG available on PC, Android, iOS, and PlayStation 4 and 5. Enter a vast magical world now and start your adventure on the continent of Tevat, where 7 kinds of elemental powers surge. Can I go home now? The following day, the close trial took place, and the verdict was no surprise. Guilty. That night, when he was brought back to his cell, I saw something unusual. Something unusual? What? He was a Pillar Man too? A Pillar Man? The last will and testament of Genshin Asogi. Take note, major companies, you don't need to pay streamers huge sum of money, just have some channel points. I mean, if you're a company, I got food, or I got food to buy, and also figures to pay for. Yeah, I haven't seen oh, Pillar Man's a JoJo thing? Okay. Then I have no clue. As I said, it was on the night following his trial, after he'd been found guilty. I was doing the rounds of cells, and when I looked into Asogi's, I noticed that he seemed to have a sheet of paper in his hand. Ah, his last will and testament then, presumably. As soon as he noticed me, he hurriedly shoved it behind his back. Still trying to get substitute. I don't even know when I would do such a thing.
But why did you find that so unusual? Isn't it normal for a man to pen a will when he knows his death is nigh?
Yes, that's true, but there were special conditions to Asogi's incarceration, you see. What sort of conditions? Well, even though he was held in a cell designed for condemned inmates, he was allowed to keep his personal effects with him, with one exception. Really? He was allowed his things? That is unusual, certainly. Of course, he'd been convicted of killing 5 members of the aristocracy, but at the same time, he was a guest in our country from the Empire of Japan. The powers that be were determined that his final days shouldn't be needlessly uncomfortable. Burger King got in trouble for paying $5 for TTS on live. Yeah, I remember that. I forgot that that was a thing. That it was just like to advertise their stuff through TTS. Was that before or after I debuted? I remember that being a thing.
And what was the exception you mentioned to the personal effects he allowed?
That's the point. He wasn't permitted to have writing materials, specifically no pens or paper.
So he was prevented from leaving any written record of what had happened to him.
It was sometime before you debuted? Okay, so it must have been before I debuted then. Yes, that was the long and short of it. I have no idea where he obtained that paper. Any writing materials would have been confiscated from him upon his incarceration. As I said, he hid the paper behind his back, and then he pleaded with me. What did you just hide behind your back? Please turn a blind eye. This is my lifeline. But you know it's against the rules. You're the only person who's seen if you just agree to keep quiet. Okay, so it was shortly before I had my 1VR chat stream. Alright then. But what's on that paper? Last will and testament. This will is the only weapon I have left now. How can a will be a weapon? So I decided to pretend I'd see nothing and let him keep his will. But then later, it just seemed to vanish without a trace. What? What do you mean it vanished?
It would seem that isn't the end of the story of this mysterious will.
The will's disappearance. I was the only person who saw Asogi's will, but somehow it disappeared. It was after Asogi's execution.
Which was actually an elaborate jailbreak.
The warders gathered up Asogi's possessions that were in his cell. They were all to be sent back to his family home in Japan, you see.
To poor Kazuma-sama.
And you're saying that it wasn't anywhere to be found among his personal effects? The will, I mean. That's right. Though I didn't search through them myself. But Governor Kaiden was livid. He was screaming. It cannot have disappeared completely. That doesn't quite make sense, though, does it? In what way?
Well, we'd understood that only Mr. Vigil was aware of the will's existence. In which case,
how did the prison governor know to look for it? Oh, yes, you're right. I really don't know how he knew, but it certainly seemed as though he knew of the will's existence from the outset. Only he didn't refer to it as a will. He said it was the Asogi Papers. The Asogi Papers. I really can't tell you anything of the subsequent events. Because, well, of what happened. Your dismissal, and the way you blocked it all from your memory. I'd forgotten all this until today. I don't suppose it's relevant to the case, though. Well, anyway, thank you very much for sharing it with us, Mr. Vigil. We're very grateful. Okay, I found videos of it. It's hilarious looking back on it, but I can see how it would be annoying as it was happening. Yeah, because it was basically like without consent, and it was like for like very little. So people were like, "Oh, Burger King thinks that they can have," because they did that and then put it in a commercial. So basically, they were using like not only the streamers themselves, but also the games that they were playing. And they were like, "Oh yeah, $10 is, or like $5 or $10 is fine for this, right?" Because it wasn't even that much from what I remember. It was like bare minimum for their TTS to go off. I don't suppose it's relevant to the case. Person with extremely relevant info to the case, right? I'm afraid there's really little more I can tell you. My wife, Evie, will be here shortly, so I do hope I don't appear rude, but no, not at all. Thank you again.
But what will become of you now?
Well, impersonating a police officer is a criminal offense, of course. I imagine that once I'm fully recovered, I shall be arrested. I'm so sorry. Don't be, please. This was all my own doing. I always knew that this day would come. Well, I wish you well. Goodbye, Mr. Vigil. Before you go, there's just one thing. Oh, yes? What is it? The Asogi Papers. Huh? Okay, the most annoying voice I can think of.
You can use the Burger King mobile app to get a Whopper, small fries, and a small drink for only $5.
Hopefully that was annoying enough. Oh, actually, I probably should have had it be like... I'd be very grateful if you'd make no mention of the things I told you about them. Presumably for some good reason. Oh, is that the Fambi voice? I mean... I don't know. I don't know what it would be. I would just put on the spot. It's my understanding that their very existence is a closely guarded secret. If it became known that I had remembered, well, it could be rather troublesome, I think. I understand. Some sort of will that Genshin Asogi penned just before his death, which the man himself claimed was his last weapon. I wonder, Perhaps it had something to do with his plan to escape. If there's anyone who might know more about a document that Kazuma's father left behind,
it would be Mr. Vigil's governor. Then we will know precisely where we must go. Back to Barclay Prison.
Okay, let's go over here. Yeah, I did
a voice that was like up here.
and I don't know. I can't imagine that would be the Femby. Oh, back again, are you? Oh, yes, hello. I've heard about your investigations. I read the reports right now. Found them, eh, Vigil? It wasn't gonna be an original model. It was just a model that I was testing things out with. Yes, luckily. Well, anyway, Laddie doesn't work here no more, so your case is naught to do with Barclay. I wouldn't like you to get the wrong idea about it. Of course, yes. Mr. Vigil stopped working here 10 years ago now, so...
Yes, we've seen his dismissal notice, haven't we? He was given the chop.
Aye, Kimmer. You can very well. So, how about we handcuff Biscuit?
Oh, they really are like little handcuffs, and as hard as irons, too.
So, what's brought you doing here today? Well, there's something else we'd like to ask you about, actually. Is that so? Man, I want a little handcuff-shaped biscuit. We believe there might have been a document that disappeared from Genshin Asogi's cell. I think it's been called the Asogi Papers or something. Just pulls out a gun.
Oh shit. Here we go again.
Okay, I was like, but no, it's a comb, it's a comb. Did I not say? That is not his accent. Did I not say? Gregson's death is not to do with things that might have happened at Barclay. I can't do your accent, actually. Leave the past in the past, laddie. Let's not throw about with irrelevant details. His expressions changed completely. We're clearly onto something here. Right, first Ace Attorney game with a death scene. We just get too far in the research and he just pulls out a gun. Just Murderer's botched execution and the whole miserable escape. They were Barclay's darkest hour, aye. Shock and embarrassment. Because the convict had a collaborator on the prison staff, you mean? Aye. For shame. Coroner who confirmed the death of the man after his execution. Courtney Scythe. My chief warder at the time, Vigil, who was in charge of the whole affair. I don't know what happens. I'm sure someone has tried.
But Mr. Vigil says that he didn't know anything about it.
The rascal wouldn't say otherwise, eh? More handcuffs?
Oh, how could I say no? You can never have too much iron in your diet.
When Mr. Vigil was handed his dismissal notice as a result of what had happened, he was so despairing, he jumped out of your office window, didn't he? I didn't like to say, but that's just Vigil trying to get out of it. Do you no think he wouldn't have jumped from the shock of his crimes being exposed, eh? I do. You wouldn't say otherwise, though, would you? Of course, I can shun all responsibility myself. I shouldn't have let him deceive me.
Well, no, little biscuits.
Actually, there's barely anybody that kens what went on at the time now. Let's see, are you talking about using vinegar or pickling salts? I don't know the pickling stuff, so I don't know. With Gregson having been murdered and Dr. Scythe forbidden from having any visitors. No visitors. Someone obviously doesn't want her giving anything away. Just imagine if you put like a cob of corn in pickle juice.
Don't pickle my tail! My goodness, shaking my head. Well, we're not going home up empty-handed.
And I wouldn't have dreamed of sending you back with Not Kimmer. Here, take a handcuff or two.
Oh, well, it would be rude to say no. Wouldn't want to become anemic.
Don't think you'd be Apple to fly down to Denver for casting call. What? Oh, available to fly in. Yeah, nah. I would have to have it be in-house. Suppose if there's anybody who might still ken about what happened back then. I'm hungry, right? I'm hungry too. It'd be the last from the forensic division. Mariah Gory. Mariah Gory. Aye, Scythe's daughter. She didn't have no more, just the one. But the wee Bairns followed in her mom's footsteps. You didn't ever see her without a scalpel in her hand. Ah!
The cutie.
Still remember that Dragon Girl anime you'd cut off. Yeah, Kobayashi's Dragon Maid. Yeah.
Mama, what is this?
Where did she spring from? And did she just call the doctor Mama? Dr. Scythe's daughter, Mariah Gory. We could do with talking to her. So she's Dr. Scythe's daughter, but her surname is Gory? Aye, there's some family history, I'm sure, but I didn't ken the ins and outs of it. She grew up watching her mom working with bodies of folk who died in strange circumstances, and decided to do the same with her own life. I can't understand it myself.
Perhaps she was driven by a deep respect for her mother.
Perhaps. Anywho, she was in charge of Gregson's autopsy, I believe. Right, and the coroner responsible for this incomplete report. Someone told me once that the wee lassie always loved her mom's stories about cutting up bodies. There's even a rumor that she used to listen to the funeral march as a lullaby. Oh my gosh.
Well, then perhaps her mother might have told her about the autopsy from the case 10 years ago.
I'm looking at VA boards and all in local calls or from my area, so I'd recommend looking at fiverrvoices.com just for a start. Yeah, probably. How to raise your daughter be goth, right?
Yes, I did call her cute. She has a cute design.
Aye, I'd say there's a fighting chance at least. After all, that was a life-changing case for all of us. We really need to speak with Miss Gory herself about this, I think. Well, thank you very much. I'm no happy about any part of this. Took years for Londoners to finally forget the whole professor business. Can you not get up on this, laddie? Stop asking pointless questions. I'm sorry. I don't like dredging up those painful memories for everyone. Can you not just stay away now? Just leave me alone and dinna come back here, eh? Well, I still need to ask you one more thing, and it's kind of important for you to answer. How do you come to the kin about that, laddie? There's no many folks even here in the prison who have heard about those papers. Well, I can't tell him Mr. Vigil told me.
I'm afraid our sources must remain confidential, sir.
We've been led to believe the papers are actually a last will and testament. Is that right? The professor's, or rather, Genshin Asogi's. Aye, that's right. You're well informed, Jimmy. Oh, is that the end of the silent treatment? But then, after the convict's execution, it's mysteriously vanished from his cell, didn't it? Havers, no. You're off to a half-cock there. I think you didn't quite get your facts right. It was there in the cell, exactly where it should have been. Oh, not what we heard elsewhere. Let me just have a wee hook around here, in here. I'm sure I can find it. Aye, here you are. See? The last will and testament of Genshin Asogi. Why do you just have these? Written in a calligraphy brush. Of course, I cannot read a word of these Japanese squiggles. But I mind it says he leaves all his worldly possessions to his son back in his homeland.
Yes, that's correct. That's the gist of it.
To be fair, the funeral march is a relaxing tune. Yeah, Iris has cute design too. So these are the Asogi papers? Aye, of course they are. Papers written by Asogi, no doubt about it. There's no mystery, eh, laddie? That's a lot. Right, the guillotine clock is really cool looking. After all the stramash or that slicer of an execution, we sent the man's possessions back to his clan in Japan, and that was the end of it. So I think we ought to make a record of this, Mr. Naruhodo, just in case. One thing before you go on your way, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, yes? Those papers are not to do with Gregson's death. I'd prefer it if you did not make no mention of that outside of this office. Or rather, I wouldn't just prefer it. Consider it an order from the highest levels of our government. I understand. I do want to look at the papers, just in case there's like something on the back, maybe? Oh, no. I, Genshin Asogi, hereby request that upon my death, any and all literal possessions and wealth belonging to me in London be delivered to my son, Kazuma Asogi, in the Empire of Japan. It is with my deep sadness that I accept my fate in this foreign land and knowledge that I will never see my homeland or family again, but I regret nothing about my chosen path. I wonder if he's just actually not dead, and like maybe somebody else got locked up in the thing. That would track, I think. Dun, 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 dun. Where haven't we gone? Maybe he's at the office now? Oh, something changed. Not dying does run in the family. Hopefully, anyway. Kazuma. I thought it wouldn't be long before you paid me a visit, Ryunosuke. I was right about what I said, wasn't I? Sorry? That you have all the makings of a great defense lawyer. Well, I always believed that you'd fulfill your dream of advocating in the British courts. I just never imagined for 1 second that it would be as a prosecutor. Seeing you stand in a foreign courtroom, so gallantly realizing your dream, Kazuma-sama, I'm truly happy for you. And I am truly thankful to you, Judicial Assistant Mikotoba. You gonna ignore me? Ryunosuke, I always thought it would be fun for you and I to shake up the British legal system a little together. This isn't quite how I envisioned it, though, but I suppose it's just another twist of fate. I've learned a lot of things during my time in London. About how Susato-san's father was himself a visiting student here once, along with Judge Jigoku, and about what happened with your father. Then you'll have no difficulty understanding why I had no choice, why I had to find a way to get to Britain as a visiting student myself. To be fair, he knew us for like a few months before dying. I mean, we describe him as our best friend, so we must have been like childhood friends. I want to hear it from you, Kazuma. As you wish, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Okay, so let's ask your disappearance. It's getting on for a year now since what happened on the SS Buria. Have we tried just slapping him really hard? That would be fun. Just having Susato flip him. We were heading across the oceans from Japan to Great Britain.
You got
When
Jabated.
no.
You got Jabated. You got Jabated.
I'll wait. Ba-da-da-da. Okay, there we go. When my goodness! Ah! I don't know how much longer we have. Oh my goodness! I almost said I wanted to play Genshin, but I want to play Baldur's Gate. When a bizarre series of coincidences led to those tragic events. A bizarre series of coincidences. I'm not misreading that. They typoed. I thought I'd lost my best friend forever. Say it in red. Read in Japanese. I don't have a way of switching it to the Japanese like I do in Uminu Minako. I must have been unconscious for a long time. When I awoke, I was laying on a bed. It was a narrow little room. There was a posy of flowers by the pillow. It took me a little while to realize that I was in the cabin of a ship. I slipped out of the room and headed up onto the deck. Were you already suffering from amnesia at that point? Activate the original character models. Just the original PNGs where they're just talking and it's like ba 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 ba. Yes, I didn't know what had happened or where I was. There was just this voice in my head. You have something you have to do, something no one else can know about. Go to Great Britain. Your task awaits you there. Oh no, he's got that brain worm. The original version of PNG tubers. Visual novel characters. I mean, it's true. It was a calling I couldn't ignore. It compelled me relentlessly. Out on deck, I saw that I was on a huge steamship and we were docked in a large port. It must have been Hong Kong. Yes, it must have been. Presumably just before they were due to carry your body off the ship. I had no idea of the situation, but I did have a feeling that this was in some way my last chance. So I concealed myself among the disembarking passengers and went ashore. What? And when I disappeared into the crowded streets of that foreign port city, so I could plan my onward journey to Great Britain. Majima! Your journey to Britain. Just under a year ago, with all my past memories lost to me, I was left behind in Hong Kong. Everything was foreign to me. The sights, the sounds, the smells. My head reeled and I was truly at a loss. I realized now that I had escaped as a dead man with nothing but the clothes on my back. No money, of course.
Oh, how terrifying for you.
Luckily, though, I had 2 feathers in my cap. One being your knowledge of English, I suppose. That's right. And on the back of that, I was able to pick up some work as a deckhand on a cargo ship. Eventually, after calling at countless ports, I finally arrived at Denver. That must have been some 3 months ago now. Your formidable tenacity of purpose showing itself again. I mean, the man had lost his memory and had literally nothing to his name, but he still managed to make his way to London on the opposite side of the world. Of course, I had no idea why I'd moved heaven and earth to get here at this point. So, how did you end up becoming Lord Van Zeek's apprentice then? That can only be called an extraordinary stroke of luck, really. You see, I was stopped at the border because I had no papers. They took me straight to Scotland Yard, and by sheer coincidence, Lord Strongheart was there to attend a meeting. That's when the second feather in my cap came into play.
Would that have been your knowledge of the law?
Yes, exactly. Lord Strongheart was curious about about an Easterner with intimate knowledge on British law. He took me back with him on the Supreme Court and assigned me to the prosecutor's office. And then 9 days ago, you finally got your memory back after the trial involving Drebber. Yes, I did. Okay. Your father, Genshin Impact. Ever since I first met you at Yume, you talked about your dream. Mark my words, Ryonosuke. I'll be chosen as a visiting student and make my way to Great Britain somehow. Did you know the entire time about what happened to your father here? 16 years ago. When my father left on that exciting trip to Great Britain, I was just a boy. We took a photograph together the day before his departure. It's my last memory of him. But what I remember most about my father is his unswerving sense of justice. 6 years after he left, a gentleman called at our family home. He told me that Genshin, my father, had been taken ill in England and passed away. It was Professor Mikotoba, your father, Susato-san.
Oh my.
Ever since then, the professor was very good to me. He even helped fund my university education at Yume. I'll be forever in his debt. But, nevertheless, I just couldn't bring myself to believe that what he'd told me.
Oh.
Then, one day, a letter arrived at our house from Britain. There was no indication of the sender, so I opened it assuming that it was from an old acquaintance of my father. What I read in that letter changed my entire life. What did it say? It said that my father had been a mass murderer, and the writer cursed the Asogi name.
Oh no!
As a result of that letter, I found out what had been hidden from me all those years. A letter from Britain.
Wow, Majima!
Presumably the letter was sent from a relative from one of the victims. If whoever had been a member of the judiciary, he could have been present at the closed trial. The letter revealed that my father had been sentenced to death, executed for being a killer. I'm so sorry you had to find out that way. I imagine the British government did its very best to silence whoever sent that letter, but someone who knew the truth and couldn't bear the resentment was always going to be a problem.
But still, it could have been written by anyone. Why would you believe such a thing?
There was a newspaper cutting included with the letter. It was the first I'd ever heard of the professor and his terrible killing spree.
Well, what did my father have to say about the letter?
I couldn't bring myself to show it to him.
What?
Why not? Because he deliberately concealed the truth from me by telling me my father was taken by a fatal illness. That couldn't have been easy for him, and he'd done it out of consideration for my feelings. So, instead, I showed the letter to Judge Jigoku. Ah, to the other visiting student. He faltered for the briefest of moments, but then he just laughed the letter off. But in that moment, I saw it in his face. He was undeniably shocked, shaken momentarily after recovering his poise. A year later, my bereaved mother succumbed to the strain of grief, and she too passed away. That's when I made up my mind. That one day, without fail, I stretched and hydrated. I would cross the seas to Britain and seek the truth for myself. The truth about my father, Genshin Asogi. I wouldn't let anyone stand in my way.
Oh, Kazuma-sama.
In the Reaper's trial. What we learned today in court turned things completely on their head. It was an impressive piece of lawyering. Ryonosuke naruhodo. Unity just said that, yeah, a lot of people are being like, well, rip Unity. It sucks because, like, I think VR chat was, like, just updating to, like, a newer form of Unity. So it's just like, so hopefully they go back on that. Because everybody hated that. Unity is basically charging developers, per game download, I think now. Like, so even free games, if they're made with Unity, they have to, like, pay a fee based on how many downloads they have. And it's terrible, and everybody hated that. So hopefully Unity goes back on that. Yeah, it is very stupid. The person that made the decision is a person that used to be part of EA that was like, oh yeah, people should pay real money to reload their guns. So, yeah. Does anyone know what the literal translation of Genshin is? I don't know. I'm sure there's like a wiki that'll have the characters for how it's written. Unity's gonna die as the program quick if they don't. Yeah. It's something that they're saying they would do in January, so, you know, they have a few months to go back and not do it. Of course, it's an ex-EA employee. Of course, yeah. Prepare to see a lot of JavaScript and Unreal games, right? Lord Van Zeeks isn't the Reaper, you know. I almost don't want to believe it myself, but it turns out that Inspector Gregson himself, the victim, was... It's clear that the Inspector was behind the Reaper's activity all along. What? You mean you knew? The real question is, who's been giving orders to the Inspector? Yes, Barrick Von Zeeks is the real Reaper. And I know that 10 years ago, it was him who decided my father must be a mass murderer and sent him to his grave. No, he was merely seeing that justice was— What I do? What I do? No, he was merely seeing that justice is done as the law dictates. He's not to blame. Ultimately, it's people who condemn people. The law is just a tool that they use to do it. And when a man condemns another, he must take responsibility for his actions. Of course he must. But I know for certain that my father would never have taken another man's life. Kazuma. On the contrary, my father's life was taken by the Reaper. Genshin, which translates to original god or primeval god. That makes sense for Genshin Impact, but not so much for this character we're discussing. Do I have, oh, I have the picture. No. I thought we had a picture. Maybe we just saw, Kazuma, what do you make of this? Apparently nothing. There's only one place where defense lawyers and prosecutors discuss evidence, the courtroom. So it seems you're still confused by the situation. That's what I make of it. I get the feeling my friend's always going to have the edge over me, isn't he? Okay, how about this though? Okay. I feel like I should show him something. We already showed that. Maybe this? No. No. Because I feel like we're not done here. Let's see. Can we look at this now? Yay! What the? It's a scale model of the crime scene. Oh, yes, I realized that. Does the prosecution office make a model of the scene for every single case? Hello, nobody. How are you doing? Apparently so. Sometimes it helps to visualize things better and notice things you hadn't spotted before. Actually, the miniature notice board is my work. Be honest, you enjoyed making that. Let me see. Okay. Can we go to the scene of the crime still? Yeah. Because I want to check his hand. Well, his body's probably still not there. Or not still there. Just imagine it's... Wait, it wasn't even there when we came here. Dun, 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 dun. Yeah, no. Because I feel like he had something in his hands.
Oh, thank you for gifting us up to nobody, psych.
Let's see. So nothing really happened when we showed up here. Or, wait, no, not, I can't read. I'm confused, wait. Never mind, my elf, I'm sorry. I don't know why I thought it was Psychic. But thank you for gifting this up to nobody, my elf. I do feel like I need to show somebody something, because we didn't finish off here. Just for that, I need to gift another one, right? Because I don't think he's gonna really look at much. Maybe present this? Cosima, what do you make of this? Nothing. That's what you get for not reading my messages. What do you mean? What didn't I read? Let me see. You sent me like a million things on Instagram. You said have all the fun, and then you sent me a Bowsette. Or a dry bone Bowsette, specifically. Or did you want me to look at the 5 things that you sent me on Instagram? Present. No. Bone dry Bowsette, you say, yeah. Dun, dun, dun. Pocket watch. Do we have to present anything to you? I think we're... Oh gosh, there's actually way more than I thought here. So wait. We went there. We went there. Went there. Autopsy report? Is that what I want? Is that what you want? Apparently. This came up in the trial, didn't it? As something a little dubious, I mean. The fact that no time of death was recorded on Inspector Gregson's autopsy report. Yes, there were some unexpected turns in the courtroom earlier. The suggestion you came up with certainly took everyone by surprise. The idea that the victim died the previous day at some other location is quite something. Well, considering when the pocket watch had stopped and the scorch marks on the candle, it's certainly a distinct possibility. The evidence in the scene both point to it. To be honest, it bothered me too. So I paid a visit to the autopsy room earlier. Wait, I'm confused. Ah! Do I have 2 voices for Takehiko? Do I?
Gora-sama. Oh gosh, what's dinner? Gohan something. Gohan mitsuru? Ofuro mitsuru? Sore de to watashi or watashi?
I don't know. Sorry, I translated it. Oh no, is it broken? Oh, it's misspelled. It's Gohan mitsuru, ofuron mitsuru, soretomo watashi? Need to continue the thing. Thank you for reminding me. Wait, the thing? What thing? You also need to read the thing. The coroner responsible wasn't there, but I got a name. It's Dr. Gory.
If it wouldn't trouble you, Kazuma-sama, we'd very much like to speak with the coroner too.
Of course. The last thing I want is for anything to be brushed under the carpet. Scotland Yard's autopsy laboratory is behind Lowgate Cemetery. Lowgate by Barclay Prison, you mean? I will accept your duel. Because I wasn't able to accept it last time when I was playing Baldur's Gate. That kind of meme quote is best when the girl says it gets bombed. Right, just bap. You know it, do you? The prison where my father was incarcerated and robbed of his life.
Kazuma-sama.
Well, thank you. We'll pay a visit to the laboratory later today. Ryunosuke, I want to thank you. What for? Wanna see that meme scene, but it's a femboy saying it to a buff tomboy coming home? My goodness. For this, you safeguarded the soul of the Yasuki clan. Well, it was a famous sword that's been in your family for generations. My only slight regret is that I never got the chance to draw it before I returned it to you. GG, nobody. I feel like that went by like super fast. I didn't even have a chance to look. Kadama is said to have been forged by a master swordsmith during the Sengoku Warring States period. I come from a long lineage of warriors, many of whom were expert swordsmen. Well then, you're a chip off the old block, I'd say. Short femboy is dominant in the relationship. My goodness, right? They're very rare too. This blade, Kadama, is the symbol of the Yasuki clan's honor and might. Apparently, one of my father's apprentices even took the blade's name for a surname. Really? Kadama? It does sound formidable, that's for sure. 16 years ago, when my father was a visiting student here in London, he had this sword forever at his side. Yeah, it's karma. Which is why it means so much to me that I have it by my side again now, too. And that is all thanks to you. It was an honor. Now, I have preparations to make for tomorrow. Perhaps I said a little too much. Kazuma, you've changed. No, Ryunosuke, I haven't changed at all. It's you who's changed. I can completely understand your resentment of Lord Van Zeeks given what happened, but the fact is, those events in this case are, well, unrelated. Is that what you want to say? How can you be so sure? What do you mean? Never mind. That man is the Reaper, and it's for that reason that the inspector was killed. I'm going to prove as much in court tomorrow. By whatever means necessary. I can't let you do that, Kazuma. I know you'll do what you do. I'll know what you do. I'll know you do what you have to do as a lawyer, but I'm sure I don't need to tell you that I won't be taking any prisoners in the courtroom. Do you think Zeus is the Ripper? I don't think so, no. I would expect nothing less. Until tomorrow, then. In the Old Bailey. Bye. This room is so much cuter than it already was! Oh my gosh! It's the perfect room. Harum flips his nose and stomps out. This place. There's a little plague doctor character on the plushie next to the ghost that's going, ooh! It's so cute! This place really is creepy, isn't it?
Well, being a dead room, it's probably full of spirits of the dissected. Majima! But actually, there's a rather pleasing scent of roses in the air. Well, being a dead room, the coroner probably needs a bold scent like that to mask the odor of death.
Thank you for the stretch and hydrate. Personally, I prefer this song when it is sung by the Rick Astley voice meme. Wait, what? For when it's sung by the Rick Astley AI? Okay. My goodness, I already took a big stretch, but I will take 2 sips and maybe I'll stretch again.
Okay, link it in the Discord.
I might have heard it before at one point, but Iris, do you think we could change the subject? You need an exercise routine like Risa does. Maybe one day. I need to think of more things to have as redeems. But what was that? It'll be a good thing to stretch my leggies more than just during the break. Jumping jacks. Oh gosh, no. Should I put in memes or music? I'd say memes. Dr. Gory?
What?
That noise before.
I was sharpening my tools. I'd be dead meat if I didn't keep a perfectly keen edge on them.
Right.
When following the collagen fibers on the dermis, an expertly sharpened scalpel cuts like cheese. Would you like a demonstration?
Ooh, yes, please. I'd love to see.
Yeah, let's see if it says. I'm not sure if it does. Okay. She's 19.
Oh, yes, please. I'd love to see.
Then, I think you'll do nicely.
Huh? No. So I wouldn't do nicely at all. I mean, maybe some other time. Was that a tut? Well, we came here to ask questions, so. Oh, you stars, right? She cute. We have actually met before. I'm a lawyer, if you remember.
You're not dead yet.
What?
So Mama said I wasn't to cut you open. She's so strict about things like that.
Well, good. Dr. Scythe has some scalpels at least, or scruples at least.
Oh dear. It looks like she's not interested in talking to us, for the time being anyway.
For the time being? You mean until we die? I hope that's a way off. I hope that's way off. Oh, a ways off. You need to push-ups, sit-ups, squats, and jumping jacks routine 10 each. Oh gosh. Sorry, but I wasn't planning on dying anytime soon. Surely there's some less dramatic way of making her listen. Probably giving her something. But yeah, I should have something. I don't know about jumping jacks. I don't know. I also can't do push-ups. So, I might do what Lisa's doing and like do squats maybe. Give her a plushie. I don't know if I have one. Oh, maybe this toy? I don't know if she'll like this toy. Could I ask your opinion about this? Give her a gun.
Don't forget, you're responsible for putting my mama in jail. Why should I help you?
Ooh, maybe she knew Gregson. Maybe she was close with him. About this photograph, Dr. Gory.
Who's that?
Sorry? Oh, right, she was supposed to be the coroner, so it's Inspector Gregson, of course, the victim of the case.
Ah, I see. I don't remember faces. Internal organs, muscle tissue, majima, bullet trauma. Those are things I remember.
Well, please try to also remember that I don't want to know anything about all of that. Maybe squats or toe touch stretch? Maybe. This does seem like the kind of woman Majima would go for. My goodness. Oh man, she had something about it, but it wasn't what we needed. Oh, maybe the actual, like, autopsy report. Dr. Gory, we actually came here to ask you about this.
He was very good.
Good? Sorry?
His skin didn't snag my blade once. And very little mess. His joints dislocated easily, and his muscle tissue was a pleasure to work with.
Well, we can skip those details. But there is one thing about the report that's caught my attention. Have a limit of 10 per stream, too. That's what I'm going to do, but I also need to stretch my hamstrings are tight, and I can't touch my toes. Okay. So maybe something. You don't seem to have reached or recorded a time of death.
That's not my fault.
Oh, that made me jump. Lisa had to set a limit too to protect herself from DP. Oh no, I can imagine. Yeah, I can imagine if there's not a limit, you would be like, oh, please stop, end this. Ah. Can you please ask Xephoria if she will do an autopsy on me, please? Maybe.
So then please, tell us what happened.
So, why doesn't this autopsy report include the victim's time of death then? It's really the most crucial detail.
I was told not to write it.
What? By whom? Yeah, no cooldown either. Oh yeah, absolutely having a cooldown on that would be a good idea.
Male Strongheart.
Of course! I know he's the center of everything! The Lord Chief Justice.
He came here.
Lord Strongheart came?
He said that from the witness statement about the gunshot and the other evidence. It was obvious. The man clearly died at 5 p.m. on the 1st of October, or November rather, when the gunshot was heard.
But that's not the time of death you wrote on the report. You didn't write anything. Was there some reason you didn't include it? Dr. Gory, if you're hiding something under Lord Strongheart's instructions, then sooner or later you're going to go to the same way as your mother.
Give it here then.
What's she scribbling so furiously?
There.
You've written...
What's she written? Tell us!
Indeterminate.
What?
Ooh. According to the coroner, Dr. Gory, an accurate estimation of time of death is not possible. Ooh. That's my normal workout, 100 of each before I do anything else. Ah. What do you mean by that? Why was the time of death indeterminate?
When the specimen was brought in, it was still fresh. So the time of death could easily have been coincided with when the gunshot was heard. But there was one small discrepancy.
What discrepancy?
There was some fried fish in the pocket of the specimen's overcoat. And that fish had started to rot.
What?
If the victim liked fried fish, he presumably liked to eat it before it went off.
Well, yes. What are you really trying to say?
It's possible that someone tried to manipulate the apparent time of death.
Manipulate the... Is that even possible to do?
Theoretically, if you were to chill the body in ice...
Oh my... It's the same ice method. Okay.
You could delay the onset of petrification. And if the overcoat wasn't on the body at the time, then only the fish would have started to rot. With today's science, it's not yet possible to determine if the body was chilled or not.
But today's science is advanced enough to let you freeze a corpse, it seems. Well, it's the very specific, what was it? It was like a very specific process in Zero Escape and Isomnium Files.
But surely, to chill a corpse like that would require an enormous electrical refrigerator.
Chill or heat the body, you can thaw off no wait. Iridia? Yeah.
So, and I don't imagine many households in London are equipped with such a device. No, definitely not. But maybe in a factory? Or some other special places? Like a warehouse?
I don't recall seeing any factories or such like on Fresno Street, though. Ah, time of death. Ah, yes. I wonder if the inspector's body had been chilled somehow. What might the actual time of death have been?
I couldn't say for sure. But at the most, it might have been a day earlier.
No. In other words, it would corroborate your previous deduction, Mr. Naruhodo. That Inspector Gregson was killed a day before his body was discovered, at a different location. Did you inform Lord Strongheart of this possibility?
He simply said that there were no electrical refrigerators of that size in the vicinity.
Oh, yes, one other thing. It's something the governor of Barclay Prison told us. He said that your mother, Dr. Scythe, was responsible for confirming the death of the professor after his execution.
The professor...
Apparently, you always enjoyed listening to your mother's stories about her work, so we were wondering if you might know something about what happened 10 years ago.
That's not all Mama did.
Sorry?
My mama carried out the autopsy of Clint von Zieks as well.
What? Really? The brother of Lord Van Zieks, the professor's final victim.
The idea of carrying out an autopsy of a member of the aristocracy was completely unthinkable back then, but the detective in charge of the investigation insisted that it was miraculously authorized.
That detective being Inspector Gregson, of course. Quite an accomplishment for one man. If his joints easily dislocated, his body already went through rigor mortis, yeah.
That autopsy provided a vital clue needed to arrest the killer. And Mama was there for that historic event.
What does all this mean?
You know, that amazing autopsy happened right here in this very room. The professor and Clint von Zieks. They both spent their final moments before their burial on that dissection table there. So this lab, Mama's lab, was instrumental in some of the country's most important events.
Are her lips gray or is that lipstick? I'm pretty sure it's lipstick. She really is proud of her mother. Like, she's got eyeliner and mascara on too, so it has to be lipstick. I wonder if you'd tell us more about exactly what happened back then, Dr. Gorey. Please tell us the things. Oh gosh, okay.
The professor's execution was Mama's first big case. She had to be in attendance at Barclay's prison execution chamber and sign the certificate to confirm the convict's death. Mama is the best coroner in the world, you know. I was so proud of her.
But the execution didn't actually take place.
No. And worse still, Mama actually helped with the jailbreak. I didn't want to know. Oh dear, you found out recently, you mean?
Your body will release all of its ATP and sense the muscles, but not much is alive. Your muscles contract using the ATP until you run out.
Okay.
Yeah, because it, like, rigor mortis, it stiffens and then it loosens. I think, yeah.
I believed in her, in Mama, but now I wonder if I'm starting down the same path as her.
You mean because you omitted the time of death on this autopsy report? But that's because Lord Strongheart forbade you from including it.
Just like Mama, I'm sure she was coerced by somebody too.
Yes, that's my feeling as well. Particularly Lord Strongheart.
There's no doubt that there were more powerful forces at play 10 years ago. The execution couldn't have been staged without a lot of people at the prison knowing about it. Obviously, the prison governor must have been in on it as well. The big man with the little handcuffs? According to what he told us, he was tricked by the chief warder. He says he knew nothing about it. Of course he said that. I'd say the same thing.
Just who was behind that jailbreak all those years ago? Oh gosh. Clint's autopsy. Let's see, fun note about that. Corpses tend to let out their fluids after death. Yeah. Adrenaline triphosphate is the molecule that you use for energy. Oh. You mentioned the autopsy of Clint von Zieks.
It was at a time when carrying out autopsies of murder victims was very unusual.
That's still not a practice that is observed in our country even now.
It turned out that he was the professor's final victim, and when the autopsy was performed, Mama was present, although only as the secondary assistant. The person leading the procedure was called Dr. John H. Wilson? That's right, my daddy! And there was one other person present, the primary assistant. He was a visiting student from the Far East.
Wait, a visiting student?
It must have been my father, Yujin Mikotoba.
I had no idea Professor Mikotoba had been involved in something so important.
But the outcome of that historic autopsy was the discovery of a vital piece of evidence that led to the capture of the professor.
So that's how they came to identify Genshin Asugi as the infamous mass murderer. do you happen to know anything about that piece of evidence? Can you tell us any more?
Would you like to see the records for yourself?
What? Would that be all right?
What's the point of keeping records if people can't look at them? They're filed under V at the back of those cupboards, with the other records from the last decade.
Thank you. Let's see, Van Zieks. That's strange.
What, Mr. Naruhodo?
They aren't here. There's nothing under Van Zieks.
There must be.
Perhaps somebody took them away.
No one's allowed to take documents related to the professor case out of this room.
What's the point of keeping records if people can't look at them till the class? Oh no. But you're right, they're gone. Well, when was the last time somebody looked at them? Do you remember?
It was... Oh yes, I remember now. It was 2 years ago. A consulting detective came one day saying that he'd like to see the records.
No. You don't mean...
Herlock Sholmes was his name.
Sholmes, you got to explain it though! Deep down, I knew that was coming.
Do you think he stole the records?
Oh no, surely not.
Hey guys, 2 quick questions. Number 1, what the fuck am I looking at?
A confession?
Can you stop?
Why?
Can we not do this? For 5 seconds?
Okay.
For fuck's
1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi.
Oh no, surely not. Iris can't be right. Or that can't be right, can it? Iris? Oh no! Iris, what are you not telling us? I haven't had the opportunity to dissect a human, but most mammals have similar innards, and I've worked on my father's farm butchering livestock. Oh gosh. Guilty conscious Iris, right?
Runo. I hope you don't mind, but...
What is it, Iris?
I just remembered something very important I have to do. Bye! I'm gonna have to leave you now.
Oh, this is very sudden, Iris. Well, we'll come with you then.
Oh, no. There's no need. You and Uno can take your time here. Bye for now then, but good luck. Bye!
I gotta beat up Sholmes!
Wait a minute, little girl. Huh? Me? I remember now. You've been here before, haven't you? Huh?
Have you, Iris?
Yes. 2 years ago when that detective came. You were with him, weren't you? You were a living specimen then, too.
That's the way it usually works, yes.
Was I? I don't really remember. Anyway, sorry, but I must dash.
Wait, Iris!
I'll brew up a pot when you get home. Bye!
What's the matter with her? She's behaving really strangely all of a sudden. Well, in that case, we won't keep you any longer either.
It's been quite a while since I've had any visitors. That was really fun. But next time you come, I'd prefer it if you were ready for dissection.
I can't make any promises, sorry. It's a bit strange that the records of Clint Van Zieks' autopsy have disappeared, but I think we've asked all that we can ask now. Okay. That's very suspicious. I kind of doubt that they're gonna be at the house. Yeah, Well, anyway, since I don't know if we're close to the end of this or not, I'm thinking we should probably go ahead and take our little break just before... Just so that way I don't lose track of time and forget to eat.
Oh gosh, no!
But yeah, for all I know, it could be the end of the chapter coming up pretty soon-ish, but...
I want to make sure that I feed myself. Hello, Majima. I'm all squunched.
Okay.
So this is a good time to get up and stretch, use the bathroom, get a snack, whatever you gotta do in 10 minutes. I might glance at the guide, but I'm not gonna look at it too thoroughly. I don't know. But then we'll be back in 10 minutes, and then hopefully we can have enough time for Baldur's Gate. But if not, it is what it is. We can do Baldur's Gate tomorrow. Anyway, we will be back in 10 minutes. Wow! There's so many people, but still not enough in my Katamari. Have 2 more minutes to run it on his tongue. There's still some girls here. Come back. I've come to make an announcement. Shadow the Hedgehog is a mother. He pissed on my wife. That's right. He took his hedgehog, Quilly, and he pissed on my wife, and he said his was this big. And I said that's disgusting. So I'm making a call-out post on my twitter.com. Shadow the Hedgehog, you got a small is the size of this walnut, except way smaller. And guess what? Here's what my dong looks like. That's right, baby. All points, no quills, no pillows. Look at that. It looks like 2 balls and a bong. He my wife, so guess what? I'm gonna the earth. That's right, this is what you get. My super laser piss. Except I'm not gonna piss on the earth. I'm gonna go higher. I'm pissing on the moon. How do you like that, Obama? I pissed on the moon, you idiot. You have 23 hours before the piss droplets hit the I know, I was supposed to use a knife. You don't have to rub it in. Whoa. Are you prepared for what lies ahead? To be impaled on the angler's hook like the one who came before. Here is your deck. Study it. Yep, those are cards, all right. Then Rocket, that means I can't look at your lore.
I'll let you bark.
Oh yeah, I did that over the weekend. I finally added the gun emote. Let me see. Okay. Okay. That's fine. We're not where we wanted to be, but that's okay. Let's see. Whoops. I didn't have my my game zoom thing. Just there we go, real quick. Yeah. That caught me so off guard. 2 stretchies, oh my gosh. Oh, so big. Oh, big stretchy. Wow. Oh, there's red light, green light, no. No, 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 no. Professional of you. Stop! You guys are making me worry. What the hell are all these noises? You guys really want me to keep my eyes closed? Next question. Hit the bomb. Smack the rat. No! Peppino! 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 No! Oh my gosh, these mice. Okay, fine, I'll go up here then. Ah, no! Okay. This is a about to be like, Dad, I'm stuck. Scared? Why? Hey, Rachel, I wanna take your eyes. Your peepers. Hmm? Oh, Rachel, your peepers are so beautiful, but they're stricken with fear, reduced to such dullness. It saddens me. Show me the true beauty of your eyes. Will awakening from the nightmare restore the beautiful tranquility of that blue moon in your peepers? Oh no! Oh no! I thought I fixed that. Oh no! 3 times and I die at once. Fire all the coins near him, Father. You have set me up for failure. I have killed my brother. What have I done?
Complete.
Father, why do I have a...
Would you like me to say that I'm proud of you, Rocket? Is that what you would like? Do we want to have the other in this voice? I will attempt. Anna. Wait, I can do that better. Anna.
Nobody here. Maybe while no one was around, the desks creep about on their own accord, licking the floors clean of dirt. What are you talking about? If I suddenly stepped into a place like that, would the desks, in their surprise, fly at me, crush my bones, and eat me alive? What are you talking about, Keiichi? Keiichi be living in Wonderland. That's ridiculous. I felt regret at wasting valuable thinking time on stupid delusions. But yeah, this whole area seems like a part that would... Why am I in hell? What? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. What? What? Okay, why am I here? Into the room with the blue lever and switch that again. Ah! What? That stuck to my face for a second. Oh my gosh. Can I clip that? Oh no. How could you have done this? Oh gosh, no! No! Okay, at least we just start right out here. It's not that big of a deal to die nowadays. Who was it? Who killed me? Was it Crimson? Who was it? There is no doubt that that would be what the world was like if you never showed up. You were the obstacle, the mistake, the heresy in the world. But if I would correct that mistake now, I would erase you and make it so that last week never happened. Tonight was the Watanagashi festival, the holy night where taking just one life was permitted in the name of Oyashido-sama's curse. It looked like the Higurashi stopped crying at some point. When the Higurashi cried, everything would end. And the Higurashi silenced. Lowly one, the hour of atonement is at an end. The Higurashi have stopped their crying. Thus, it is the end. The end. The end. The end. End! You don't have to run away anymore. Die with those dirty brains of yours smashed everywhere. Grah! They're dead now. The cheese. I can't believe we just killed those people. My job here is done, Lurk. Okay. Well, wait. No, you didn't answer my question. You didn't answer my question. I tried to zoom and I accidentally. It's us. Rolling around at the speed of sound. Places to go, gotta build my katamari.
And we're back. Hopefully everybody had a good little break. I have some rice. I know where we're supposed to go now.
And now I'm gonna get attacked! Majima, help! Touch it there! Okay. Thank you for the hydrate and stretch. The police are still busy investigating in here then. But Gina's nowhere to be seen. Where is she? Yeah, yes, it has been blissfully quiet, hasn't it? Perhaps she's out investigating on her own, practicing what her boss taught her.
Well, I expect she'll be back before too long. Shall we wait?
Actually, there's something different about this room since the last time we were here, isn't there?
We could always use the time to investigate more thoroughly. Let's do that.
Look at this thing, because that's absolutely different. This little trunk wasn't here before, was it?
Oh, it appears to be made of metal. It must be very heavy. I wonder to whom it belongs.
Gina got isekai'd. She's the next victim of the truck. I'm so sorry. Oh no. She got isekai'd into Isomnium files into another iris, and so it's just like, nah. There are some initials on the outside. Look, TG. Tobias Gregson is what we are to be believed. Let's ask one of the policemen if they know how it came to be here.
Oi! What do you think you're doing? That's my trunk, that is. Hands off.
Gina! Where were you hiding?
I don't know, you leave something unattended for a few seconds and every Tom, Dick and Harry got his green eyes on it.
Just a wild guess, Gina, but...
What? Spit it out, Odo.
Is it fair to say that you've only owned this trunk since this morning's trial?
What are you trying to say? Come on, this trunk goes with me everywhere, always has. Where have you been last year?
Trying not to incur your wrath, mainly. Poor girl can't keep her father alive in any universe. Oh no. Also, I now realize that in your first message I misread Gina's iris. Okay. Your boss. He dead.
You should hear him talking at the yard now. They should be ashamed of themselves. They're saying it was the boss who killed all them bludgers.
You mean the whole Reaper thing?
Yeah.
How? I don't know.
Apparently the boss was investigating stuff that no one else at the yard knew nothing about. Stuff to do with one of them criminals what got off scot-free.
Yes, the ones prosecuted by Lord Van Zeeks who used bribery and corruption to evade conviction.
Well then obviously it was that bloomin' Reaper giving the orders, wasn't it?
But why would people be suspecting Inspector Gregson of being involved in the killings?
There was a notebook hidden in his office.
Oh no, this doesn't sound good.
It had details about all the crimes that have been pegged as the Reaper's work.
What? No, did you see it, Gina? Did you see that notebook? I almost feel like he was just trying to investigate it. I don't know, though.
He wouldn't flame and let me, because I just a apprentice, apparently. Well, it was me who found it, and he was my boss.
That's right.
I was pretty miffed about it, so I sneaked a peek at what it said anyway.
Oh! That's our Gina. What did it say? So, you managed to see what was written in Gregson's secret notebook anyway, did you?
Wait, I see it. That's my right to read what he wrote.
And what had he written, Gina?
Dates, times, places, names. Oh, long list of them. All details about the bludgeon's supposed to have been done in the Eye of the Reaper.
But there could be an explanation for that. Perhaps it was a record of the inspector's investigations into the Reaper's activities.
Exactly. That's what I thought. That's the first thing you'd think, right? As it happens, it was full of names I recognized anyway.
Well, the Reaper's targets were almost exclusively known leaders of London's criminal underworld.
Well, yeah, but there was one name right at the end that was a bit odd.
At the end of the list, you mean? Was it his own?
I'm pretty sure the date against it was the 31st of October.
Oh, the day before the inspector was found dead. So, what was the odd name?
It weren't like a name I had ever seen before. It was something like, No, it's no good. I can't remember it. I don't think it was an English name, put it that way. Oh, dear. What a pity. There was something else too. I don't know if it matters, but the same name kept coming up over and over. Shin it was. Don't suppose it means anything, but...
Did you say Shin?
It does mean something.
Lord Van Zeeks knew the name too. He mentioned her as well. The woman who actually did the deeds. And now we find out her name appeared in Gregson's secret notebook. We haven't seen you for a little while, have we, Gina?
Well, of course not. I've been busy, ain't I, investigating in that. The lads at the yard are trying to trace the boss's movements the day before it happened.
Day before? That would be the undercover investigation into the Red-Headed League, then.
Only the boss didn't go, did he? He found some cov what was pretending to beat him, didn't you, Odo?
Yes, it was Mr. Vigil who actually went to the park on Lime Street that day, posing as Gregson. Shin Godzilla was supposed to be killed by the Reaper. Oh no. Well, no, there's a character whose name is Assassin.
Well, anyway, you ain't the only one turning stuff up. If I've got me own ways of getting results. The puppy! Well, when me and me partner here get together, there's nothing we can't track down.
Oh, little Toby! He's such a faithful friend. So, have you tracked anything down then?
What do you think, eh? Of course we have. Can't tell you though, police business, isn't it? Anyway, the point is, if you lot ever need any help, you know who to turn to, right? Me and the L-hound here.
Right, because he looks oh so hellish, honest. Sash and Hell's names, I mean, that's just how it is. Gina, about your hellhound there.
Chief Inspector Toby, you mean? He's the pride of the force, he is.
In Japanese, police dog means something quite different and not altogether nice to those involved in crime. But here in Britain, it's a wonderful compliment, it seems, for a canine at least. It should be. After all, in the Great Exhibition case the other day, it was Toby here who managed to locate Drebber's workshop.
Maybe it's time for another demonstration of what this super dog can do, eh?
Do we have something the Chief Inspector could catch the scent of, I wonder? The wig, because it was on him.
Take that!
Well, Chief Inspector Toby, if you wouldn't mind having a sniff of this. He might be a little too keen, don't you think? The Chief Inspector made short work of Gina there. Look what he's gone to. Oh my, that trunk clearly still has a very strong scent of Inspector Gregson. In other words, it must have belonged to him.
Oh, alright. It's a fair cop, I suppose.
You nearly got away with it too.
You always talk so proudly of Chief Inspector Toby's nose and what it can achieve.
Did it not cross your mind that he might identify something like that was right next to us?
Yeah, that was a bit of a bloomer, wasn't it?
That's enough now then, Gina.
Eh?
I think it's time you told us the truth about that trunk. So, what voice call would you be joining, Psych? I'm not in one.
It weren't like that. It just went.
What are you talking about?
I know what's going through that head of yours, but that ain't what happened.
All right then, what did happen?
Well, like I said before, we weren't trying to trace the boss's... We were trying to trace the boss's movements. So I let Toby here have a sniff of the boss's overcoat. And as soon as I done that, he went off like a shot. Straight to that sandwich.
To a sandwich? Not to a bag of chips?
Mr. Naruhodo, I believe Gina means the witness.
Mr. Sandwich. I forgot about that sandwich.
Yeah, he had it in between them wooden boards of his, the boss's trunk.
He was killed the day before and stashed in the box, in that little box? You mean when they heard the sound like a gunshot and all piled in there? Or in here?
Exactly, it nabbed it from the scene.
Goodness.
Me and the chief inspector here gave that sandwich a good grilling. And you know what he said?
I thought it might fetch a good price and the chap wouldn't be needing it anymore, so...
But that's all I did, nothing more, nothing less. And would you Adam and Eve the cheek of it, eh? Stealing the dead boss's stuff to flog.
So Miss Venus wasn't the only one to meddle with the scene of the crime then?
How could they?
Humans can fit in surprisingly small spaces more so when they're already dead. Well, I would imagine they would have stuffed him in there like before rigor mortis. So, I don't know.
So anyway, that's how it happened. And it's all pretty decent trunk, so I figured I might as well make a use of it. Is there something wrong with that, eh? Well,
maybe you and Mr. Sandwich should try to find the answer to that question together. Oh. I think perhaps that trunk should be turned over to the police, don't you?
What are you on about? I'm the police.
Gina, if you wouldn't mind, could we maybe examine it?
Yeah, alright then. Do what you want with it.
Thank you. We shall make a detailed record of our examination of the evidence. Oh no, they grumpy. What's the matter with Toby? Why is he acting so aggressively towards me all of a sudden?
Mr. Nuttahold, be careful. It must be the trunk.
Just credits, we're dead.
Toby, hey! Oi, what are you doing? Get your lick off his face!
Mr. Naruhodo! Mr. Naruhodo!
Gina, quickly, hail a carriage!
Oh my gosh, I can't believe we got attacked. Oh man, how long were we out? Oh, Mr. Naruhodo, are you alright? Miss Susato. Ah, conscious again at last. A blessed relief, my dear fellow. After all, to drop dead after a moderate licking by a small terrier. Most unseemly.
What isn't or isn't seemingly is irrelevant.
Wait, what?
What is or isn't seemly is irrelevant here, Mr. Shelms.
I'm so glad there's no lasting damage. How are you feeling? I'm fine, thank you. Was I actually attacked or licked? I can't quite tell. Did you bring me back here? Oh, what's this on my head? A bandage? Sadly, we had no ice, so that's a compress of sugar water. Sugar water.
Don't worry, Mr. Naruhodo. It's a first aid treatment that my father taught me.
Oh, thank you. Is that actually effective? So let us take tea when you're feeling up to it. But of course, no sugar in the patient's cup. The bump on my head is throbbing sweetly enough, don't worry.
Whenever you feel ready, then.
Okay, I want to look at the box. Oh, there's a scratch. Have you seen this huge gash across the side of the trunk here? It's gone right through the leather and into the metal behind. Gosh, for a metal chest like this to have been so badly damaged, whatever made the gash must have struck the side of the trunk with considerable force. I wonder how it happened. I wonder what act of healing with this situation would deal to a breakthrough in our case. No, the sugar would attract bacteria and make it get infected. Well, I'm assuming it would be like in a bag of some kind. I actually don't know. Look at this dark stain here. Do you think...
Yes, I'm afraid so. I think it's blood.
I knew you were gonna say that. So that presumably means...
But this was present at the scene when Inspector Gregson was killed.
It's the most logical conclusion, yes. To think Gina's been carrying this around with her. If you didn't know any better, I suppose it does look like a grease stain from all the fish and chips. From a writer's perspective, I have to assume the dog scene was used to set up future proof of some kind, maybe. Yeah, I just have to open it before I can check the insides. Let's have a look inside. There we go. Oh, look, there's something inside.
Oh, let's see.
It appears to be a passport authorizing him to travel overseas. Was Inspector Gregson about to go on a trip aboard then? He was going to Paris, dude.
Perhaps the date of the departure might tell us something. That was...
Oh! What is it? It was for travel on the 31st of October, just one day before the incident. Oh, that would have been too early for Paris, I think. What? Really? No, it was to travel to France. Did they just forget that he was going to Paris? Gregson went to France the day before his body... Wait, he went to? Interesting. Before the day before his body was discovered. There we go. We can see what make the mark. Do you see that? There's something stuck in the side of the trunk there. It's glistening. It looks like a fragment of metal of some sort, but it's wedged in so tightly I can't remove it. Well, don't cut yourself. You'd best leave it, I think. Well, it looks like a tip of a sword. Shake out the stuff inside. Okay, I guess that's all we can really look at in here. Very interesting that Toby was angry at it. I'm guessing it was a cosmetic way to get Sherlock in scene without him just seemingly appearing out of nowhere. I mean, this is his house, so... Oh, what to do? That's just kind of vague. Okay, let's look at the tea.
The steam is rising gently from the kettle, as always.
Yes, it doesn't feel right somehow unless it is. But the steam has an unusual scent today.
Perhaps the sweet potatoes that I brought back from Japan with me already.
Oh, and Mr. Naruhodo, I heard that, you know. Tears of joy, Miss Susato, from my mouth. There's this. Whenever you serve me tea, it always takes me back to Japan.
I know you're not particularly fond of the bitter taste, are you? So I do always try to pick out less bitter matcha for you.
She does often serve up an unusually mellow brand, that's true, but the anticipation of the taste in my mouth makes me bitterly worried anyway. Oh no.
It is very difficult for you, isn't it? You're a little baby, only wanting the mildest of matchas, shaking my head.
I actually don't know about different levels of bitterness for matcha. I know that there's a place in Japan where you can get like matcha ice cream in different bitterness levels. But I don't know what I would prefer. You were our genius office, now you're at Sherlock's place. Huh? It's not her office, it was a secret room that Gregson shared with Boone. The spade is still here, look. Please, Mr. Naruhodo, it's not a spade, as I think you well know. It's a shovel. It didn't take long to reignite that old argument. Ah, I have an idea. Let's give the implement a name, like Professor Hairbrain named his tools. Oh, I never thought of doing that. From now on, then, let's call it Ryunosuke. No. It's clearly much more of a Susato. The old argument has taken a new and unexpected turn, it seems. I was looking away and thought she was calling Ryunosuke a baby. No, I was ad-libbing. But the point was the dog attack was a scene transition, yeah. My desk is just as it was before I left. Sumi ink and the calligraphy brush, even though we're in England now. That strikes me as typically you, Miss Susato, and typically not you at the same time. Well, I do enjoy how the wonderful new things to come out of the West and the Cultural Revolution, of course. But I'm not ready to give up my brush just yet. And anyway, Susato-san can write more neatly with a brush than most people can with a pen. Practice makes perfect, as they say. That's true. Thank you for your concern, Mr. Sholmes. My dear fellow, think nothing of it. I must say I was quite startled. When I heard that you'd been attacked by a dog, for a moment I feared that infamous murderer of so many had come back from the dead. You mean the professor? Fortunately, I see your prized throat is unscathed. That stiff, turned-up collar of yours obviously afforded some welcome protection. Was I that close to death? All I really remember is the dog licking my face over and over and over again. Well then, if you wish to avoid such troubles in the future, a little mustard spread on the cheeks should do the trick. I should think that would balance the sweetness of your bandage rather splendidly. Sholmes? Your prized neck. I really want to nibble on it, but I will not approach you, and I will have you approach me first. Well, you're all right, Mr. Naruhodo. It's rather unusual to find ourselves here in the middle of our investigations. It's just occurred to me that I might have forgotten something when we left this morning. Please don't worry. As long as you continue to investigate thoroughly, you won't go far wrong. Yes, of course. I must get back to work as soon as possible. Okay, is that telling us to go back? Or, like, do I have to do something? I hate using ballpoint pens to write it, so it's too slick my handwriting suffers for it. Oh gosh. I have fun, like, drawing with a ballpoint pen. I'm just making sure that there's... Red hairpiece, what? Oh, right, okay. Just making sure... Okay. Ah! I'm just making sure that there's nothing that I need in here. Ah! I'm going. Wait, yeah, this one. Oh wait, did I need to come back here? There she is. Hi, Gina. Your dog almost killed me, apparently. Gina, I'm really sorry.
Stuff, didn't it? If you asked me a year ago, the cops could go hang for all I cared. But we've got to have police, ain't we? To catch the bludgers.
Does huge throw stack, or does it just reset the timer? I don't know. I know you Aggies have tried.
So us divers can go about our business in peace.
Wait, sorry? I don't think I can have heard that properly.
He said he was going to teach me everything I needed to know to be a detective. But all he got is showing me is there's the best flaming fish and chip shops are.
Do you want me to eat your points? Actually, that reminds me. Gregson said he was supposed to be going to Paris in the near future, didn't he? Is something wrong?
Oh,
No, I'm sure I'm reading too much into things. It's just that the timing seems very coincidental. Hmm? Can you give me points?
Do you not have? I don't know of a way of giving points, unless you mean the stars. I can have some stars spawn.
But those are different points than channel points.
You know, the boss was acting a bit strange recently. Like he was always in a rush.
Apparently that's not a regular thing to do. I got an achievement for that. I'd never have imagined that this little figurine would turn out to be a watch winding key. I'm pretty sure it does stack. Like, it just keeps throwing. Too bad you can't give channel points. I wanted. Right. I think it'd be fun to, like, give them out for, like, nat 20s. I take all style of points. Okay, I will have some stars then. Stars just raining out of her forehead. Yippee! I suppose it's a policeman because the pocket watch was a gift from Scotland Yard. It seems there was much more to Inspector Gregson than we ever believed. He was clearly a brilliant man. It's the fish and chips that threw us off. I feel as though it's ruined his image. Oh gosh, there's so much going on. I really don't think we should blame one of Britain's staple cuisines. But think about it. Imagine if it was Mr. Sholmes. How would you feel if instead of that old briar pipe that he always has in hands, Mr. Sholmes has a bag of chips?
Rather disappointed, if I'm honest.
Exactly. Okay, so was there not something to do here other than, like, talking to Gina? There are details of cases stretching back over 10 years on this notice board. Yes, a history of Lord Van Zeek's defeats in court. I don't think it's an appropriate description. Although, when you consider everything on the board, it's certainly true that all those people had a background of dubious dealings. And in the end, of course, the board itself concealed the inspector's own death.
Oh my.
It really doesn't bear thinking about it. Okay, so maybe we weren't supposed to come back here. Dun, dun, dun. So maybe just go here? Just go downstairs from where we woke up? Hello? Hello? Oh, congrats, nobody, you made it on my head. What on earth is going on here? Am I having a bad dream? Ah, no, it's an old German folk song. Rather a fine rendition, I think. That's the least of my concerns. It's one of them, but it's the least one. Iris? Iris? What's the matter? Who is that sprawling, that relaxed gentleman over there that's totally not unconscious? Is that Susato's dad? Iris, is she even listening? Wait, the thing's open. Excuse me, sir. I do apologize for troubling you whilst you're singing so merrily, but would you be so kind enough to explain the situation? Well, that worked. Or that worked. A crooning gentleman and a mute young girl, a rather tantalizing juxtaposition. And one that appears to have incited the gods of deduction within me to find their voices too. Mr. Sholmes, do you mean? The strains of reasoning within me are playing now as a delightful duet. One melody sings a reunion full of nostalgia, whilst the other is a morose theme about this great secret you're trying so desperately to conceal, Iris. She's turned as white as a sheet.
So as usual, you've instantly seen the very heart of the matter.
And by the time my own brief performance is over, I feel sure this gentleman's song will reach its finale.
Sipping juice? Oh, I love some juice. I only have gamer subs.
So then, to music land, where all is sweetness and delicacy and harmony. Pray, do enjoy Herlock Sholme's latest logic and reasoning spectacular. Uses this as a moment to hum more rice. Ha! Firstly, we consider the gentleman's nationality. Clearly, he's a German with no grasp on the English language, as evidenced by the Germanic song he sings and his apparent inability to understand when asked to desist. So, why is the man here at all, in such apparently high spirits? The answer, of course, Iris, is clearly known to you. Keep going shows you'll be the victim of my next story. Oh no! Indeed, we only need follow the gaze of those bright young eyes to unravel that particular part of the story. The reason for the man's mildly irritating warbling is revealed by the herbal tea. Is she hiding something in her mouth? You obviously offered our German guest a cup of your own latest herbal blend. The tea's delicate flavor has made the man's spirits soar, and resulted in this joyful ditty tumbling incessantly from his lips. I eagerly await sampling the flavor myself, that I may join the fellow in the state of elation. Now, to the next question. Gave him morphine, oh no! She gave him Soparil Beta. Who exactly is this gentleman availing himself so thoroughly on the settee? As it happens, a number of years ago now, a certain gentleman of German origin engaged my services in solving a particularly delicate case. He required the retrieval of letters once sent to an acquaintance that might have proved problematic. In order to conceal his noble identity, he also arrived at my office in a mask. The gentleman's name was Wilhelm Gottfried Sigismund von Ormstein, the King of Germany. If my memory serves, the mask worn by this gentleman is identical. Yes, there can be no question that mask belongs to the King of Germany. It would appear that His Majesty remembers the fine service I afforded him, and has decided to show his face again, mask and all, in order to express his gratitude. A well-mannered monarch indeed, wouldn't you agree, my dear fellow? So, the identity of this masked visitor is in fact my former client, the King of Germany. Indeed, his son is currently in London as well, enjoying the wonders of the Great Exhibition. It turns out he's never had a client from Germany. Why is it Girl Cyrus instead of Iris's silence? Which leaves us with one remaining imponderable. Yes, you, young Iris. But your apparently inexplicable silence is unable to hide the truth. Yes, the reason for your muteness is concealed inside that knapsack. A 5-pound note, I believe. I must say, as your compatriot, I'm deeply saddened. It would appear that you've allowed yourself to be bribed into silence by His Royal Highness, earning yourself some spending money in exchange for keeping quiet about the King's secret. And now the final piece of the puzzle. What is this secret you strive to hide with your silence, Iris? Ah yes, we need only follow that brief involuntary twitch of your eyes to find the answer. You were attempting to abscond with that coffee cup. My favorite coffee cup, in fact. Or should I say, the handle of my favorite coffee cup. It appears that His High-Spirited Highness broke it in the midst of his hijinks. Which leads us to the sad truth. My favorite coffee cup has been broken by the King of Germany, and Iris, you tried to conceal it from me. I shall have a bill sent via governmental channels to the German royal family for its replacement. Shelms, I messed up. I thought I was going to die and sent my spicy hair collection to my friend. He has a wife and kids. I'm going to ruin his marriage. Shelms, you gotta help me. Oh no! How would he even solve that? He would, I don't know. The solution is quite simple. You blame it on a virus. Thus concludes Herlock Sholm's great deduction on this painful puzzle. Imagine, like, Susato is like, man, I thought you were better at solving things, Sholmes. Like, this... You've had some crazy things that we've disproven before, but... Sholmes? What happened? You okay? God, my mother was a school nurse and my father a telecom linesman. I would have been so screwed if either of my parents were at least cops. Oh gosh, wait, what? I guess for all your hijinks, yeah. Imagine the stance of deduction is happening next to an actual corpse, right? With your silence as well, the fellow's jovial warbling rather rings in the ears, does it not? Mr. Sholmes, I must say something does rather trouble me. Pray, Miss Susato, do tell. His Royal Highness is heckin' dead. Doesn't appear to have moved a muscle since we arrived. Ah. And you haven't said a word either, Iris. If Mr. Sholmes has it all right, you might as well own up to it now. Not just my hijinks, I was the only kid that was smart enough to get out of trouble. Oh gosh. Your reasoning isn't entirely without substance, I must admit. And one other thing, Mr. Sholmes. Yet another grievance, Mr. Naruhodo? Surely not. Well, I actually read the story about the case recently, the one you were just describing. And according to that at least, it wasn't the King of Germany, it was the King of Bohemia. Goodness, was it? Yes, that's quite true. Master Gotz, the prince, testified to that in court. In other words, I have come to see the great exhibition all the way from my home in Bohemia. I would ask that you keep that minor error to yourselves. It could easily become quite a scandal. I believe, Mr. Naruhodo, that it's our turn now to make some corrections to a number of minor errors that may have slipped in. Yes, even Mr. Sholmes is willing to admit he might be slightly wide on the mark this time. Although it's clear that Iris is definitely hiding something. We need to find out the truth behind this mysterious scene. But one truth is incontrovertible. My favorite coffee cup is no more. So, shall we embark again? On a joint presentation of Herlock Sholmes' Logic and Reasoning Spectacular. My brother and sister got into as much hijinks. Makes sense, they just failed at actually getting out of it from the sounds of it.
Finishing the last of my rice, pardon me.
Okay. Okay, this is the same, so we're gonna skip past it. This man just magically sings without moving his lips or mouth or any part of his body. The most obvious reasoning is he has a music box shoved down his throat. So what, it's some mix of herbs that gives you the urge to sing? Goodness, I should like to try some. And I'd like to hear your singing, but this man... Just how long does he intend to keep up with that tune, do you suppose? As I said, he's been stuck still the entire time, and if you look closely, his lips aren't moving either. Ah. It was a music box! Ah!
So I'm not sure it's actually responsible for the spirited singing, but I suspect the answer lies at the end of Iris's gaze.
I'm pretty sure it's from the mask.
Take that!
Is it not? Is it one that I have to like look at? And it's just like a music box mask or something. Why am I skipping this? I have encountered somebody else whose behavior became very strange indeed whilst wearing this, because this particular mask has some curious power to corrupt people's minds, which is exactly what's happening to this gentleman. Then I would say this calls for a demonstration, my dear fellow. What? Pray, put on the mask. And show us what particular things makes you do. You have us on the edge of our seats. Sorry, I'm far, far too shy. I feel like it is the mask, though. The song starts to get inside your head after a time, doesn't it? But is he really singing it? You're right, and if you look closely, the man's mouth is open, but his lips aren't moving at all. The gentleman couldn't be a waxwork, could he? One step at a time, Mr. Naruhodo. Let's identify the source of the singing first. I thought that was an insightful suggestion. Okay, so let's look at the mask. We know this mask. Oh, you're right. So, does that mean... No, surely not. It couldn't be. Could it? No, it's most definitely not him. Oh no, of course it's not. Thank goodness. But then, why is this gentleman now wearing it? I'm afraid once again I really have no idea. Okay, so it just has nothing to do with anything. Interesting. The gramophone, maybe? Shows that was a gentleman's club. Just because of the mask. Oh gosh. Wait, this is a gramophone, still rarely seen in our own country. The sound certainly appears to be coming from the horn, but machines singing? That can't be right. Science and technology are changing the world rapidly, Mr. Naruhodo. What's right is changing too. Ugh. Oh gosh! I'm sorry we didn't figure it out fast enough. It's too much for my brain. Well, at least we found our answer. Okay.
Take that!
That does make more sense. The reason for the man's mildly irritating warbling is revealed by the gramophone. Indeed, for no well-bred gentleman would break into an obscure folk song when making a social call. In other words, this gentleman isn't singing at all. In fact, this man is dead. It would appear that fellow is unconscious. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is Susato's dad. The music seems to have stopped now. I ask you, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes? Why would I have purchased a recording of that gibberish? How should I know? Well, never mind. On with the deduction. Who exactly is this gentleman availing himself so thoroughly on the settee? Did Iris knock him out with Shum's mug and try to hide it with what's in her mouth? Maybe. As it happens, a number of years ago now, a certain gentleman of German origin engaged my services in solving a particularly delicate scene. He required the retrieval of letters once sent to an acquaintance that might have proved problematic. This is the same, but I'm still reading it, just in case. He, in order to conceal his noble identity, he also arrived at my office in a mask. The gentleman's name was Wilhelm Gottschalk Sigismund von Ormstein, the King of Germany. If my memory serves, the mask worn by this gentleman is identical. Yes, there can be no question. The mask belongs to the King of Germany. Although we've already established that it was actually the King of Bohemia, it seems Mr. Sholmes intends to persist with his Germany theory for some reason. Come to think of it, the young prince was wearing a mask as well, wasn't he? Was he? Oh yeah, he had like the little bandit mask. Master Gods, the boy whom you had in tears? Don't remind me. Or anyone else. Do you suppose all the members of the aristocracy of mainland Europe wear masks? I'm sure they do. Well, probably anyway. The point is, that mask doesn't belong to any king. No, that's right. As we well know, because we can identify the true owner of this mask. Do 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 do. Chums, man, I did it again. I was at my friend's looking at manager. What? I'm concerned, Rocket. Yes, there can be no question. That mask belongs to Kazuma Asugi. In other words, my memory is sublimely unreliable. Only you could make that sound positive. Kazuma's mask has been languishing on the metal chest for several days, though that doesn't explain why the gentleman is wearing it now. But it is now a simple matter of determining our guest's true identity. After all, the gentleman is unconscious. We can do whatever we want. We can doodle on his face for all we know. We need only excuse ourselves in advance, gently lift the mask and peer beneath it. I don't believe it. Have to put sublimely unreliable in my vocabulary, right? Hello, Bonsai Buddy. Or was it Bonzi Buddy? I think it was Bonzi. But... Ah! Father! Ah! Ah! Oh gosh, I can't! No! Another plane! No! Another way! No! I'm afraid, Miss Susato, you must be mistaken. No, I think not, Mr. Shums. Then it would appear our logic and reasoning has once again revealed the truth. This mystery visitor is my unconscious father, Eugene Mikotaba. Logic and reasoning, or just looking and saying? Iris is just like, I didn't mean to kill your dad. I didn't think that was your dad. I forgot. I am so sorry. Because she met him, so I guess if he had the mask on the whole time. Which leaves us with one remaining imponderable. Yes, you, young Iris. But your apparently inexplicable silence is unable to hide the truth. Yes, the reason for your muteness is concealed inside that knapsack. So that's a 5-pound note poking out from Iris's knapsack, is it? Oh dear, I can't be sure. Most money that we encounter is in coin form. I know, I'm not even sure if we've seen any banknotes here in Britain at all, have we? But anyway, Father would never have paid money for Iris's silence. He certainly seems like the silent type himself, though, judging by his present state. There must be some other reason for Iris's silence, I suppose. Perhaps what Iris is trying so hard not to give away with her eyes is something entirely different. Maybe it's you have something in your mouth. What is that not? Let me at least look at the knapsack. Now I think about it, Iris always wears that little bag on her back, doesn't she? Yes, that's right. Though it's easy to forget about it because you can't see it from the front. There are 2 little felt dots attached to it as well. Are there? I had no idea. I don't remember ever seeing them before. Is it possible there's always a 5-pound note poking out from our bag that I just haven't noticed before, too? I couldn't say with absolute certainty, but I think it's unlikely. It might? No, I can't even focus on the handle. I was so sure that she was like just hiding something in her mouth because all she's been doing is going, Right? Open your mouth, Iris. Show me what are you eating? What are you eating? This metal chest? It contains important documents, doesn't it? Yes, details of all the cases Mr. Shums has worked on over the years. Written up by Iris's father, if I'm remembering correctly. Iris insists that the chest is to be kept locked at all times. She's never once shown me inside. Well, its contents are invaluable to her, I suppose, and entirely irreplaceable. But look at it now. The catch is unlocked for once. Ah, so it is. So that might be it. That's hard to ignore. Very. I've never seen that chest unlocked before in all the time that we've been staying here on Baker Street. So it might be that?
Take that!
Okay. Yes, the reason for your muteness is concealed inside that metal chest. An excellent observation, for upon closer inspection there is something different about the chest's appearance. It's missing its doily. It's kept locked at all times, yet now the catch is open. Evidently, this has something to do with your refusal to speak, Iris. But it's a simple enough matter to incite you to speak, I'm sure. I merely need to open this chest. Here we go.
No! Hurley, don't!
Oh no! Mr. Sholmes! Mr. Sholmes! Hurley! Why were you keeping your mouth shut then? He's dead.
Never! Oh, Hurley, I told you not to open it.
Ah, so you found your voice now, Iris. In other words, what just happened clearly reveals the truth here. Yes, the real reason for your silence until now is...
This is somewhat different to the usual dance of deduction you perform with Mr. Sholmes, isn't it?
Well, he's left me alone on the ballroom floor, so I'm gonna have to dance this part solo. And anyway, I need to get to the bottom of this, for my own peace of mind. Now then, Iris isn't usually the silent type, so...
You mean you don't actually know the answer yet? Despite that knowing pointed the finger before.
Miss Susato? Sometimes a man needs to point his finger first and think later.
Oh. Well, if you say so. I think we'd better examine Iris more closely and try to rescue the situation then.
There's a key! This is how I feel people think when I go silent. Oh no. Must be hiding something. There's a key she's holding, look. I'm sure that wasn't in her hands before, was it?
No, you're quite right. It appeared...
Oh, she probably actually had that hidden in her mouth, but then like spat it out really quickly or something? I don't know.
It appeared as if by magic.
That's strange, a big ol' iron key? Where did it materialize from? Wah. Probably. Let's see. It's like, what's in your mouth? What are you doing? What are you trying to hide? Get that out of your mouth. Can you imagine having this conversation in front of the person? Yes, the real reason for your silence until now is that key behind your back. When Mr. Sholmes was thrown into the air before... Oh yeah. She spat it out. Just before you called out to try to stop him, you slipped something out of your mouth. That something is the key now in your hands. No doubt, the key to the chest.
You're so clever, Runo.
So now it becomes clear. Thanks to Mr. Sholmes' graphic demonstration, we can well imagine what happened here.
But here is an ear wiggle for you.
Professor Mikotoba also opened that metal chest only to be punched into the air and land sprawled on the settee.
But wait, that doesn't explain all the facts.
What about the stylish scarf and the cup of tea? And above all, why would he be wearing Kazuma-sama's mask? Because those were all on the table. Well, for those curious details, I can think of only one explanation. Clearly, an unbelievable miracle took place in this room. Isn't that right, Iris? Consider how the room was arranged before this whole painful experience took place. When Professor Mikotoba opened the chest, completely unaware of what awaited him inside, the mask was flung into the air just as he was, only to land neatly on his face when it fell back down. The teacup's journey through the air ended when it caught on the unconscious professor's finger. How? You mean to say that that stylish scarf? It actually is just a tablecloth. This is the great detective's office, after all, a place of miraculous deductions. Thank you for the stretch. And the hydrate. Would you expect anything less? Oh. I don't know if you heard that neck pop.
Yes, you're right. It happened exactly as you said. Brilliant, Nuno.
Thus concludes Ryunosuke Naruhodo's great deduction of this punchy puzzle.
So this... Why don't I make a fresh pot of tea for us all?
Objection!
An admirable performance, Mr. Naruhodo. But in the final act of the show there, you rather missed everything of importance. Mr. Sholmes, if you would cast your mind back to my earlier deduction... Iris, clearly you're hiding a great secret. She is? From the look on her face. Mr. Sholmes must be right. Whatever that great secret is, the cat isn't out of the bag yet. So I put it to you again. You were attempting to abscond with that coffee cup. It really is a shame about Mr. Sholmes' cup. It must have been smashed when Professor Mikotoba opened the chest. Yeah, you didn't respond to the first time it said it.
Oh dear, so many things to do!
You had it muted when he said it the first time, psych, yes, silly.
Yes, silly!
You're silly. But now that the deduction was taken a different direction, Iris doesn't seem to be trying to hide the broken cup anymore. In other words, her great secret is something else. Let's put our observational skills to work here on one final time. What could it be? I mean, maybe it's the thing that's in the bag? Surely this time, at last, the knapsack is going to be the answer. I'm really not sure why you're so insistent on showing Iris's bag to be complicit in these events. Because it's a sizable bag, big enough to carry things around, Mr. Naruhodo. That's what bags are for. So the knapsack might never see the limelight, you mean? I really wouldn't like to say. Really? So she always has this little note that's slipped in here, is what it's trying to say? I can't think of what else it would be. Oh! Ah, look, there seems to be more papers here. Is Iris trying to hide them underneath that tray? The insignia, Mr. Naruhodo. It's the official Scotland Yard document. What? But why would Iris have... We have to ask her. An official Scotland Yard document. Take that! Show him help me. Trip trying to talk my spicy art to my bank lock box, and I tripped on all my art under someone else's door, and I want to see if I can retrieve it all. Well, yeah, I don't think he can help you out of that one. You, especially after the third time, he's just like, I'm sorry, my dear fellow, but I can't keep doing this. You have to get yourself out of these. Use your own noggin. You were attempting to abscond with that case file. Iris, as you know very well, nothing escapes the attention of a great detective.
Oh no.
Oh no. We visited Scotland Yard's autopsy laboratory earlier today. Ah! No! Ah! And Dr. Gorey informed us that the autopsy report of Clint Van Zieks had gone missing. Clint Van Zieks. Yes, I do seem to recall that some years ago I asked to see the report in question. You were with me, weren't you, Iris? You mean it was you, Iris? So those papers that you have there are...
I'm sorry.
Forgive me! inside the case file. In truth, I would like to have thought I could have predicted the booby-trapped chest. But it caught me completely off guard. I was very nearly the late consulting detective Herlock Sholmes.
I'm sorry, Hurley.
Do you mean this autopsy report really is...
Yes, I took it from the lab, even though I knew it was very important.
Was there something in it that troubled you, Iris?
Not exactly something that troubled me. Something I've been looking for. When I saw this report, when I saw the writing in it, I knew it was Daddy's.
The writing? Your father's writing? What do you really mean? Iris? It must be something that's hard for her to talk about. Forgive me for interrupting, my dear fellows. Mr. Sholmes, what is it? I feel as though the poor unconscious gentleman on the settee has been somewhat forgotten. Father! Perhaps we should find our guest somewhere more restful to rest. Mr. Naruhodo. Yes? Would you be so kind as to lend him your bed? We must do our very best to make him comfortable, I feel. Oh, yes, of course. I'll help you carry him up.
So will I.
No, I can manage alone, thank you. You have tea to enjoy. We wouldn't want Iris's brew to stew. Just imagine him, he's like bringing him up the stairs and he's like bonking his head on the wall. It's like on the little, like the rungs that you hold for like the support, and it's just like bonk, 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 bonk. Because there's no better way to make the professor comfortable than dragging him upstairs like a trunk. I wonder, perhaps that was deliberate. Maybe Mr. Sholmes is making himself scarce to give Iris the chance to talk more freely. We must use this opportunity to talk with Iris and find out what's going on. You're dead. Would you like to tell us about it, Iris? About your father?
I'm sure I told you before, didn't I? That Daddy used to be Hurley's partner.
Yes, and that notes about all the cases they solved together are kept inside that metal chest.
That's right. Hurley told me, you see. He said that Daddy's somewhere far away now, so we can't meet.
That's one way of describing it.
Then, when I secretly unlocked the chest and read through the papers inside, I started to build up a picture in my head of what Daddy must be like.
Well, that's only natural.
You're just like any other girl of your age. I read that Daddy was a professional of medical science, so I studied and took my degree too.
Well, that's only natural, I suppose.
In that respect, you're not quite like any other girl of your age, though. But there was one thing that I could never find out. Daddy's name.
Ah.
His name wasn't anywhere on any of the notes that he'd made about his work with Hurley. But then one day...
That's what happened, is it? When you saw this autopsy report, you finally managed to work it out. Is that right?
Yes.
So it was the handwriting in the report that caught her eye. Interesting.
When I saw the writing on the report, I could hardly believe it. I know that handwriting, I thought to myself.
Because it was the same as the writing that you'd seen on your father's case notes.
Exactly. I was desperate to compare the two properly. I needed to see them side by side. I asked the doctor in the laboratory, but I was told I couldn't take the report away. And even worse, I was told that was the first and last time we'd been allowed to look at it in there. Or look at it there.
So you decided to steal it.
When I compared the autopsy report with the case notes I had here, there was no doubt. The handwriting was exactly the same. It was Daddy's. And the signature of the coroner at the bottom of the autopsy report read Dr. John H. Wilson. So that's how I finally found out. I learned Daddy's name at last.
I see.
Ever since then, I've called myself Iris Wilson. That's also when I had the brilliant idea of writing stories all about Daddy's exciting times with Hurley. I decided then and there that I'd write the adventures of Herlock Sholmes. Oh, Iris, I had no idea the stories had quite such a deep personal significance for you.
I can see why the autopsy report was so important to her now. And why she was prepared to break the law to get her hands on it. I must apologize, Iris. It's me who said that. This is really all my fault.
Hurley?
I made a promise, you see, that until the time was right, I'd keep the details about your father a secret.
I know. Been very naughty. I'll take the autopsy report back to Dr. Gorey and apologize, I promise.
Yes, we'll go together, I think. Iris changed your name to Shums. Oh,
then let me look after it for you until we get there.
Clint's autopsy.
I must go and water my herbs, I think. I'll see you all later.
Poor Iris. She must be feeling awful. I know Mr. Shums is here for her, but still. Ah!
What? How?
What's the meaning of this, Mr. Shums? Mr. Shums? Oh, dear me. So, you've noticed, I see. What did she notice? I want to notice this too. Single stab to the heart. Indicative of a duel. Scarlet ink stains visible on the little and ring fingers on the right hand, but no document corresponding to the ink was found. Vital evidence recovered from the victim's stomach during autopsy. Credit to Inspector Gregson for petitioning to doggedly at the what? Is it the name Gregson being there? But that would mean... What on earth's the matter, Miss Susato? You've turned as white as a sheet.
It's this autopsy report, Mr. Naruhodo, the one from 10 years ago. The writing
isn't Dr. Wilson's at all. Huh? Well, what do you mean? How can you possibly know that?
Because I know this writing very well.
This writing is my father's. What? Professor Mikotoba's! Indeed, it's true. And now you know, my dear fellows. What? No, I don't know anything. What on earth does all this mean, Mr. Shums? Because the idea that's slowly forming in my mind is just too extraordinary to believe. Please, you have to explain. Please, tell us what's going on. So, this autopsy report was actually penned by Professor Mikotoba then? But that makes no sense. It's not possible, surely. Not possible. My dear fellow, pray, take a deep breath and think again.
Yes, you're right. In some ways. It actually makes a great deal of sense.
It does?
10 years ago is when Father returned to Japan after his extended study tour in Britain.
And prior to his return, where was Dr. Mikotoba engaged? Of course. He was an assistant in Dr. Wilson's laboratory, learning about forensic science. As an assistant, he would have aided with the dissection work, making detailed notes, which would be assembled into a full autopsy report. Once the work was complete, the head coroner would check the contents and put his signature on the document. In other words, the only writing of Dr. Wilson's in the report would be his signature at the end. I see. So Iris got the wrong end of the stick, you mean? She saw that and assumed the whole report had been written by Dr. H. Wilson. Which is very understandable, of course. What a complicated situation. Huh. So, partner. Thinking about it, most of what we know about you, Mr. Sholmes, comes from the published stories of your exploits. Yes, the adventures of Herlock Sholmes, written by Iris. And we really have no way of knowing what's fact and what's fiction. Most troubling for you, my dear fellow, I'm sure. So, what about this supposed partner of yours? Did he really exist or not? Ah, you've come straight to the point, I see. And please come straight to the answer. I believe Iris explained it in one of her installments. He was a trusted comrade, and the only person I could truly have called a friend. And did this partner of yours truly make a record of all your cases? Are his notes really stored inside that metal chest? Absolutely, my dear madam. Absolutely. So, where is your partner now? We rarely meet. You see, he lives on the other side of the world. But if this autopsy report and the records of all your old cases were penned by the same hand, and if the autopsy report was written, though not signed, by your famous partner, there would only be one logical conclusion. Pray, impress me. Your partner would have to be Yujin Mikotoba. In other words, Miss Susato's father. Upon my word, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes? You are coming along wonderfully. You have hit upon the method at last. You finally grasped the art of deduction. You mean to say... Allow me to introduce you to my great friend and partner, Mikotoba. Professor Mikotoba? So does this mean that Susato and Iris are sisters? Does this mean that you're the real Dr. Wilson? No, my dear. I am still my old self, Yuji Mikotoba, your father. Oh, of course. This is obviously too much for Susato-san to take in. I must say, though, how my old friend has attained worldwide celebrity as a great mystery solver is the greatest mystery of all. I still remember the first time we met. Ah, pray, remind me, when was it again, Mikotoba? 16 years ago, Sholmes. Ah, yes, quite. 16 years ago. What were we doing? Who are you? I just arrived from Japan with Seishiro and Genshin. I was in search of lodgings close to the hospital, some comfortable rooms at a reasonable price. But rents are devilishly high in this particular area. That's right. So I decided I needed someone to share lodgings and the expense, and was fortunate enough to be introduced to Sholmes, who found himself in a similar situation. I was a callow fellow back then, a mere shadow of the great detective you see before you now. I was working at the hospital's chemical laboratory at the time, indulging my curiosities for a little gain. And the situation of our cohabitation led us to pursuing cases together, you see. Hard to believe it was a mere 6 years ago. We had a great many adventures. But in the last year of Mikotoba's stay in Britain, that most infamous of cases presented itself. The case with which you'll become rather familiar yourselves, the professor killings. After the trial, Seishiro and I were summoned back home. Hardly surprising, given the circumstances. So there you have it. And, as you know, all the details recorded by my trusty chronicler remain in that metal chest. Here, let me open it. Just gets punched again. This is just amazing. Professor Mikotoba really is Mr. Shelm's famous partner. Father. Goodness, my dear. What a cutting look. As your daughter, I am very proud to learn that you were the great detective's great partner. But nevertheless, there's another mystery that I really must ask you to explain now. And that is? You know very well what it is. The unresolved matter of Iris's father. Ah, of course. I'd almost forgotten about that one. I should have seen this coming, I suppose. Okay, who is it? Iris told us that all the notes about the great detective's adventures that are in the metal chest were written by her father. Isn't that correct, Mr. Shelms? That is indeed what I told young Iris. But if you're Mr. Shelms' father, and you wrote all of those case notes, then Iris's father must be you. Upon my word, Miss Susato. You are coming along wonderfully as well. You too have hit upon the method at last. You finally grasped the art of deduction. What? What you've always told me, Father, is that my mother died when I was born 16 years ago, and you left me in grandmother's care whilst you embarked on your study tour in Britain. And I've always accepted that, but... No, it's Mikotoba! All this about Iris. Oh, there it is. Susato-san's ice-cold stare. No, now hold on a minute. It was very complicated. I mean, it's really not what you think. Then perhaps you'd like to explain exactly what it is. There it is. Now the eyes go from ice-cold to red-hot. Just before she... No, really, you've got the wrong end of the stick. Shums, say something, man, please. I don't want to be flipped by my daughter. That's quite enough, my fiery fellows. Mr. Shums, when did he get all dressed up? Whilst I do not like to interrupt this exciting exploration of the past, Mikotoba and I have an urgent matter that requires a short excursion. But it's very late, Mr. Shums. Where must you go? Why, my dear madam, is it not obvious my partner and I must pursue our natural enemies? So, get your coat, Mikotoba. The game is afoot. But Shums, I really must give Susato a full explanation, I think. Later, my dear fellow, later. Our carriage waits downstairs already. You haven't changed one iota, have you? I mean, really, I visit our home after 10 long years. And when I open that chest in a fit of nostalgia, I quite inexplicitly pass out. And as if that wasn't enough, when I inevitably regain consciousness, I'm plunged straight into all this.
Father, please. Go with Mr. Shelms now before I flip you.
What?
I've no doubt that whatever happened, you were acting in everyone's best interests. I trust you. Completely.
Susato?
And sending the great detective and his great partner off on renowned adventures together is more than I could have hoped for in my wildest dreams.
Very well then. We'll speak again later. So, I believe your own work is done for the day. I wish you the best of luck for tomorrow. Yes, Naruhodo. Good luck in battle, and in reaching a decision. A decision? About whether to go back to Japan, I suppose.
So much happened that day that I barely knew what to do with myself.
Right, that was a lot.
It would only be later that I'd come to realize how amidst the chaos I'd unleashed were all the clues I needed to finally unearth the truth. And that all the turmoil was necessary to give me the resolve to see everything through.
Yippee! Yay! Yippee!
That took a little longer than I was anticipating, but yay! Okay. So let's save. Okay. And so, I did say that I wanted to play some Baldur's Gate once we finished this chapter. Oh gosh, you can have 20 save files? That's so silly. Okay. So let's go on over to the screen. Because I don't think we're gonna have enough time to really start the next chapter. I just want to play some Genshin. Or not Genshin. Why did they have to have one of the characters named Genshin? Okay. So let us open this. I'm gonna have to have it off screen for a second just so that way I can make sure that the graphic settings can be lowered real quick. So that way my computer doesn't explode. Really want to play some Genshin, right? I haven't even updated it on my computer. I updated it on my phone, so I can't even do that if I wanted to. Okay, but yes, let me get it all open because I want to play more. I want to play more Baldur's Gate. Okay, so let me go ahead and change the category. Actually, I'll change it when I switch over, but I'll have it ready to be changed over.
Okay, well, bye!
Hopefully, when did you say you were getting the game? Was it like next week that you were thinking of? Let's see.
But yes, it is Aggie buddy who is lurking that was waiting for Baldur's Gate.
I don't have any keys to jingle around here. I have some bracelets. Would that work? I have Genshin! Or not Genshin. I have Baldur's Gate opening! Baldur's Gate is opening! Come back! I generally don't know. I'm unable to create plans right now. Fair enough. Okay. Let me get those visual settings brought down. That took a long time to actually open. Okay. There we go. Crack the Heartless. Oh, the Heartless. Okay, the Heartless will bring them back. Just crack the joints on the Heartless. It's actually not as loud as it usually is. There we go, it squeaks. Dun, dun, dun. I should actually have it be opening. Not my other character, this character. Okay, load game. And put the Heartless back over here. Wah. My hand is very itchy. Okay. And then let's get it switched over. And then let us go over here. I made sure to load the right character. So we shouldn't have the Dark Urge or anything. I think the volume was like at 5-ish instead of 11. I'm not sure. I know I had to have it higher than most things. So hopefully this is the volume it needs to be at. You know, just a little hour. A little hour of Baldur's Gate doesn't hurt anybody. What are we doing? Were we about to take a nap? How are our spells?
Whatever it takes.
Never a dull moment.
Why did we end before a rest?
Updated your settings? Yeah, I'm not lagging, see?
Yeah, I don't know. We really ended without taking a nap? I guess we did go for like an extra half an hour past what I wanted, so.
Oh yes, hello my elf. Would you want me to end at 6 or would ending closer to 7 be okay? I don't know.
Dun, 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 da, da, da. Yeah, I think we all need a nap. I have 2 spell slots. Karlak's out of rages. Shadowheart is out of all of her spell slots. So yeah, I need to rest.
All right. What now?
My favorite traveling companion.
Whoops. Yeah.
I was so hoping you'd say that. Until later then.
Okay. Oh, and do you Aggies mind? I've gotten more used to the PC controls. Will, Gale. Okay, I'll talk to Will first.
Will's brows furrow as your minds connect. He sees the burning embers of Joaquin's rest, then Floric's face as she tells you of Ravengard's abduction.
What?
Older Ravengard's been taken.
I forgot what happened. What? Oh, okay, we're talking about the fire at the building. Okay, I was like, I don't... What? You must know the man, judging by the concern in your voice.
I know him better than most. He's my father.
Oh!
I know I haven't said. Our relation was no matter of pride, not least for him.
Aren't you worried? Your father's been abducted.
More than worried, in truth. What makes a Duke of Baldur's Gate so interesting to the Drow? Even the houses of Men's Oberanzen would have little use for my father. No, this is no Drow plot. These absolute nutters, these true souls are behind his abduction. His absence alone will sow chaos in the city. If they were to infect him, he could lead Baldur's Gate to ruin. All the more reason to find him. The Absolute has seized not just my father, but the future of the Sword Coast.
I don't want to reprimand him for having secrets. Let's talk about something else.
I'm all for it.
Oh, I didn't ask you about Raphael yet. He showed up so long ago. What do you make of Raphael?
He brings to mind a story. The Devil with the Silver Tongue.
Did we not talk about him?
Fairy tale my father read to me. The kind with a hero, a villain, and a moral.
I feel...
A farmer made a deal with the devil, so the story goes. In exchange for the farmer's dearest fruit, the devil granted him a bottomless coin purse. The farmer's dearest fruit, naturally, was no apple nor peach, but his beloved daughter. We can learn a lot from fairy tales. Don't you think?
Am I wrong in thinking that we already had this conversation with him? With the right teacher, yes. What are your thoughts on the devil, Will?
Refuse him. No matter how tempting the offer, no matter how delicious the feast he lays out for you, the cost will be too great.
Don't worry, I have no interest in a devil's deal.
That's because you still have hope. But when he becomes your last hope, remember this. He'll require of you only what you're least ready to part with, and then require more still.
That makes sense,
You
yeah.
might think you'd give up anything for a cure, but the devil won't take just anything. He'll take everything.
What was it like being the son of a Grand Duke?
Not so enchanting as you'd think. The Portiers, the Caldwells, they were the blue bloods hosting the fancy balls and drinking from gold goblets. Father's the son of a blacksmith, born with barely a coin in the coffers. He made a name for himself among the Flaming Fist, brave as Baldur, stubborn as a deep Rothay, daring, outspoken, but hardly posh. I spent more time dueling with father than I did rubbing elbows with lords. Not to say I didn't develop a taste for good wine and the talent for courtly dance.
courtly dance. I'd love to see a demonstration.
It's been a badger's age since I've twinkled my toes. A drunk ogre could put on a better show.
Twinkle your toes right now. Come on, for me?
Tempting. Give it some time. Develop a bond and maybe I'll show you a move or two.
Oh, okay. Bye, Will. Okay, are you still starving over here, Gale? Oh, do I have any items on me?
My condition likes being ignored as little as I do. I must consume another artifact. And soon.
She's like, why are you talking to me? Oh gosh. I don't have that much on me. Why can't it come from the thingy?
Most unhelpful. In that case, I shall have to seek my own salvation.
No, it's fine. No, don't. No! You Aggies would be really mad at me if I didn't keep him. My goodness, okay. Okay. I was gonna grab you something. You just wanted stuff that we had equipped. I didn't want it. I'll grab you something else, please. Okay, let's grab something first. Okay, what can you eat in here? Do you want some wyvern potion poison? Why can't you eat the stick? Okay. Gale can have this, which I might feed to him, because we don't have any bards. Otherwise, undead creatures that hit the wearer receive radiant damage. Ooh, that might be good. Oh, he doesn't want to eat the shield. Okay, let me pick that up. Let me see if there's anything else. Wow, I barely have any magical items. Okay. Okay, Gale, I will feed you first, real fast, so that way I don't lose you. Because people are gonna be really mad if I just like, yeah, I lost to Gale.
My condition likes being
okay.
as little as I do.
Here's your stinking food.
Thank you.
Here's your stinky magic food, Gale.
Good gods. It hardly has any effect. Oh, Mistra, have mercy on us all. Listen, I need to speak to you, to all of you. It would be unconscionable of me to remain silent.
Go on. You're among friends.
I might just be about to remedy that. You have to know who I was. You have to know who I really am. What I am is a walking shadow of the promise I once held.
Oh no.
I'm what one might call a wizard prodigy. Who from an early age could not only control the weave, but compose it. Much like a musician or a poet. Such was my skill that it earned me the attention of the mother of magic herself. The Lady of Mysteries. The goddess Mistra. She revealed herself to me and she became my teacher. In time, she became my muse. And later, even my lover.
Oh. Are you telling me you made love to a goddess?
Oh, yes. We enjoyed each other's company. Body, mind, and soul. But even so, I desired more.
I want to see.
No matter how powerful a wizard we mortals can become, we never scratch more than the surface of the weave. Mistra keeps us in check. There are boundaries she doesn't let us cross. Yet, every time I was with her, I stood on the precipice, gazing into the wonders that lay beyond.
Huh.
I sought to cross her boundaries.
I mean, technically you did if you boinked her. How exactly did you cross those boundaries?
I tried to convince her. I pouted. I pleaded. Swore my ambition was only to serve her better. She only smiled and told me to be contented. Inconceivable as it seems to me now, I shared a bed with a goddess, yet I wasn't satisfied. So I sought to prove myself worthy to her instead. We come now to the crux of my folly. Shall I share the story behind it, or would you rather head straight to its sordid finale?
I can't believe you laid with a goddess and weren't even satisfied. I'm intrigued. Tell me all.
Very well. Here goes. Once upon a very long time ago, a mighty lord lived in a tower. A flying tower, to be precise. I'll save his history for another time, but the gist of it is that he sought to usurp the goddess of magic so that he could become a god himself. He almost managed, but not quite. His entire empire, Netheril, came crashing down around him as he turned to stone.
Oh.
The magic that was unleashed that day was phenomenal. Roiling like the prime chaos that outdates creation. Even the weave itself could not withstand the onslaught. It fractured, then shattered, and all magic was lost to the mortal realms. Until the day Mystra returned. She restored the weave, reuniting all its scattered shards. Or so I thought. Until, in the course of my studies, I learned of a book. A Netherese tome in which a piece of the fractured weave had been sealed beyond her reach. What if, I thought, what if, after all this time, I could return this lost part of herself to the goddess?
Hello, Lionfire. Welcome back. An open world spooky game? Ooh, what is it called?
I guess you ruled out flowers and chocolates altogether then.
You know me. My gestures can never be grand enough. I was certain that this deed of raw power, draped in romance, would convince Mystra to take me by the hand and welcome me into her hitherto forbidden domains. I was mistaken. I obtained the fabled book and took it into my study. As for what happened next... Here.
Yeah.
Place your hand over my heart. Let me show you.
Oh, okay. Also, I had to reload immediately after because I accidentally made Gale run away.
Gale is letting you into the dark.
Oh.
You see through Gale's eyes, staring down the corridors of a dread memory. Bound and suddenly opened. Inside there are no pages, only a swirling mass of blackest weave that pounces. Its teeth, its claws, it's unstoppable as it digs through and becomes part of you. And God says it ever hungry.
Oh gosh. Also, that does sound very fun, Lionfire. VR chat model making your head hurt. Oh no. If I have time after stream, I can hop in the Discord and then maybe help you out. I know like a lot of stuff is like really difficult. But I may or may not be able to help out. How are you still alive?
Thankfully, the moment I absorbed the fragment wasn't enough to kill me outright. It was only the beginning.
Now imagine driving around in silence when you see the headlights light up with a rearview mirror. Someone begins to pursue. Oh gosh.
Orb, for lack of a better word, is balled up inside my chest. And it needs to be fed. As long as I absorb traces of the weave from potent enough sources, it remains quiet. Were it ever to fully destabilize, however.
You will die.
Rather worse, actually.
Oh?
I will erupt.
Erupt?
I don't know the exact magnitude of the eruption, but given my studies of Netherese magic, I'd say even a fragment as small as the one I carry, it'd level a city the size of Waterdeep.
Oh. Is there nothing we could do?
You might chance upon a king's collection of magical artifacts around the corner. We might cross paths with a miracle round the bend. Then again, we might not. All of this. It must feel like a betrayal. Say the word, and we'll part ways.
When you say it like that, that makes it sound mean. That would be a big help. I got all the bits at the start that always gets me stuck. He was a bomb factory, he's bomb, right? We've come this far together. We'll continue on together. That's how it will be. I'm pretty sure people will be upset if I make you leave.
Oh, a great relief indeed. You truly are a soul that steals my own. From all my new rallied heart, I thank you.
Trip and drop Gale. Oh no!
Thank you all. I understand if you stand against me.
20. Oh gosh.
I'm humbled if you stand with me. Either way, I will do my best not to let you down.
I like how I speak for everyone, apparently.
Precipice. But if you do not give up hope, neither shall I. I'll fight. I'll resist as long as I can. Now, even I am tired of the sound of my own voice. Let us venture forth.
Yes. Farewell. Okay, now I need to go back through, let me quick save. I just need to talk to Will about the same stuff that I talked to before I made Gale angry.
Hells. God's been taken.
I think it was this one that I chose.
I know him better than
yes.
I know I haven't said.
I just went through these. I just accidentally made Will a Gale run away, so I need to talk to Will and say the same things again. I think it was this one.
More than work.
Yeah.
What makes a Duke of Baldur's Gate?
Yeah.
No, all the more reason to find him. The absolute
Okay.
I'm all for it.
And then I talked about Raphael because I could have sworn that we'd talked about this on stream like before, but like
refuse him.
Apparently
no
not.
How tempting that's you might, but the devil won't take just any.
And then we brought that up.
To say I didn't develop a
courtly dance for me. Okay. Okay, now we're back to where we were before I scared off Will. Also, when I played Beware, my run ended after my car got stuck in the mud while I was trying to get tricky with fleeing them and they beat me to death. Oh no! This game does sound fun. I'm gonna have to check it out later.
Hello, my dear.
Oh, you didn't call me dear the first time.
Then I'll see you tonight. You sweet, generous thing.
I think that's also different. Okay, yeah! Okay. Do I need to talk to Shadowheart? Real D&D is happening noise.
Shah's blessings upon you.
Okay, I think we're good. Okay. So since we are mostly out of slots and stuff, gonna go ahead and take a rest and then we'll start from there. My elf never told me. Okay, cool. This was the thing that Dark Urge was trying to show me.
She's coming.
Oh, hello, ma'am.
Will, you've been naughty. And you know what happens when you're naughty.
You get smacked up on the head.
Damn it. Anyone but her.
Wait. Is this the person? I don't think this is the person that Karlach had the thing happen with. Did I not say? Ma'am. Right.
I asked if you would prefer I end at 6 as per usual, or if I could get closer to 7.
Well, aren't you a luscious thing?
You flatterer.
Oh no, they both don't like it.
If I had a warm heart, I'm sure it would be skipping. Call Call me Mizora.
Mizora.
I'm Will's patron, the fount of his power. My pet's been unruly.
At 6:20?
and
Okay.
His leash needs a yank. We had a deal, Will. But Karlak's still breathing.
I've taken more pleasant shits than you,
Oh,
Mizora.
oh gosh.
Those can be buried after.
Oh gosh.
That's no kind of talk for a lady. By the way, Karlak, Zariel sends her regards.
You told me! Devils only! She's a tiefling, not a monster!
How precious. The little pupster's found his bark.
Clause G, Section 9. Target shall be limited to the infernal, the demonic, the heartless, and the soulless.
Karlak meets the criteria by virtue of having no heart.
She technically does. She has like a machine one. That still counts. Oh gosh. Oh gosh, I feel like I have to answer this very carefully. It's between 1 and 3. Oh. I'll have a poll open for like a little bit while I pour myself some popcorn, because it's definitely between 1 and 3 for me. I could say 5, but I feel like we won't be able to take her on. I'm not 100% sure. But also let me grab some popcorn real quick. Okay. 3? Okay. Okay. You better not lay a dang finger on Karlak.
Don't you worry. That ship has long sailed the Styx. But a defiant pup must still pay his price. To wit.
Oh no. Oh no, what are you gonna do to Will?
Will burns in the fires of Avernus.
No!
The lightning storms of Dis strike his flesh.
No!
His soul passes through each layer of the hells, gaining their essence and their torment.
No! Oh. Oh. That's fine, right? That's fine.
That's better.
What the hells have you done?
A promise broken, a price paid. You know the terms.
Get used to the new form, pet.
There's no going back. Some magic even I can't undo.
Now, let's see how the frontiers fare without their precious blade.
Karlak, keep an eye on him, would you? I'll be keeping mine on you. Oh, and Will, don't forget, our pact still stands. Ta-ta.
Well, at least he doesn't lose his warlock powers. Hey, buddy. How you holding up? Game was canceled. Oh no.
At least you're able to stick around, though.
God's damn her straight back to the hells.
I mean, she
Just
probably
look
went
at
back
me.
there.
I did what was right, and Mizora made me pay for it. I'd be hunting devils and demons, she said. Traitors and hypocrites, heartless evils of all sorts, but not Zariel's victims. Not innocent tieflings.
Warlock pacts tend to be unforgiving from what you know of them. Will was lucky he didn't face a more severe punishment.
That's true. I was worried that he was just gonna die. Man, a lot of these are really harsh, actually. You're lucky she didn't take your soul when she came back!
I'd count my lucky stars for it, but I reckon luck is on holiday. I'm only alive because my patron still has use for me. It's Mizora who grants me the power to conjure armor and cast eldritch blasts. Before I was infected, I could even call hell beasts and summon festering clouds, but
wow.
I promise you, every thrust of my blade and every flame I sparked was for the good of the coast.
I was a very powerful warlock, and then this thing got into my brain and I got demoted to level 1. Good people, bad powers, yeah. It's tough being a warlock. What are the terms of your pact?
I can't utter the terms or circumstances of the pact.
Yeah.
I can tell you most all else, but the pact, I'm forbidden, unless Mizora permits it. But I'll say this. The moment I pacted myself to Mizora, I have not regretted for a heartbeat. It was my proudest deed.
Okay.
It was worth the sacrifice. All I can give you on that is my solemn word.
I noticed the, what is it called? The white part of the eye. That changed, to black now. And I think his iris itself is red now as well.
Hi, Starion. What do you want to say to me?
There you are. I was just thinking about you. And that delicious moment we shared the other night.
The moment you bit me?
The very same. I've had this condition for 2 centuries, but truth be told, you were my first.
Oh!
In all these years, I've only ever fed on beasts. Drinking the blood of thinking creatures is a different thing entirely. You were delectable.
Oh, my.
And now I can't help but wonder how the others taste.
Oh. Oh. Number 3. I'm quick saving. You're looking at others' necks? I'm hurt.
Don't worry. There's enough of me to go around. I'm a man of tremendous appetites.
Yeah, I'm really hungry.
I think they'd volunteer.
Yeah.
But it doesn't make me any less curious. Take Gale, for example. He strikes me as someone whose blood is rich, refined, like well-aged brandy. But the Gith, what in the hells would she taste?
Oh gosh, I would imagine she'd taste sour. Like heckin', not lemon heads, but like whatever that like candy goop is that's like super sour. I think she would taste like that. When I played with some people, it was awkward how some of them would see the private scenes. Oh yeah, I saw that was a thing that you could toggle off. Then I wake up in the morning and start staked. Oh no! Oh no! Aw, man. I wanted to say something sour. I guess number 1? I don't know. -1 party member, oh no. Something exotic, surely, and Amnon liqueur or whatever.
Oh. Well, that sounds very appealing. I'm almost convinced.
Could I convince you to kill someone less useful? Oh my gosh. This is still theoretical, right?
Absolutely. A mere thought experiment. So, in the spirit of theoretical questions, if you had to take a bite from one of them, who would it be?
Hello, Dragon Ball. Yeah, we are. Oh gosh.
Oh. I'm flattered. Who knew you had such taste? Unfortunately, all this talk is getting me hungry. I better find something I can actually sink my teeth into.
Good hunting.
There's nothing that tasty lurking out in the woods, but I'll make do. Sweet dreams.
How's your tutorial going? It's good. We finished the second to last chapter. Probably gonna continue it next week. Oh, hi, Karlak. Man, everybody has an exclamation point above their head right now.
I'll be honest, soldier. I'm reeling. Will hardly knows me, but he chose my life over his. Been a long time since someone stuck their neck out for me like that.
Man, why is the ribbon like that? Oh, we just got through that. Yeah, the scene. You must be relieved.
Gobsmacked, really. But grateful. Really grateful. I could learn a thing or two from a man like that. Hopefully we won't turn into mind flayers first.
Hopefully. Hello, welcome back, Pistol. But yeah, so Will has horns now. I'm surprised that you don't have exclamation points above you.
Shah's blessings upon you.
Oh, you just have nothing to say about what happened. Okay. I haven't talked to you for a while, but like, do you have anything to say about what happened?
Good thing for Will that Karlak called a truce. A tiefling that mighty would shred him to pieces and burn the remains. Now, what did you need?
I just wanted to know your opinion on what happened. Do you say something else at night, Scratch?
Hope you're keeping well, friend.
No. Summonation examination, let's go, right. Aw, man. I noticed it's been glitching recently when I, like, try to pet Scratch. Okay. Okay. Right, flashback.
I'd be back.
Hello.
Don't worry. I have things under control. For now.
Hopefully.
You haven't been using the parasite's power. You think you don't need it.
I mean, I can only use it once per day.
But things haven't gone as you expected. You hoped a druid as powerful as Halsin might be able to remove your tadpole. But he couldn't. You're desperate to be rid of it. Understandable. But you're looking for solutions in the wrong places.
Well, so what should I be doing?
Your parasite is unusual. It is wrapped in magic that prevents its removal. Until the source of the tadpole's magic is destroyed, any attempt to remove it will kill you.
Makes sense.
You were lucky that Halsin knew this. His instincts are right. The parasites are merely a symptom of a greater sickness in Faerun.
What is the sickness?
The absolute aims are not yet clear to me, but its progress towards domination is clear. These parasites are more than a lithid spawn. They are vessels for control. The infected hear the voice of the absolute and believe it to be a god.
Yeah.
You witnessed it yourself with Priestess Gut.
Yeah.
That is how the cult of the absolute is spreading. The highest of their rank, the true souls, carry a tadpole just like yours. It is how they receive their orders. It is what makes them obey. When the order to transform is given, it will not be a matter of days. They will be mind flayers in an instant.
Oh, that's
Were
dangerous.
it not for my protection, so would you.
How is it that you protect me?
I have powers of my own. Unique powers. But know that we are alike. Just like you, I was infected with a mind flayer parasite. Just like you, I seek to be free of it.
Wait, you have one?
I've been trying to escape from this evil for a long time. Once, I almost succeeded. Now, through you, I've been given a new chance. You can go where I cannot, and I can protect you from that evil.
Where do you want me to go?
If we work together, we may turn this around. Hells, they need me. I have to go.
Okay. Tell me where I can find you.
No. It isn't safe. The power I used to protect you, I stole it from someone. They want it back. I will hold them off for as long as I can, but sooner or later I will be worn down. You must discover the source of the magic that controls the parasites before that happens. The cultists are gathering at Moonrise Towers. Use the powers your parasite gives you to convince them you are one of them. And when you find the source of their magic, destroy it.
Okay, I'll go to Moonrise Towers.
Go. Our freedom depends on it.
So many people have asked. I guess I gotta go. Okay, cool. Good morning.
I had another visit from that dream figure. I take it you did too.
Yeah.
It claims that if we infiltrate the heart of the cult that's giving out these parasites, we'll find the answers we're looking for. It gave me another gift, too. Just like it did the first time it appeared. Rather generous, if you ask me.
Wait, what gift is it giving you? Whatever's at the heart of this cult, we have to find it by any means possible.
And while we're at it, we can see how many more of these little worms we can harvest. Now,
Oh,
was there
true.
anything else?
I'll answer that later, but guess we might as well say hello to everybody.
Another visit from the Golden Paladin. It said we'll get the answers we need about the tadpole if we infiltrate the cult.
Need to infiltrate Moonrise Towers, don't we? Exploring the tadpole's potential might make that easier.
It's a fair point. I just don't want to take a short-term boon.
Yeah.
I want to win this whole thing.
Yeah.
To finish off the cult.
Get 'em!
To get this tadpole out. To stay sane the whole time.
Yeah. Anyway, you and Mizora seem to know each other. How?
We were both part of Zariel's inner circle.
Ugh.
Her by choice. Me by force.
Okay.
In the grand scheme of things, I'm inconsequential to Zariel. Sure, I've got the engine, but I wasn't even her strongest fighter. But she favored me like a child favors a captive pet. Mizora envied the attention, I suppose. I'm sure when Zariel gave her the order to hunt me down, Mizora was delighted.
You think she'll keep coming after you?
I don't know. You'd think she'd have more important things to do. Devils and their pride.
Right. I can see why you were so keen to escape.
No kidding. The fighting, the chaos. It had the makings of a good stage show, but I did not want to be one of the players.
Fair enough. Okay, let's go. Let's go. Okay. Okay, so let's leave camp. Where did we save? Where are we? Where are we? There we go. Okay. So
Not as bad as it could have.
let's loot all these people because we didn't get a chance last time. And then we got a few things that we can do. Let me see. Hey, Karlak, can you move this further in here? There we go. There's a corpse. Ooh, I have a note. Oops, I wanted to read. You left a snot rag on my kitchen table. I haven't thrown it out yet. A lot of times I want to push you into a pit of snakes, but sometimes you say something so stupid and funny I think about it for days. Don't panic. Let's talk when you're home. Be safe out there. Well, they weren't safe out there. Also, things I already figured out were the chasers are very good at pit maneuvers. They are really good at spotting headlights in the distance. Oh gosh. Okay. I think we did what we could here. Oh, I don't know if I talked to you because I was very focused on getting in there.
Key of the unsleeping eyes. Grant me the might to carry this burden. Grant me the faith to face darkness without fear.
My condolences to you.
He should never have been here in the first place. I'm the one that talked him into joining the fist.
Also, I forgot that I was still Karlak. What happened here?
A massacre. Drow and goblins slaughtered the lot. Please, just leave me be.
Okay, bye. Okay.
Is that blood?
No,
never mind.
Let me see. What do we want to do? We want to... What was over here? Oh. That's where the Githyanki thing is. Okay. I wanted to try a few things. First, let's go to the goblin camp. Because there's something that I thought of doing... since the last time we played. So let's go in the camp. Because I don't know if this will work. Because I was thinking of how bad of luck we were having with like unlocking that one room. So for now, let's lead everyone in here. Okay. Let's keep going. Don't put me in the spider pit. There we go. Okay. And then go over here. What's squelched? I don't know what's squelched. Okay. I still don't know what to do for here. But that's not why we're here. It is... There it is. Misty Step. I'm gonna Misty Step into this room.
Time to skulk about.
And then take off. And then what I think I can do is just teleport us all out. I think this should work. That teleported just me. Okay. But it worked. Okay, so now I just need to teleport everyone else over here. And then we just group. Yippee! Okay. And then There was something... Let's go back into this room. And then let's turn on a bunch of these. I don't know if that's important, but I'm putting light in here. I'm making it super bright.
That's curious.
Yeah! Okay. Sometimes the simple answer is the best, right? Okay, let's see if we can disarm this. I'm gonna still do the guidance. I should be able to do it though. No! Okay. Astarion, help! Well, Astarion still help. There we go. A very gentle bomb, right? That barely hurt us. Okay.
Don't burn yourself.
It broke the environment more than you, right? Let me just have her take this.
No time to rest.
Okay. So now that we got those.
Here's the step.
Because I feel like it should be a good idea to get into the Underdark. Okay. And so... Oh my gosh, is my aim just being terrible? I think I keep missing is the thing. I just want to do something that'll, like, not cost anything other than an action. Just, okay. Maybe just... Oh my gosh, this rock is so strong. There we go. Okay. Now let us go into the Underdark. Okay. So let's see what is all in here.
Always room for more.
It is now possible to...
That might be worth a look.
I don't think we can do much with the rocky crevice.
Not a chance I'll fit in there.
Is that just for the benefits of, like, druids? I wonder? Actually, let's take some water. Staff of the Moon Maiden. Journal of High Initiate Jarus. We should be good for those. Selûnite Journal. My goodness. What are we even going to be doing here? The mushrooms are really pretty. Okay. Let's look at the bone cap. Ooh, a crushed body.
What's inside?
More so the gold than anything. Burlap sack? Anything? Nope, just rotten food. Fungal spores?
Fungal spores are everywhere.
Affected creatures can communicate telepathically with each other. Who? What? Oh gosh. Oh geez. Okay. This should be fine, right? Yeah, we're the same level. This should be fine. Okay.
I wonder if this is worth the cost.
So we're gonna move you over here. And we'll do a little bit of magic missile. That doesn't do much, but you know, we're doing fine. It's fine. Okay.
Don't linger.
Horse friend, maybe more ox? I'm not actually 100% sure.
Thank you for the hydrating the stretch.
They get angry. Yeah,
Mazima, help!
Minotaurs tend to be more bulls. Okay, it was bulls, yeah. Can I? Yay! Right in the leg. Okay, I'm kind of too far to do anything else. We can at least have you get as far as you can. Rage? Does rage affect ranged stuff, or is it just, regular stuff? I'm not 100% sure. Because I'm probably gonna need range here, but I don't have enough. Too much distance. Jumping as a high strength character is very handy to gain distance. Ah, true. Well, that's like... Rage that arrow. I'll do it. Hopefully, if nothing else, maybe the Minotaur will hit Karlak to keep her in rage.
Oh, I can summon flumps.
The next turn at least. Oh no, that's not gonna be a good thing.
Can't give up.
She angry. She angry. Firebolt. On the tabletop, rage normally affects melee and throwing, but this game changes a lot of things. Yeah. Okay, well, wish me luck. Oh, okay. Okay, that was a lot. That was a lot. Let's see. I'm still enraged, right? Okay, cool. Yeah, that was a lot of damage. Just got to experience how it was to be a bowling pin, right? I'm trying to think of what I want to do here. I should probably... what do I have as bonus actions? Shoving probably wouldn't work. Yeah. Pick us up, we're scared, right? Okay. Astarion, I'm gonna have you help me. No! Okay. Shadowheart should, in theory, be semi-okay, because she has succeeded in one of her throws.
That comes easy these days.
We are gonna take greater healing potion. That's all we can really do. And then what do we have? We can maybe lacerate it. Okay, they're bleeding. Cool, cool, cool. Okay, and then let's put a flump Right here should be within range of it. It missed that one. Okay, good. Okay, I'm gonna have...
Can't stay idle.
We don't have enough movement? Because Karlak's in the way. Okay. Because Astarion's in the way.
Shall we cut and run?
You're gonna take a... opportunity of attack. Like, I'm assuming. Attack of opportunity, rather. Okay, I'm gonna scoot Astarion just a little bit. Cause that should be enough for... Oh, yeah, that's still gonna have a thing. Oh, disadvantage because path is interrupted. Okay. Never underestimate the rogue swift to disengage, yeah. Okay. Whoops. Okay, cool. Okay, cool. Okay. If I see anything as a bonus action that I can really do, not really. I wonder when dip comes into play.
I missed this.
Okay. So do a little stabby stab. I probably should have done it as a sneak attack, but that's okay. I've already made the mistake. Dip, potato chip. Okay. And then a little bonk. Maybe move like here. And then another floomph. Right there. Game will try to automatically apply sneak attack if it can. Yeah. Okay. It does this bug out sometimes though. Yeah, that makes sense. I guess we'll try this. I don't know if it'll work, but yeah, no. It was worth a shot anyway. Oh no! We're prone! Oh gosh! Ah! Okay. Karlak. Yeah. Okay. There you go, cool. And then we'll put a floomph there. Starion is hurting. There we go. Nice, okay. And then...
He doesn't have any healing potions on him, oh no.
Da, 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 da. Okay, the other Minotaur is quite a ways over there. Okay. So if we... Who has... Oh, I am a healing potion, you're right. Oh, but that... Oh, he can only do that once per short rest, so he can't do that.
Bye forever, pal.
Girl, you not holding? I guess you are. Okay. Yeah, let's do a regular spell slot and heal him up a little bit. Ooh, Amulet of the Unworthy. Gain resistance to slashing damage. Ooh. Okay. Looking at all this bludgeon him with a healing potion. Yeah. I just need to get a few more. I'm surprised I don't have more from all my looting. Okay. I don't want you to be too far away. So we're gonna dash you just a little bit.
On my way.
Oh no, Karlak is gonna lose her rage. God, he does not have the undead healing on weakness due to the parasite, right?
Sometimes
Okay.
the only way out is through.
Okay. Yeah, there's not much we can do here, I suppose. We'll summon a crab. Imagine healing potions just not working on him. That would suck. Okay. I can blind enemies? Ooh. Infectious bite. Crippling pinch. I can meow. Okay. We'll summon a raven. We'll put a raven, like, there. Is a bird now.
Death's cold grip.
Na, 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 na. Okay, I don't really want to have Astarion be that far ahead. Okay. What are you even doing? You're just standing there recklessly roaring.
Let's move.
She no Engie anymore. Oh no. Okay. Can I? No. Okay. Can I? No, I don't have enough movement for that. Okay. Well, you're just. I don't know if I want to put him in danger. I'll switch to someone else really quick. Burb. Go over here.
I won't give
na, 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 no, no.
Slow down.
Watch this.
Okay. I'm just seeing to how far everybody's going before a dash action or jumping.
On I go.
Because nobody's really far enough to hit that thing.
Fuck yes.
Oh, alright, I needed to check that before. Well. Oh wait, could have. Yeah. How far can I put this? Not far enough. Okay. I guess we're no longer Engie, for sure. Yep, there it goes. No more flumps. Go over here. Can I? Cool. Okay.
Now they see me.
Now I'm sneaky. Okay. Burb. Well, that. Oh, just not quite enough. Not enough of distance, no. Hide. Haha.
Nothing will stand in my way.
Okay. And then over here. And then maybe magic missiles? Since they're gonna be guaranteed to hit. It's not gonna hit for much, but it's guaranteed.
Now this is my happy place.
Okay. How far can you jump? That much. Maybe this one's friendly. It's just relentlessly roaring. But it's friendly. Oh, it's outside of range.
Stay focused.
Okay. I feel I'm gonna be over here. I'm gonna heal you for a little bit, Astarion. Just a little bit. Maybe I should have had everyone hide, who knows? Oh, that bird is dead! Okay. Well, the two people that were hiding are now revealed. I still have advantage though. Okay. Okay. Not cunning enough to hide.
Oh, so much for peace.
Dun, dun, dun,
These
dun.
boots have seen everything.
This one has the possibility of doing more damage. I mean, it did as much as this would have by, like, maximum.
Oh, thank you for the bit, Snowy.
Moss wiggly, moss wiggly, moss wiggly, moss wiggle.
Wiggle, wiggle, wiggle.
Gods, it's hot in here.
I feel like I have made a mistake in casting spells so liberally. You can kind of tell that I've been playing as a warlock more. Okay. Okay. I feel like now might be a good time to do a rage. I think it's very likely that Karlach is either gonna get hit or we'll do some hitting here. Da-da. Okay. We should be good for now. Oh no, they knocked over Astarion! Oh no, Astarion! Get up, buddy! Right, that takes an action. Well.
Dance macabre.
Man, if only I could just hand an item over to him. Can I cunningly hide? No. Okay, bye. I'll just be over here then.
Can't even catch my breath.
Okay. I think I should still be okay. Okay. Cool. Karlach can... what was the one move that we did? It was... Oh, I can only do it once for a short rest. Okay.
I guess we're slashing at you.
I'm sad that we can't summon more flumps, but that's just how it works. Okay. Yeah, that's too close. A bonk. Or not. I keep forgetting that Shadowheart has bad aim. I'm gonna have her heal herself. Okay, so I need to remember to give some people some healing potions after this, I think. Yeah, get that attack of opportunity. Both of you, yeah! What was the purpose of that? What was the purpose of that? Just like, I'm gonna run away. Never mind, I'm gonna show back up again. Cool. Okay, immediately short rest.
Off we go then. I have a lot on my mind. And, well, in it.
That was so weird. That's so silly. Okay.
Bag of holding.
Let's see, let me grab some stuff. What's in these? Nothing in that one. I thought it showed that there was another one. Oh, it's a rotting basket. Okay, we don't need that. Do I hear someone? Hello? Oh gosh.
What's happening?
What is happening? Oh.
Oh, thank you for the hydrate and the stretch.
I'm honestly surprised that we were able to. Wah. What is up here? Oh, what is up here? That is something else. Okay.
Spirits have seen everything.
That must have been something that we were able to climb before the things blew up, isn't it? Oh, don't want to forget to hydrate. Or maybe it was already messed up. Okay. Storehouse. Oh.
More are coming.
What in the nine hells is that?
That is a good question, Karlak. Other people or me? Tell me I'm not imagining that voice.
No, something's coming. And if it lives down here in the dark, it won't be anything good.
They are coming. You are coming.
Okay, so me. Okay, that bodes very well. Okay, oh yeah, I can split some of these. Split item in half. Okay, everybody will get 2. I think that'll be fair for right now. That is my executive decision, so that way everyone can bonus action heal themselves. Okay. I think that's a good option to do. Okay. Wicker basket.
Some food.
Rustic chest.
Astarion.
Easy.
Okay, cool. I was like, he had so many modifiers. If he failed that would have been so silly. Some arrows, okay. I haven't really been using the fancy arrows. I've just been using the default ones. Okay. Some more rings that don't do much.
The Zentarim. Mercenaries and cutthroats. Useful friends, if you can afford them.
Interesting. They have like a... Oh, it's not a wyvern. It's a different spelling of worm, maybe? I believe.
Some crystals! Pretty.
My favorite traveling companion.
Okay, I like how we can be on an adventure and it's like, by the way, you can do that if you like. Was there any reason to being over here? There's not really a reason, or there's not really a way to get down. Yeah. I guess it's maybe just to show us that, but... Because this is where we came from. I guess we go this direction then. I do want to look in here though.
Watermelons!
Oh my gosh, we're gonna be eating good. We're gonna be eating good in our camp. My goodness. Gonna be eating so good. Rustic chest.
Astarion! Help! Help!
Watch your back.
Thank you.
Should be easy.
Okay. Yeah, because he has like... Yeah. So even with a nat 1, he should be able to get it still. Or I guess it wouldn't let him add his modifiers if it's a nat 1.
Everything.
It's never a good sign showing up into an area and getting some XP. I just realized Shadowheart's stuck. Let me finish looting some of these. Must become sleep. Eat well. I just realized that was moldy food. Okay, Shadowheart, ungroup. Where are you, girl?
I wonder what the next move is.
Shadowheart, you've been down here for so long.
Let's try this.
Shadowheart, sweetie. Sweetie, you weren't even paying attention when people jumped up here. Sweetie, oh gosh. Okay, let's get you back to everyone. That's so silly. Okay.
Let's move.
There we go. Group back up with us.
Something good here.
Oh, Astarion.
Watch how you go. There's a trap.
Oh.
Step quick.
Okay. Let's disarm this. And hopefully do it. Perfect. Perfect. Okay. And then lockpick. Nice. Okay. And so what do we got in here? What do we got? Some scrolls. Okay. Some more food. Some more crystals. My goodness. I have done nothing for alchemy. I'm just like, yay, pretty rocks. Pretty rocks. It's like how some people are like, I use these rocks for,
Don't touch.
What do people use fancy rocks for? For like,
With pleasure.
witchcraft or something like that. And I'm just like,
I think rocks are pretty. Rocks are pretty.
Shouldn't have wished to live in more interesting times.
wow, that wasn't really worth it. I think these are the same. Yeah. That was, I mean, I guess I can pick it up for selling.
Doesn't work.
What do you mean doesn't work? What do you mean it doesn't work? How do you know? What is up here? How do we fix? Did we just come this way for no reason? Okay.
Never wanted the easy path.
I guess we go back then? We just explore more of the Underdark? Okay, hopefully everyone follows me down. Okay. There we go. Okay, I was hoping. I like how we can disarm something that's already went off. Okay, so I guess we go down here, I suppose. We just had such an important scene, I figured that there was something that way. Is there something that might be up here? Not necessarily, just bones. I mean, bones might hold something. Possibly. Oh.
What are those? Broken bones. Must have fallen.
It always bodes well when the whole party fails their nature check.
Bet that will fit in my pack.
Okay. Now let's go. I guess let's go down here.
That might be worth a look.
Oh. What's worth a look? Oh, this thing. Okay, so there's some kind of ground thing to deal with, but that bodes well. Okay. Bullet, have fun. Oh gosh, that doesn't bode well at all. Okay. Okay, I wonder if we should come back later to the Underdark. Your character name dropped it? Oh yeah, the bullet, yeah. At least succeeded in some kind of nature role, I'm assuming.
Torch storm. Best watch my step. They like to explode.
Oh.
Not sure what the other mushrooms are.
Huh. Well... that probably was... oh gosh, my frames. Okay, there we go. I realized that might have been a good idea to do later. This should be fine. Hello? Restless Myconid.
Maybe they're friendly.
Also, I forgot to cast Speak with Animals. Hello, are you friendly? There's a lot of you. Hello.
Very well.
You were swallowed by a chorus of turbulent music. Through one creature sing many voices. The harmony of an entire collective.
Sovereign, they have come. They are here.
The choir fades. A single melody rises above the others, brassy and commanding.
I am sovereign.
You see a vision. Your lifeless body wrapped in fungal tendrils.
Oh.
The sovereign is threatening you.
State
Why?
your purpose.
Why are you threatening me? I seek understanding. Seek understanding. Focus on the sovereign song. Don't make me a fun guy because I'm a fun guy. There we go. Okay.
You detect a distinct quiver in every note. These creatures have experienced recent tragedy.
Oh no. I sense your fear. I've come to aid you.
Fungal roots weave through your mind, seeking your true intent. Then the sovereign drones a new melody, cautious but welcoming.
Descend to me. Let us speak in flesh.
The persistent music coaxes you forward. The sovereign expects you.
Wow. Sovereign's looking kind of intense. Well, okay. Hello.
Fungus and mold glaze the grotesque creature's face and body. A voice drifts into your mind as you gaze upon the misshapen servant.
Leave this one. Come to me. We must speak.
Okay. So it's wanting me to talk to Sovereign first. Okay. Sovereign is, I assume, farther up here. Oh! Why are you dead? Was that not the one I was just speaking with? Oh, cool. Okay, we can fast travel here now. Are you up here? It's not you. I don't think. Is it you? Right, definitely not suspicious. I don't think it's you. Oh! There's some humans here.
Thick fingers stroke the corpse at its feet. A droning melody greets you as the creature turns its gaze to you.
Okay, it is the right one.
Flesh talker. I show you a memory. Watch and listen.
Their designs are really cool, actually.
A violent vision grips you. Dwegar, dark dwarves chopping Myconid remains.
Oh. Oh, and they have the absolute necklaces.
They killed
The sovereign's song slows to the pace of a dirge. It is still in mourning.
We laid waste to many, but intruders remain. Lakeward.
Lakeward, okay.
The sovereign's song halts as it measures your worth.
I sense your resolve. You will find Dwergar invaders near Lake's Edge. Cleanse the rot. Destroy them.
Okay, I'll do that.
Dwergar invaders, huh? I'd like to hear their side of the story first, but alright.
Yeah, I feel the same, Karlak, actually. Anything to boop absolute skulls, right? Why did they attack?
Deep purples swirl into familiar shapes. Gnomes in mining gear, chased by Dwergar.
The Dwergar seek a gnome. It is a guest.
Okay. Ivan talk, maim, burn, kill. Barbarian brain. Right? You harbor a fugitive gnome. I don't know if I want to say admirable. Absolute is enemy. They are just walking XP. I'm gonna quick save. Cause, yeah. You harbor a fugitive gnome. How admirable of you.
The sovereign says nothing, but you hear appreciation in its song.
Sure, I'll handle those, Daugr nearby.
An illusion comes over you. A Dwergar choking on a cloud of gleaming dust.
Accept this gift. It will help you exterminate.
What is it?
The sovereign gifts you one more vision. A wall of vines parting to reveal glowing light.
Interesting.
Riches of magic and mind. Cleanse the rot, and they are yours. You do the circle a service. We will await word.
Okay, I'll do that. Bye.
It's not you that's being held captive, are— oh! Oh! Okay.
Don't.
Okay.
Her condition is familiar. Poison, derived from a wild weed common to the Underdark. She'll need an antidote soon, most likely held by the poisoner.
How did you end up here?
Myconids. Oh, took pity on me. Sound lads, especially since the Greys gave him hell for it.
Now that's hospitality. The fungus could teach our druid friends a thing or two.
Oh my gosh. Probably. Who did this to you?
Dwergar slashed me.
Oh. Consider what you know of Dwergar poison lore. Okay, cool. I have advantage. And I didn't make it. I have some inspiration.
Hey, Shadowheart, thank you. There we go.
Like dwarves, Dwergar have innate resistance to poison, and thus no need for intricate brews. Though deadly if left untreated, the poison can be cured by the antidote or natural remedies.
Sit tight. There might be more than one way to cure you.
Not going anywhere.
Okay.
Damn it all.
Would you happen to know?
It greets you with a harrowing elegy, cheerless as the new moon.
No. What about you?
No peace
You think a piece of the suffering would be good in a stir fry? Maybe a piece. No, not my tail. No. Acorn truffle. I don't know if they would be fine with me looting the corpses. Oh, there's someone down there. That they look fine. What are those? My goodness. No, talk to the person.
Seems the shrooms are letting in more people every day. You see a fella on his own on your way in. Dwarf. Balin's his name.
Balin. Can you describe him?
Bald, blue tunic, dumb as a stick.
Haven't seen him yet.
Right. Never mind.
Who is he to you?
My useless husband. Sent him for an errand. It's no surprise he's made a mess of it.
Aw, man. Need some help finding him?
Knock yourself out. But don't come begging for coin if you find him. You try to ransom him to me, you'll find yourself skint and stuck with a fat old lout.
Okay, what are your wares? Do you have any antidote type stuff? Just give me your money. Okay. Yeah, nothing's really looking like an antidote anywhere here. There's fire resistance, but that's not really. I still need to do stuff with the dyes. Black and white dye sounds fun. Ooh, and lavender dye. You see the Hubbo Gobbo on the way up? The Hubbo Gobbo? In terms of the Underdark, I don't think I've actually seen any, like, friendly NPCs aside from the, the mushroom people. How would 90 sound to you? Be unhappy about this offer? How about 91 gold? Okay. How about 92 gold? Okay, 96. Okay.
Fleshwalker, tongue talker, far you've come. Reach into memory. Tell me of home.
Oh. I'm gonna fill my heart with memories of my most treasured places.
It reveals its own home in reply. A humid cove filled with decaying myconid corpses.
Oh.
Where God destroyed my people. I am a sovereign with no circle.
Oh no.
This circle does not welcome me. But I have heard the song. You mean to cleanse the Dwergar rot. I mean to join you.
You can join me? That's cool. Are you sure it's going to be dangerous?
I am the danger, and I am the cure. They erased my people. I will erase theirs.
Yeah, let's go, dude. Let's get them. Very well. You may join me.
Remain in the Underdark, and I will follow. We cleanse the rot together.
Your tummy is twitching. Okay, that's really cool. That's really cool. Okay. Let's see. I guess we... But fair warning save now. Yeah. The thing is, like...
My elf did say to only go until 6:20.
So, big man to big help, yeah. Because he's very fragile despite appearances. Even with 40/40? Oh, geez. Okay. Okay, let me do a proper save also. Because he does not get death saves. Need a raid target? Maybe. Let's go overhead and go over to the just chatting screen. I'm excited to play more tomorrow.
But yes, I did tell my elf that I would go until he said. And so that's what I'll do for them. Okay. Yeah, thank you for showing up, nobody.
Let's see. Cause yeah, let me see who we have at the moment. We kind of have mostly just people that we usually raid. We do have Sunny666. We haven't raided them for like months, but they're just playing DBD, so I don't know. Otherwise, how far is Amma? How far is Amma along in stream right now? Okay, she's in the middle of doing something. We haven't raided Amma in a while.
She's playing Pokemon.
Cause yeah, I mean, otherwise I do have one person that's also playing Baldur's Gate. They are in character creator. Let me see. Okay. Do we want to see Amma, or do we want to continue with, or do we want to have watch someone else with their experience of Baldur's Gate? Let me see. Because yeah, Amma has been streaming for 4.5 hours. I don't know when. She's saving right now. I'm making sure that she's not ending right now. Let me do a poll. Poll. Let me see. Where to? Pokemon Baldur's Gate. We'll do 3 minutes. I'm good with rating whoever. Okay. Okay, because yeah, Amma's still going. The other person would be for someone who is, I thought they were bigger, but maybe not. Where did the poll go? I started a poll and then it disappeared. Oh well. Okay. Usually I'm down for small streamers. Okay, yeah. Yeah, let's go for Amma. And then we'll do I have that as a follower emote, so we can't use that as a raid message, I don't think. Vampire raid. I don't know. I can't think of anything else, so we will have that as the raid message.
Thank you, everybody, for joining me today.
Since we finished the chapter of Great Ace Attorney, we're gonna go to the next chapter next week, and we're gonna be playing more Baldur's Gate. As a reminder, Tomorrow might be a little weird around the break time, so the break might be like a little bit longer than 10 minutes. I'm not 100% sure what's going on tomorrow, to be honest, but I should still be able to stream. But yeah, otherwise, I'm excited to help the mushroom people. Love how they go over your eyelids, right? Just, there they are. Let me see. Can I zoom in any? No, this is the maximum that I can zoom, but just like, wah, da da. But yes, I will see everybody tomorrow for more Baldur's Gate. Hopefully we survive in the Underdark. I like how Astarion just takes over my whole eye at one point. Just my eye is Astarion and Majima. Anyway, I will see you again tomorrow. Bye-bye! 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 Bye-bye!